Hey guys, how's it going? Matt from Foul Ball Productions here. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. I hope that you're doing great. I'm doing wonderfully. Thank you so much. This is the weekly MFer Cocktail Lounge where we hang out, have a cocktail, a cigar, talk about the stuff of the day. I think I need like some little jazzy music for this intro, like just like chill. We got the cool panelists here talking. We got another edition, hello. We've got we got the panel. You guys know what this is. This is the Cocktail Lounge. What's going on? Let's go around the horn. Hi, Jake.
Good evening, man. Switching it up tonight, doing a little Blue Moon because it was getting ready to go skunky. Says, you know what? I think I'll drink that down tonight. Right. So we'll see if the night drags on to a 5 or 6 hour stream. I might have to get into that scotch, but this will get me started.
It might just do that. Good to see you. Good to see you. Lord Thoth is here. This is quite the treat.
Hell yeah. Just having a nice glass of smooth tawny port here to go with the hectic night there. Just calming my nerves after that crazy FNT.
Right on. I missed so much of it actually because I was working all day and then came home and I passed out for a few hours. I heard almost none of it, so you guys are gonna have to fill me in. I caught the beginning. I caught all the Superman stuff, which I really want to talk about.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah.
Actually, I don't know if I want to talk. I have no words. I'm like, I don't even know what to say.
Yeah. Well, moving right along there. Hello, just another red shirt. Good to see you, sir.
Hey there, and it's great to be here. I'm having my grapefruit juice health drink. Just don't tell my doctor that I put vodka in it.
Nice job.
Mum's the word, red shirt.
Yeah,
we won't tell anyone.
Yeah, grapefruit juice is healthy for you, and vodka is delicious. So I don't see a problem at all.
Yeah, good for your heart.
I don't know.
Sometimes.
I don't know. And of course we have the great, the mighty, the wonderful Vigilante Williamson. Hello.
Hey. Vigilante Williamson here on another episode on the MFer Cocktail Lounge. And yeah, I have the whiskey. I'm gonna wait a little bit because I don't want to get too tore up. But I do have a Knob Creek 9-year. That's what we have right now.
Nice, very nice.
I'm a bourbon guy. And I love this bourbon.
Yeah, it's good stuff.
I'm just glad we have a sentient dildo in the chat there. So
we do, man. We started this stream up. There's 8 people already waiting. Effing love it. MFer Cocktail Lounge is growing. So let's say hi to
too. Hell.
Oh, Mary G. Right on. Hello, Mary G. Lovely to see you. We got Sentient Dildo hanging out. What's going on, buddy? Always with the jabs, the jibes, the jokes. Sentient Dildo. Anthroparian, what's going on, man? The most badass viewers, man. He's always around. Always that. Henry Sherman was hanging out with me and Vidge the other day on the Culture Crime Fighters stream. That was really fun. Good to see you, sir.
Hell. Dan
the man from all the Expanse streams. Dan's a heavy contributor, heavy chatter about all the very disappointing 5th season of the Expanse. So it's nice to see him again.
Hopefully that's his beautiful family, or it came within the frame of the picture.
His YouTube channel's got a stock photo in it.
Dude, I had an array of photos on the wall here in the hallway that until like 3 months ago, I still had 2 of them with the stock photos in it.
That's so funny.
They were on the wall for 3 years.
Jake, you are such a bachelor.
That's a beautiful family, Dan. That's well done.
Yes.
3 years.
And
twins. Oh, wow.
So saying hello to Grin Akuma. Another loyal chat member. What do I call you? I don't know. Viewer, awesome dude, fucking hilarious. Him and
Lounge member.
Yeah.
Lounger?
Another patron of the Cocktail Lounge. There we go.
There you go.
Patron. Grin and Sentient were crushing the other day. That was really fun. And I hope I didn't miss anybody. But hello, what's going on, guys? What is up? So okay. So I was listening to FNT. And I caught about, I guess, the first hour. And then I heard them kind of breaking down the woke Superman thing. But can you guys can someone give me a little more insight into the situation? Let me know what that's all about.
So, do you know who Ta-Nehisi Coates is?
No, this is the first I've heard of this person.
Okay, so he didn't start as a creative in any way, shape, or form. Nor comics, TV, not even fucking commercials. I mean, much less anything like a Superman movie. Okay, so he is one of the seminal academics behind critical race theory.
Oh.
And on top of that, he's had some very like insane things to say about the first responders of 9/11. Like insane.
Where does he teach? Or where did he teach?
Some woke university. I don't even remember.
Yeah, I
kind of want to say it's Columbia again. The
Could
same
be.
university we talked about with the functioning heroin addict.
Yeah, I mean, Dan's got it nailed there in the chat for you, Matt.
Basically, Farrakhan Jr.
Yeah. Even though, ironically, he's working with J.J. Abrams, so I don't know.
Does he say any of that like wacky stuff? About like whatever the Black Israelites say? Is that part of his thing too?
I don't know. He's a reparations guy. I know that.
Oh yeah,
Super into that.
He was the guy that got the modern reparations movement going. I mean, it's him, specifically him.
Yep.
Okay, so he's one of these. He wrote the book on critical race theory. That's
he's one of So MIT and NYU, it looks like where he's taught. So
yeah, but like Jake said, I mean, it doesn't, it's not really. Yeah. But it's important to know like where the influence is coming from. All right, so he wrote critical race theory, awesome. And then what did he do? And then what did he do in the comic book world? He wrote a few comics. Am I mistaken?
He wrote Captain America and Black Panther.
Wait, is this a quote from him?
Yes, that is the quote.
They were not human to me, black, white, or whatever. They are menaces of nature. They were the fire, the comet, the storm, which could, with no justification, shatter my body. What is he talking about?
The first responders at the Trade Center.
In what context? Like, what does this refer to? Like, what does this mean? Like, what is? I don't even understand.
This is how he felt about their lives, basically. What he's trying to say is, in his head. Oh Lord, this is crazy. Basically, in his head, he's like, take the ACAB thing to like an insane level. So in his head, all the first responders were people who could have just killed him or just shattered his body with no justification. Therefore,
a giant
their lives.
Here. He's saying, "Oh, they would have shot me dead if they had the chance," or whatever dumb shit.
Yes.
Okay.
So screw their lives.
Okay. So then, all right. So this critical race theory guy who barely worked in comic books now is what, writing a new Superman movie?
Yeah. And was he Nazi Cap? Is that him?
Is what?
Was he Nazi Cap?
Hydra Cap. It may have been him.
Oh.
I'm not. Don't quote me on that because if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. I do know he helped build like the world of Wakanda that they ended up using for the MCU. That much I know, but if he did, I'm not sure.
No, that was Nick Spencer wrote that. It was not Coates.
So Nick Spencer. Okay, Nick Spencer. Okay, right. So I don't want to give the wrong attribution, but he did do a white privilege Cap's white privilege. And now he's writing Superman, and there's almost two separate issues because Henry Cavill also is not going to be Superman.
Well, yeah, no, it would only if he was like Bizarro Superman. He'd have to literally be the villain. That's the only way. Sensitive Dildo crushing it, boys. It's gonna be a smash hit. Yeah, I agree. Okay, so he's right. Is there a director attached to this thing?
No director.
Producer.
Okay, there's a producer.
Yeah, J.J. Abrams is the producer.
Jar Jar, the destroyer of franchises.
Those are the two names that we have connected to us.
Yes. That's a guarantee of quality. What sort of quality we don't need to get into.
Okay, all right.
Obviously, Michael B. Jordan is going to be Superman. That's not confirmed. That part's not confirmed or even thought of or official, but it's just a prevailing wisdom. Because if you remember, there was a lot of talk about that before, and this would link up with that. But it may not be true. They may pick someone else. They may do something else. Who knows? They may recast Henry Cavill just to shame him for 2 hours. You know what I mean? Just a
Do
white
you
man
gentlemen
2 hours.
honestly believe that they are going to do this? Come on.
Well, I kind of wanted to get into that. Like, I wanted to get into the future of what this means. Okay, so like when I heard that, my first reaction was like anger, because it's kind of like the way they made Wolverine and Cyclops gay. You know, they're definitely banging on the moon or whatever. It's like these are intentional like attacks at traditional comic fans and traditional male representation, and then therefore traditional men. So it's all curated to be a big middle finger, right? So that always makes me angry, but that's the reaction that they want, right? Like that, it's a giant troll. So how do you see this playing out? And B, like, what do we take from this, to remain vigilant? Huh?
Hey.
Yeah.
Well, the Donner cut exists. You know what I mean? Apparently, this Lois and Clark show, which I actually have to watch, what's the new Superman and Lois? Apparently, the first episode is good. Lois and Clark, the original show, exists. There's Superman animated series exists. The old comics exist. But the future is just, I mean, let them burn everything down. That's been my mentality. Just the more and more they do, it's like, okay, go ahead, you win. I still have this character. I always felt like Batman's unruinable because, like, no matter what, I still have Batman the animated series. I still have Batman 66. I still have the Batman, the Dark Knight, trilogy. I have so much. I have comics. You can't make a new Batman and then he's all woke and terrible and you make him drink titty milk and it's like, oh, Batman's ruined. It's like, oh, okay, that's just what you wanted to do. I still have all the other versions of Batman. So that's what I would feel about Superman. If you are a diehard fan, it's funny. I really, later in life taken a liking to Superman. Even though I'm a Batman fan, Batman's my favorite character, but I'm starting to really understand why Superman's an important character, because having an aspirational character, especially as there are fewer and fewer of them, you see how impactful that is, and just messing with that, it like you said, is very, very, very intentional. It's very, very thumbing your nose at culture, and then of course you use the guise of wokeness, the guise of I guess being pro-black, but really this guy is actually like anti-black, because to me, like, and I've really left Ta-Nehisi Coates alone in a lot of my videos, but like he comes off as a guy who just really like lacks self-esteem at a very high level, to the extent where he has to blame white people for all his insecurities, and it like really comes off that way. So it's like, it bothers me that this is going to be the, I guess, black representation of Superman. That really, really bothers me. Instead of Superman, making Spawn,
Superman
of making
is like character. Captain America, right? Like these are the flagship characters, the flag waving, truth, justice, the American way kind of characters. I don't care what color they are, honestly. If you're going to have Superman, Superman is Superman. And unfortunately, he's been white. Captain America is Captain America. He's been white. Let's create a character like Black Panther, who can be a flag-waving black character too. You just need to create a new one. I don't like going back and doing these Elseworlds kind of ideas whereby you change a character who has grown up to be this character since the 30s and the 40s and the 50s, and where you have this tradition and this long history. I think that what's going on here, they've got to be trolling us a bit. I really don't think that they're going to do this. It's just asking for I don't know. Are they really, really, really trying to target the culture out there today that is racist? Are they trying to bring these people to the fore? Are they trying to troll us all and saying, well, all these people are racist because they're white? That's not what I'm going for here. Superman to me is not about color. It's about the way he is. It's about his demeanor. It's about the way he comports himself to others. It's the way he's self-sacrificing, that he's good and honorable and duty bound to the earth and to the people of earth. And it's not just because he's white, it's because of the way he is and the way he was created to be. I think that bringing this writer, in air quotes, in to do this kind of thing is just a way to try to bring more uproar into the whole conversation.
It is, right? So to be fair, the race swapped Superman is speculation at this stage, right? So there's nothing official that's come out and said that's the plan. However, there were discussions about the issue. Michael B. Jordan was pitching an idea. Now, in fairness, it wasn't about playing Kal-El. It was about playing a different Kryptonian. I don't recall the name. Somebody in the chat will probably remember. Okay, so that
I did want to just say real quick though, to Vigilante's point, this guy does look very much like a little bitch. Like just looking at him, he just looks like he looks like he'd be the tattletale, right? Who would like get the teacher to like get you kicked out of class, and he'd like give you like a shitty look when he did it. Like he just looks like a beta male, like incarnate. Like I don't know. I've never heard him speak.
Nah. The beta male incarnate is Daniel Kibblesmith.
Yeah. Well, J.J. Abrams is a rapist. J.J. Abrams is a rapist. He is a creative person who goes in and he takes really great stories and turns them into woke crap and garbage.
Sorry, the next time you make a statement that inflammatory, can you please put the word creative first?
Okay, I'll put creative.
I got to admit, the same thing went through my head. Thoth, I got to be honest.
What he's doing is he's on the character with all of that history and background and love and tradition, and that has a huge following, and he's just going to create a mess, like he's done with Star Trek, like he's done with Star Wars. He has gone through there like a massive creative drapist. And he has done a massive disservice to all those fans out there who've come before. What he needs to do is bring this guy in here, this writer, bring him in and create a whole new story behind a whole new character. Put a cape on him and put a different character on his chest and give him blue and green tights and just create a whole new character. Why do we have to go back and change this?
You're saying that's what you would tell to a reasonable person.
Okay,
that's what you tell to a person. That's what you tell to a person who's a reasonable person who wants to genuinely contribute to the conversation. That's not what these people want to do. I was listening to Unsafe Space today. It was a really good one, man. It was they were reacting to the Ron Paul thing with the trans stuff, and like I forgot Kerry's co-star or whatever, but he was like nailing it. He's like, their whole ideology is not about replacing what's here. It's about destroying what's here. So whenever they make something like this, it's not set up to be like, well, this is just the expression I want to have. No, the entire thing is a campaign against anything that came before. It's a wrecking ball. So there is no, they don't have, if they had that in them, then with all the access this guy's had, he could have his own TV show. He could have his own movie series. He could have whatever the fuck he wants. He wants to destroy Superman because he's a hateful, negative, small little bitch of a person.
I think there's a potentially effective response to this. And I'm thinking, and I've heard this now from Gina as well in her interview, where Carrie said, before I heard Gina say it, these people don't respond to logic. These people respond only to emotion. They're coming with an emotional response, and they got there through their emotions. No logic was ever involved. Okay, this is a troll. It's intended to make us angry.
Yep.
To me, the only effective response I can think of is, as Paul Lynde famously said in the Center of Hollywood Squares when he was asked, what are the two most embarrassing things you can do in bed? He said, point and laugh.
Yeah.
You want to get under Ta-Nehisi Coates' skin? Make fun of him. He's a stuffed shirt intellectual who's never accomplished anything in his life other than I got hired at MIT and NYU. Oh, that's nice.
No, he's a grifter. I mean,
yes, right,
look,
right.
People that we align ourselves with on this platform frequently have that term thrown at them, grifter, right?
Yeah.
But you know what? All these guys are doing is they're hustling for a buck. I mean, when the quartering puts out 40 videos a week, he's hustling for his money. When Jeremy from Geeks and Gamers puts out, 50 Brie Larson videos, he's hustling for his money, right? I mean, he's got a fucking Range Rover named after Brie because that's what happens. He paid off his mortgage and he dedicated it to the flat butt. You know what I'm saying? And these are guys.
Flat butt. Yeah.
Would still do it for the record. I stand by that.
I mean, look, if you're into that, it's all yours, brother. You can have it. I'm not going to be a part of that.
Listen, Time Machine, but she kind of looks like she stinks, man. Like, she has that look. Some girls have it, you know what I mean? When they were playing on FNT, actually, that's when I realized, man, I don't know if I really would want that.
I did want to
just has that auntie look.
Jake's making a really good point, and I think it's true, man. It's like if you want to find out what they're doing, look at what they're accusing others of doing. And I think typically you can find a roadmap to like their most nefarious sides because they say things like grifter and you're like, what are you even talking about? Like, you don't even like it hits you and you're like, what? Like, we're always like a week behind their new little terms because you're like, what the fuck are you even talking about? It's because in their little chambers, you know what I mean? They came up with that, and probably the head grifter, the head liar is just like, yeah, let's call them liars and like we're making up bullshit because that's what they're doing. They're projecting.
To your point about when they're throwing out these new buzzwords and we don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. To this day, I still don't understand the origin of the term cis.
It's just the opposite of trans.
I know what it means.
But like, where did it come from? Yeah, that's a good point.
It comes from chemistry.
Really?
It comes, yes, it's a term. CIS is a term used in organic chemistry and in other parts of chemistry to describe a certain type of molecule, which is basically the basic one, the unchanged one. And then you have all of the variations on that. So cis is that's H2O. That's the basic one, or H2, hydrogen, or O2, oxygen. And then when you have a variation on it, there's a different prefix.
So cis relates to the base molecule versus, say, ions, for example.
Right. It's an isomer of alkalines. It's an isomer of alkalines. So cis is this side of, and trans is the other side of. It's chemistry. It's about isomers. I'm going to start getting into chemistry. I'm sorry.
I was going to say.
I blame
but that is where it's from.
Yes,
that's
it
where
is.
It's from.
I'm not a chemist.
It's geometric isomestrism. So it's
I want to yell about Star Wars. I don't want to have a fucking science lesson.
Listen,
wait a
minute.
Wait a minute. I want to know how my sexuality came from organic flipping chemistry.
Exactly.
Because chemistry is all about sex.
No.
Sex is all about chemistry.
There we go. That's right.
Money, you can get really. Listen, if you got enough money, you don't need that much chemistry. But I'm not a chemist or a mathematician. This is a hot take. I hope I don't get the channel taken down.
Uh-oh.
Well, Thoth already accused JJ of horribly terrible.
There are only so many genders. I'm not going to say the number because I don't want to get yelled at.
Thank you.
There are only so many genders.
Thank you.
We'll keep it like that. How about that? That's
but I was going to say, way of putting it. I thought you were going to go in this direction, Vig, but I wanted to say it's like, and that was the last time they used anything from biology.
Oh, that's much better. That's much better. I'm glad. Great.
I think we're all tag teaming getting this channel taken down. I think.
Yeah, bro.
I tried to settle down. I tried to keep it all PC and political for once, and then you just went there. So yeah, I like it. I like it.
Woo!
Darth Vader did nothing wrong.
But look at how emotional we get about the conversation, though, right? And that tells you that they're winning because they're doing this. Yeah, they're doing this stuff to us to get us all worked up because this is the stuff we love. And where are they going? They're attacking us where we love it.
Right now we're laughing. That's the thing. That's the counterproductive thing. They don't want us to be laughing. They want us sitting here and gritting our teeth, and we're not now. Well, we're not taking them seriously now.
As a counterpoint to the suggestion that they're winning. So I had a very unusual conversation with my boss today. Okay, so my boss, I don't believe he's watched the channel, but he's aware that I do YouTube. Okay. And he's aware of the types of things that I cover and follow. And he asked me about my thoughts of the end of the season 2 of The Mandalorian. Right. So, I related to him and I told him about how, hey, they finally seemed to get a win. It was, an overall solid season. It's as good as we could really expect off of Disney Plus, what have you. Right. But then I broke into how the things that they did outside of the show, such as shit canning Gina Carano, and the things going on in relation to Kennedy and Favreau and what have you, really spoiled things. And they won a lot of fans back when they dropped Luke in there, even if it was, just cheap, empty calories. They still got a lot of people excited by doing it. And this guy who, he's a nice guy. I don't mind working for him. Okay. He's a totally decent boss, but he's a little kibble smithy. Okay. So a guy that I know to be a normie, was talking to me about how all he ever hears from the fandom is how bad Kathleen Kennedy is, and about how everything that they're doing really seems to, be of two minds and just alienating the fans. This dude's a normie. He's a bit of a beta normie.
So this is what I wanted to ask.
He agrees with that.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's definitely reaching the masses, which is the most encouraging thing. When the normies are starting to notice this shit, I'll see it in comment sections and they're yeah, Star Trek Discovery's just got too much, it used to be good, but it's got just too much, whatever, fill in the blank, whatever bullshit. But it's yeah. But it's okay, even the most outliers of people without these sensitivities are starting to pick up on it. So it's the mass actually are becoming woke, if you will. Funny enough. But I was gonna say, guys, yes, and I agree, and I think the best weapon is comedy. I really do. That's why I champion Ryan Long, because he spears this shit and he's hilarious. He crushes it. It's so much fun. It's so funny. But the thing is, they did fucking ruin Star Wars. They did do that. And now they are going to ruin Superman. And it's I love to.
How many scalps does J.J. Abrams need?
I know, right?
God,
Star
Trek.
He's like the Predator.
Superman.
He's like the Predator. He's just got more victims, more trophies on his back. He just needs more.
But, it's what Foulball said. He's a wrecking ball. He's been a wrecking ball through genre for 10 years now.
Yeah, but I wanted to ask.
It's almost impressive. I'm gonna be honest.
I mean, what do we do? Are we all really okay with this shit being destroyed, or do we just kind of have to be throw our hands up, be all right, if I invest emotion in this, I'm gonna get emotionally hurt or angered or whatever.
I'm throwing my hands up. I
am too.
Hands up.
Hands up.
How do you resist it? You can't resist it. We're not in a position of power to resist it. We're not in Hollywood. We're not the directors and the executive producers and the people with the money in Hollywood. We can't make these decisions. They're making these decisions for us.
Okay.
Right.
I love that name, man. Godzillionaire. That's great.
And that's a classic Godzilla.
And I would question And Matt, I would question, not any of the performers' competence. I would question the quality of writing and direction on average in Hollywood, because before we all started complaining and hashing out how screwed
real quick. Look at Senshin Dono. Hands up! Don't reboot.
Don't reboot. but that's the thing. Before we even started talking about how these are the franchises that we grew up with, that we've loved for so long, have been subverted, Hollywood's reputation was remakes, sequels, reboots. It was there. How many brand new ideas have come out in the last? Take a step. 20 years.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
So when you say they're tearing this down, I'm saying, yeah, but the alternative is, even if we eliminated every single Jar Jar Abrams and Ta-Nehisi Coates and Daniel Kibblesmith and every one of these people, and left just the people who want to try to make a good movie, a good television series. These are the people who were remaking stuff before the wreckers showed up.
I agree. And Mary G has a point. I was kind of trying to make you say that they can't ruin Superman, guys. They can make an absurd movie and it will fail miserably. Let's think about this. Superman Returns happened, and that wasn't woke, but that was a disaster. And and
it did fail miserably.
Man of Steel is very polarizing. I thought it was an okay movie. It was a bad Superman movie, but it was an okay movie in and of itself.
I'll give you that.
Is that the Kevin Costner one where he's like, "Stop"?
That pissed me off so bad.
Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, save the dog. Don't save
also,
me.
like, that movie's so stupid. Like, he says, like, you can't let anyone know about your powers, and then like 20 minutes later, he like destroys someone's semi truck and puts it on like a telephone pole. It's like,
okay, it was a bad movie.
Your dad died for nothing, then, bro. Like, you just like,
yes,
you would save your dad. You wouldn't save your dad's life, but you would destroy a truck. Yeah, I'm sure
the
that
writers
was
of
like
that
Garner
movie
and
have never read a Silver Age Superman comic book. That's obvious.
No.
Actually, now that I think about it, they probably have read a Silver Age comic book, because if you look at any of the covers from the Silver Age of Superman, some of them are pretty hilarious.
Now, let's keep in mind, though, that this news hits at the exact same week that we saw Superman and Lois premiere. And everybody who's reviewed Superman and Lois that I've seen fucking loved it.
Yeah, I heard that
too.
too.
Liked it.
I'd stretch into love. I mean, everybody said this was Superman.
It was positive anyway.
It was at least positive. Yeah, at least positive, right?
I supported Mr. H movie. Grin Akuma said Mr. H, he's a YouTuber. He has a couple movies coming out this year. Mr. H reviews, yeah.
Wait, where are we?
He has like some short films that he crowdfunded that are coming out this year.
That's awesome. That's great. You know what I just thought of earlier was something you were saying, Thoth. Do we really think that this movie is going to come out? And you know what? That's actually a great point, because it is Black History Month. And with like the Superman show that came out, this might just be a giant virtue signal to be like, look, and they might throw in money, keep the production keep the thing in production hell for the next 5 years, and just abandon it. Like, who knows? Like, lots of things don't get made. True. So it, and also, like, if Warner Brothers is like as based as we think they might be, because they're the ones doing the Snyder Cut, it's like, Maybe they're playing some 4D chess here. Maybe they know a little bit more than we realize. Like, maybe they're like, yeah. Like, they'll keep like the wokies off the trail, and then they'll give us things like, the Superman shit. Like, I don't know. I mean, I'm just being optimistic, but you do have to take into like effect that it is Black History Month, and maybe this is just like press for their company.
Well, to your point, there is a lot of like trying to play both ends of the side. Well, not just Warner Brothers, a lot of companies who are like, okay, we have to make some stuff for woke people, so we don't get yelled at, but we also have to make money. So let's just make a little bit for both, or try to, edge to one side, but make sure we still have stuff to make money. So I think there could be that. And when you say there's tons of things that were supposed to come out, I'm trying to think of an example of something very, very woke that was supposed to come out that hasn't.
The whole Star Wars, that female-centric Star Wars series.
Yeah. Oh, that's coming.
I think the Acolyte's supposed to be that. Acolyte might be.
Yeah, that's the Acolyte.
Henry Sherman brings up an interesting point. He says Anthony Mackie was at a convention where he felt Hollywood was only making movies for China and teens, and fans are looking for their superheroes and not the actors that play them. Has anyone heard about this? Does anyone know what he's referring to?
Offhand, I don't, but I know Anthony Mackie has some, I guess, semi-based comments. He says some things that I'm like, I wish there were more people in Hollywood like that. Even though I'm sure Falcon and Winter Soldier is probably going to be trash, but like,
oh god, I'm looking forward to ripping that apart. Oh, I'm looking forward to that one, baby.
Jake's just sharpening his knives. He's just like, ready.
Yeah,
that's great.
That looks unwatchable. And Grin Akuma makes a good point. Warner Brothers is also behind Mortal Kombat, so yeah, they are trying to definitely do things for the fans.
Does anyone else feel like maybe there's like two Warner Brothers out there, though?
I think there's a civil war. You know, we talk about this civil war in Lucasfilm, and I even covered this a few months ago. I'm like, there might be a civil war at Warner Brothers. We may not know the players, but there definitely seems like there's two Warner Brothers. Yeah, I agree with that.
If they do something as outrageous as doing the Snyder Cut, like that's expensive. They could have just cut their fucking losses and whatever. We'll just move on.
That was a lot of fucking money.
There's a lot of money, and
like $100 million,
and it's exclusively it's exclusively because the fans were asking for it. Which is like, when was the last time that fucking happened? I mean, other than like Luke Skywalker, which they promptly destroyed, but it was like other than that, they don't seem to give a shit what fans say. So it sounds like someone powerful in Warner Brothers is just like, we are in the business of making money, not propaganda. Yeah. So maybe I don't know, maybe they're like getting smart. Maybe someone in there is like, and smart enough to know, like, yeah. Let's throw the woke people off the scent, off the trail. We'll give them this, we'll give them that, and then we'll actually make good content on the side.
You know what it is?
The last time they did something. The last time they did something for the fans was Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah,
and it did well.
Was that Warner Brothers
or the Schneider Cut too? Don't forget that.
Well, right. That's yet to be seen. That's yet to be seen. They've done it for the fans, but we don't know if it was good or not yet.
Regardless,
it couldn't be any worse than what's already out there. That first movie was just awful.
But the fact that they even put it out, like no one even really believed it existed. It was just a fan movement.
Right, exactly.
You know what I mean?
It was a myth.
So the fact they even did it proves that they care what the fans think. Whether it's good or not, who cares? I mean, it's the point is that they did it for the fans, which is like, well, that's refreshing. So
I'll be watching it day one, and I won't be sailing the high seas. I'm going to make sure that my vote is counted because I'm going to be watching it with my wife, and we're going to be enjoying all 4 hours of it. I'm sure that she's going to really appreciate that.
I am going to take time out of my trip to an island in the Caribbean to spend some time on Snyder Cut and do a stream to discuss it. All of you gentlemen are invited to that, by the way.
You should so do that on the beach.
That
would
is
be
a
baller.
great
It's just like, how far does the Wi-Fi reach? Not quite all the way to the water.
Just hear like wind noise and like ocean in the background. Yeah, it probably technically wouldn't work, but it would still be baller.
I am pretty sure I will have to give a solemn oath to my better half to swear that I won't be surfing or playing on my phone while we're on the beach.
Hey, I will be on the MFer Cocktail Lounge in 2 weeks, coming to you from the beach. So,
hoo-ah.
Hell yeah,
that's nice,
very nice, very nice. Okay, wait. So, did Sonic do? Did Warner Brothers do Sonic?
That was Paramount. I looked it up.
Paramount. Okay,
Paramount.
But still, that is a good.
PW.
It's still a good indication of fan service, or not fan service, but like caring.
Who's also making a Beavis and Butthead revival.
I think you know what it is.
He said, "But
I don't really care."
Some of these companies have to make money. I think they're just going to try to do both. They're going to try to play both hands, if so to speak. I mean, Warner Brothers or AT&T has all that debt. I think that is a huge motivator for them saying, "No, you know what?
Yep.
We don't we can't afford to be as woke as everybody else. We just can't. We can't afford to be as woke as Disney. We don't have the stock price. We don't have the same thing they have. We need income." So here's the Snyder Cut. Here's Mortal Kombat.
Another thing that's coming out of Warner Brothers I'm excited for is Dune. You know, like I think that looks cool. Like
I'm worried about Dune.
I'm worried about Dune 2, but it looks badass. Like it looks like it's got potential. Like I don't like roll my eyes at that trailer like, oh God. Like it might suck, but I don't feel like I've got the reason to think it sucks just yet. You know what I mean? Like the people involved knows, but I like Villeneuve, whatever his fucking name is. I think he's a pretty solid director. And like even though I didn't like the new Blade Runner, it didn't suck because of the reasons that everything else sucks. You know what I mean? It was just kind of bloated and like misguided. But it's like this. So I mean, I just kind of trust that director, and it's like that is a pretty big swing. Like that seems like the kind of movie where they're like, we're putting out something that we want to make a lot of money on. You know what I mean? Like it doesn't seem it's serving any agenda. Like it's got a white male lead, even if it is Timothée Chalamet, it's still a white male lead.
I'm with you. The island.
Not that I care about
Arlington
that.
girl.
Not that that's my priority. Yeah. I don't care. It's just that it indicates
we're all canceled now.
I know. It just
no, you can't be canceled, V-Dub. You're a POC, right?
Well, no.
Oh wait, no, but you're cis and males.
That doesn't matter. Yeah.
Do you know what?
Yeah, but if he says the right thing, he's automatically classified as a whiteist.
Vigilante Williamson is an entity, okay? Whatever his alternate, his secret identity is none of our business, okay? He's a force. That's what Vigilante Williamson is.
I agree. I think I'm out because I think that this is going to be a disaster waiting to happen. Where hopefully we can get theaters open because I want Dune to be good, but I think that Sting's not going to be in it, so it's going to be awful.
Sting?
You know what else? Oh, Sting, yes, Sting.
I'm a big nerd. I'm a big Dune nerd. I've read all the books. I love them. I've read them since I was a little kid. I think that the story has a lot of potential, but the problem with Dune is once you get past the first couple of books, it is a long, cerebral discussion about existentialism. It's about humanism. It's about the advancement of the human race, inside and outside. It is a very cerebral conversation to have. So you're really limited to the first couple of movies in that one. And the challenge it has here right now is if you're going to chop up, say, the first book into 2 movies, that first movie has to be incredibly awesome to get everybody into the seats for the second one. I think that it's going to be really challenging because it's a cerebral science fiction story. And that's in this kind of day and age, that is a huge challenge. It's not Aquaman with his abs and his shirt off or Henry Cavill with, doing his whole Superman spiel, or it's not Hemsworth with his golden locks. It's a completely different kind of story. It's a certain genre type of person that loves Dune, and I don't think the normies, in air quotes, are going to come to this one. It's going to be a challenge.
Did anyone see Arrival?
Yes.
I thought that was excellent. I thought that was a really pensive, bold, interesting, unique, creative, really refreshing science fiction take on Alien Arrival. I thought it was really something completely unique and special. And that's the same director as Dune. I think he's capable of making something good. It all depends. I mean, we're speculating pretty heavily right now. But the guy's pedigree is really not that bad. I mean, he's a pretty decent director. And as far as I know, even though he's Canadian, no offense, Thoth, he's never done any. He's not.
No offense.
No. He's not a woke guy because a lot of wokeness comes out of Canada. So it's like he doesn't seem like to be a woke guy to me. So.
A lot of wokeness comes out of Canada. I think per capita, the United States has a lot more wokeness than Canada does.
Listen, bro, I live in California, man. I live in the belly of the beast.
The wokeness capital of the world, right there.
That's okay. He's gonna come here to the Central Texas area where it's like half a step down on the woke scale pretty soon. So
Yeah, I think they feel the pressure, like the walls for the red on the outside of their little domicile. Their little like dome.
Well, Texas sounds like the place for me. Red meat, beer, barbecue. I am there, brother.
Dude,
cigars.
Matt can speak.
Mexican food.
Matt can speak to the barbecue that I took him to last time he was here.
Yeah, I know. I'm jealous.
So
I feel jealous there. That sounds like
I was looking at that menu, Jake D. I got to drive down there just to go to that restaurant.
Yeah, man.
Dude.
I have a good buddy.
Time and place, brother.
I have a good buddy of mine.
I will be in touch.
I have a good buddy of mine who's a colonel. He flies an F-18. I was bugging him there actually a short time ago. We were talking about that. I said, dude, man, how about we go down to Texas for some barbecue? We can take the F-18 down. And
you'd be in a half hour.
Yeah. It'd be like 15 minutes, right? Yeah. It'd be like,
you only need one mid-air refueling.
That's right. I'll call up my buddies in the Air Force down there and say, "Hey, we need a mid-air refueling for our way down to Texas to have some barbecue."
Thoth, if you make it here, I'll buy dinner for you and Lady Thoth, brother.
Oh, I appreciate that. And if you come up here, it's a lobster dinner for you, brother.
Hey,
Lady Thoth, Jesus Christ.
She's actually around the corner giving me the eye there, so she's
I meant
Which
Lord
eye? If she's giving you the eye, why are you on the stream?
Because I'm enjoying myself after a stressful week.
I meant Lord Thoth. What do you think about
Hey, you're laughing a bit too hard there, brother.
I want to get to Eilington Girl's comment.
Lord Thoth.
What do you think of this, sir? What do you think of what this young lady has said? I have no idea what was up with the casting, and she's referring to Momoa.
Duncan, Idaho, isn't he? Isn't he Duncan, Idaho?
I don't fucking know. I never read it.
I think he was cast as Duncan, Idaho, who is probably the best character in the Dune series from beginning to Chapter House Dune, which is the end. Like he is the he is a swords master of the Ginaz. So he is a incredible warrior. He is the ultimate warrior, and he is sworn to serve House Atreides until the end. And what happens is he keeps dying and keeps getting spoilers, by the way, for a 40-year-old book. But he keeps getting killed, or he keeps dying over thousands of years, and keeps getting brought back by Leto Atreides, Leto 2 Atreides, which is
so if he's
Paul's son.
I don't know anything about the book, but it's like if he is a warrior, ultimate warrior, like WWF, that like
that's what I was thinking about too.
Yeah, he is, man.
But that's pretty good casting. Like I would cast Momoa as a warrior. What's wrong with that?
The way he's described in the book, it's hard to picture Momoa as that character. I mean, he's a great actor, I guess. I think he's more there for eye candy than he is for acting. But I
can speak for my girlfriend, and I can tell you, she's a fan of shirtless Jason Momoa.
Well, I'm not.
I thought he was super badass as Khal Drogo, dude. I thought he was super badass. Like
I thought he was great.
Yeah, that's not a bad casting, actually. That's not a bad casting. I just don't see him as Duncan, Idaho.
Who played Duncan, Idaho in the first movie?
Let's drop him in as Conan, man. He can do Conan the Barbarian all day long. Give me Momoa as Conan. I'm all over.
Yeah, but they did that, didn't it? Suck. Didn't they do that? Oh, that wasn't him? Was it him or not?
There hasn't been anything Conan on screen for a while.
I'm roboting. I think I'm lagging. You guys just vamp. I don't know. I hear everyone coming in through as a robot.
You know, the funny thing is, the rest of us can hear you fine, Matt.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, originally, back in the original Dune, it was Richard Jordan. So he's got some. He was a bit part player, right? He played a lot of TV show stuff, Captain and the Kings, The Equalizer, that kind of stuff. So
exactly,
he was a pretty straightforward actor. But as he was
wait, he's the Shaniqualizer? Queen
Latifah? No, the real
Equalizer. Now he's deceased. Now he died about 20 years ago, if I remember correctly. But he was he was a pretty good bit player. Like he did a lot of westerns. He did a lot of that kind of stuff in the 70s and 80s. So Yeah, he was a really good actor, and unfortunately, in the TV or in the original movie, he had a lot of his parts were kind of cut a bit, but he was kind of the cerebral swords master. He's kind of the think about him as a chess master, right? So
the chess master.
Yeah, as in 2 S's, not a T, bro.
I heard a T, man. I'm sorry.
or a kendo sensei that's gotten so good that he spends most of his time talking about the philosophy of swordsmanship rather than the practice of.
Now, Lord Thoth. Lord Thoth, is there something you need to tell us about the chest?
What?
BC Cup.
See? That's what I'm talking about right there, Islington girl.
Yeah. I think it's Islington, but yeah.
There is a lot of chest master. As in the
also,
chest.
Don't forget you got fucking Cable in there too. What's his name? Thanos?
Brolin.
Come on, man. What the fuck has Josh Brolin ever done that sucked? That guy rules.
Dude, I mean, he's
in like everything.
Goonies. I mean, come on.
I know, but he's so good. To me, he's like one of the most underrated actors ever. Like everything he ever does crushes, and it's like
he's playing Gurney Halleck, right? It's Gurney Halleck, isn't it? So Gurney Halleck was played by Patrick Stewart in the original one.
Mm-hmm. I like Stewart as Gurney.
It's kind of fucking weird, and apparently it's not that faithful of an adaptation. So, like, I don't know if that's the best like parallel, right?
Good point. Yep, it isn't a great adaptation.
And it's David Lynch. That guy's out of his fucking mind.
The TV series is a lot better, actually.
I never watched that. I always saw that.
No, I didn't either.
Yeah, the first movie, I read the first book and watched the movie and went, what?
Yeah,
literally.
Yeah.
I mean, I recognize names.
Yeah.
When is Dune hitting HBO Max?
That's a great. I don't think it's been announced.
I'll look it up. October.
I do want to see.
I think it's October. I think it's the beginning of October.
For fuck's sake.
I'm going to Google this.
Okay.
October 1st, I think, is what I heard. See, I'm a Dune fanatic, so I'm kind of up to date with the Dune stuff.
Yep.
Well, hey, man,
October 1. Yes.
That's some juicy fodder for a YouTube channel, Lord Thoth. You know what I mean? I'm saying.
Absolutely. I think. What's her name? Cookies. Baked Cookies or whatever her name is. I forget. There is a YouTuber. It's actually Nerd Cookies. That's
Nerd Cookies.
She's been doing some stuff. Yeah,
she's great. I've never seen her face, but she's the cutest voice. I just adore.
Well, that's all you need, right?
Do you need us to arrange a meeting, man?
Oh my god! If you guys could pull that off,
turn the lights out. That's all. You're good to go. Turn the lights out.
I would just like to stream with her. I just think she's adorable. I'm a fan.
Yeah, Nerd Cookies is really good. I'm a member, but I watch your videos when I can. But oh my goodness, there are so many channels out there to follow nowadays, guys.
There are.
Oh my god, it's insane! I can't believe anyone's here watching me at all.
So I was working today, and I'm sitting here. I have my computer going at the same time, and I'm listening. And from 7 o'clock this morning until right now, there was somebody streaming that I follow all day. It's just crazy.
Yeah,
you've got Loki in the morning. You've got Loki in the morning. You've got the Valkyries. You've got Noel. You've got the TARDIS Stone. You've got Culture Casino. There's
Nina Infinity.
Nina Infinity. I'm forgetting somebody.
Lorena Creel.
Lorena Creel, exactly.
Yeah.
Who I was thinking of. You've got, and then of course you've got Gary and FNT, and you've got Doomcock, and then, I mean,
then
it's
us.
crazy. And then us.
Come on, we're on there, right?
I know, right? And then right. way down on the list is you bums. Yeah.
Well, we saved the best for last. What can you say?
Hey, Jake was
great.
doing
That's great.
Gary's recommended channel of the week last week. So, come on, man. I feel like you need like the laurels, like on your channel.
I'm so
cool, man.
I'm surprised he came down to our level there. I mean, his ego must be floating above his house. It's pretty awesome.
You need to license. You need to license Gary's new icon with laurels framing it and put, nerdrotic seal of approval like the Good Housekeeping and stick it in the corner of your channel there.
Yeah.
Oh
yeah, he's replaced your icon. That's what it is now.
Yeah, just get rid of just put the nerdrotic with the laurels. Yeah.
Fucking
approved. Nerdrotic approved.
It's such a dildo. There's already enough estrogen on the panel, Matt. No need for nerd cookies. Fucking hilarious, this guy. It's so goddamn funny.
That dude is. Well, I don't even know if I should say, dude.
Hey, Grant,
dildo's fucking great.
I know, guy's hilarious. Grant, I take hormones. This isn't natural.
Yeah, we're intersectional. It's the intersectional lounge.
We're all progressive. You don't know. Don't assume my gender. You know what? I was curious. I don't know how big you guys are into like anime and stuff like that, but Grin says this: if he could live in a world with no live action manga or anime remakes, he would. Can you guys think of any that worked?
Live action?
Yeah. Do you mean live action anime?
That's what it says. Yeah.
Like the Avatar or the Dragon
Akira?
Ball or the
a live action Akira.
Live action Akira. Oh, what a crime! It's actually
it was okay. I think I liked Space Battleship Yamato. Didn't do too bad, which is Star Blazers to North American people. It's really kind of pushing it for a manga anime. It's really that was pretty good, but that was also from the cartoon from the 70s/80s too. But there's a lot of that. I mean, I'm a big Star Blazers fan, but
you know
that
what
went live action.
You know what they've never done that could be cool? Not today, but like 5 years from now when the woke shit's in the past, right?
Good luck with that.
That is so optimistic.
Fucking Robotech. Robotech could be really cool in live action given today's technology. Robotech could be badass.
I have every book, every novel, every role-playing game supplement, every video, every episode of Robotech, every single Macross Plus.
Yeah.
I absolutely love Macross and Robotech. Yes.
It looks like Gundam. I don't know what
Gundam's completely different, and Gundam's pretty good too.
I would love Gundam.
Yeah,
Robotech
Ghost in the Shell is another good one.
Love Robotech.
Ghost in the Shell is good, but the live action sucked.
You want to know something pretty funny about the live action? Is like I almost wish the Wokies would have gotten to that casting because her not being Japanese made that movie like.
Well, Scarlett Johansson was terrible for that role.
Yeah, I mean, yeah,
I love me some ScarJo.
That was a bad mix, and that movie was a mess. But go ahead, I didn't mean to cut you off.
No,
man. We've been talking a lot. You've been pretty quiet over there.
It's all good, man. I was gonna say, because of that movie was so controversial because of the casting. I like walked in just expecting it to be utter garbage, and I was like, oh well, I mean, this isn't that bad. I mean, it's not the anime. Like the anime is one of my favorite animes of all time, obviously. And it was like they just got it wrong, but it was like, I mean, there were some interesting visuals. It didn't to me, it didn't suck balls, but I also had absolutely no expectations for it to be anything close to the anime. So, you know, I mean, it was like, all right. I mean, it wasn't a waste of my time, but
I
there's
saw
an
it for free,
interesting thing there. Like, I think Hollywood, they always get it wrong, and they're so dumb. They're so stupid. Like they always have such an easy, just like spike over the net, like, you know, point, and they blow it every time. It's like, just cast an Asian guy, you fucking idiots. But I also saw this interesting thing about manga and like Japan and how people consume it. And they were just saying like, if she was Asian, it wouldn't be manga. Like it was something like, but this is from Japan, and this isn't my opinion. I'm just saying it's something that was like an interesting addition to the conversation. That it was like they don't look at these characters as Japanese, so it's like it wasn't an insult to them that the casting wasn't Japanese because in their mind the character isn't. Like I don't know what that. I don't know if that was just some random people or not even if I got that wrong. But it was
her name is
I know,
Japanese, so I can't pronounce it. Kiyosaki. I keep fucking it up. I'm not as big of a Ghost in the Shell fan as everyone else, even though I love the anime.
I don't even know that much about manga, but I do know that like most manga and anime was influenced by Western animators. Like that's where it came from. So I think a lot of their style came from Western stuff. That's why like Speed Racer and stuff from like the 80s and shit, like it looked like Western people and like a Japanese style. Do you know what I mean? So like I don't know if there's any validity to that, but I was just like, that's interesting. That's an interesting addition to this conversation.
Kusanagi.
And that's why Altered Carbon, I think, failed. Ultimately, I think the first season was really good.
It was.
Alita Battle Angel was the answer.
Alita Battle Angel is another one. Like, there's a lot of things there that have been adapted okay. Altered Carbon was good for the first season. Second season,
okay.
It was
they
just
fucked
awful.
up some big stuff though. Like making the envoys these like revolutionaries was really annoying to me. I didn't like that at all. Like, they were just super soldiers. They didn't have like some cause led by this girl. Who the hell is this Like they definitely threw some like modern woke stuff in there that was like, oh, gross. And then like I don't remember. Go ahead.
I love the idea though, the skin sheet, like to be able to move into a different body.
Oh, did you read the book? Sorry, did you read the books?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, much better. Much better than the show. Oh yes, big time. Yeah, and I have the role playing games down on my shelf too. Weren't we gonna do a gaming channel sometime?
Yeah, dude, we're talking next. As soon as we're talking about this because my buddy just won't commit, won't pull the trigger. So, dude, let's do it.
I was in the Kickstarter for that Altered Carbon role playing game just because I wanted to see their version of it as well as what is in the books and what was in the show and what's out there, and that is just such an untapped source of great creativity. That's just, it's awesome, and it can be completely diverse. You don't have to worry about who's the lead. I think that was what was great about the show is you can just slip into a new skin and you're good to go.
Well, you know what? I mean, I guess I could kind of, no, you're right. And the one thing that
Godzillionaire is right. They tried to combine book 2 and 3 together and it failed because they tried to shove a ton of stuff into like a handful of episodes and it just didn't work.
Well, didn't the books, it's been a long time since like I've, I read the book, but wasn't like body mods like a big part of that world building?
Yep.
And they
absolutely.
And they left that out completely, and I was like,
Well, it was very much a cyberpunk kind of theme, right? That's what it's based on. It's a cyberpunk, futuristic, kind of, well, not post-apocalyptic, but dark kind of future. But it's all about corporations controlling everything. And
oh shit! Oh fuck!
What?
I just put Godzillionaire in timeout, and I didn't mean to. Oh, can I undo that?
No.
Just a sec. Oh no, I'm not a mod. I can't.
I tried. You're not a mod?
No.
I'm a mod. There's no option. It's just put user in timeout. There's no
StreamYards thing. Dude, I'm so sorry, Godzillionaire. I didn't mean to do that at all. I meant to put your your thing in the chat and then it moved. Dude, I'm so sorry. Oh fuck.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Cowball. If you there is no way to undo a timeout. If you do it again, you'll add another 3 minutes.
I'm so sorry, Godzillionaire. I didn't mean to do that at all, bro. Oh fuck. Well, I guess get your shots in on Godzilla. I'm sorry.
CIA did it.
Yeah, I'm still gray. I'm not blue there. So
I'll take care of that right now, Lord.
But I think that I know that we're kind of dominating this by manga and stuff, but I could talk about this stuff for hours, guys. I'm sorry, but I know we got earlier. There was a couple of things that somebody mentioned about Robotech too, and I know Jake D's a big Robotech fan. It sounds like, man, that's a stream itself that we could talk. Not only from the Macross and Macross Plus stuff, but it's several different series too. So you have Robotech, the Macross saga. You've got the Southern Cross, which is the Masters, that whole section of the Masters genre from anime. Then you have New Generation, which is It's hard. I had to actually pause for a minute because I was going to say Next Generation. Then I was like, then that's not Star Trek. It's New Generation, which is Scott Bernard and his ragtag group that tries to go back to to defeat the Invid that have taken over Earth. And then there's, of course, there's a whole bunch of great stories in there that I would love to see a live action. Rick Hunter, Lisa Hayes, Min May, and it's diverse. It's a completely diverse cast.
Oh, yeah.
The problem with that is that it's such an 70s, 80s. It's an 80s cartoon, right? And so it's really hard to bring that back into this kind of genre without ruining it, like they have for most of the genre.
Hey, let me ask you.
Grin, I agree with you, man.
Oh, what did he say?
He said, anytime, man, I love manga.
Yeah, well, since we're on the subject, have you ever, because I never, Jake, sorry. Jake asked what happened to Godzillionaire's comments. I accidentally muted him for 5 minutes. I put him in timeout. I did not mean to. I literally meant to put his comment in the stream, and I clicked the little 3 dots that like said put user in timeout. Like no, and you can't.
I promise not to say drape ever again. I promise.
I'm so sorry. Grin said, "I never thought you'd fall in and start to censor us." Well, you know what? Watch yourself. How about that, Grin? Huh? I won't have to. Right? No,
it's a much simpler explanation, Sentient Dildo and Grid Akuma. It's just he boomered it.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, I may have drunked it, you know.
Never ascribe to malice what could be adequately displayed by a boomer.
By ignorance, yeah. Matt sold out, man. Yeah, his fame's gotten in my head.
Bending the knee.
I wanted to ask you thoughts since we're on the manga thing and we're doing it, and I think Grin likes it. Did you ever? I came across the movie like when I was doing research for a thing I was writing, but it was a fucking really interesting world. Blame? Do you know Blame?
I do not.
Blame, as in BLAME?
Yeah, that's what it's fucking called. And it's a really interesting world. So the movie was good. It was just written really weirdly because it was done like you're introduced to these kids here, right? Okay, so the world, it's like in the super future, and there's like this machine that's just kind of keeps building and like I guess somewhere back in history, like it identified humans as like the enemy. So like humans live underground, like in these little pockets where the machine isn't, but it just keeps building. And there's like layers and layers and layers on Earth. It's just like this gigantic like superstructure. And so the movie starts off with these kids going to get water, and they've got these really cool like armor on, like these little things are like cameras. They have to do all these like slick movements or whatever. And it was like pretty interesting. And then they discover this guy. And I guess this guy was like the hero of the manga. But if you didn't know that, he just kind of comes out of nowhere and takes over the story. So it was kind of weird. So like tonally, the whole thing just kind of falls in on itself. But it was a really interesting world that was there. So I know Blame. You did me.
Huh.
Yeah.
That's
That's
a Netflix thing. I missed that. I haven't seen that. No. I'll have to check that. That's on Netflix.
Yeah, it was like it wasn't an amazing movie, but it was such an interesting concept. Like I really liked it, and I was really into like the first like 30 minutes. It was really cool. But I know apparently it's a huge manga, so I don't know. I didn't know anything about it. I wasn't sure if maybe
you want to know something to link up what we were talking about. We were asking, well, what do we do about when they do all this crazy stuff what they're doing with Superman? This is what we do. We talk. Another thing we do. We talk about the alternatives. I'm not really into as much anime and manga as I was when I was younger, but this. It's like it's so much anime and manga, and that is what is the hottest thing. My brother tells me about it, and he's more well, he's a little less normie than that. He's actually not normie. I shouldn't even call him normie. But you know what I mean? Like everybody is talking about manga. You guys are every day, every stream, somebody is recommending a different manga. That's where all the creativity is. It's just not here.
Yeah,
it's not going to come from the American entertainment industry.
My
it's still out there.
12-year-old is into My Hero Academia
Yeah.
Of
like
course.
nothing else. She loves that.
My comic
Yeah.
shop has been talking about. He's like, "Tim, man, I know that we like the floppies and we like the regular comic books, but let me tell you what's really selling right now." And you just said it, Jake D.
I'll never forget, and I tell this story all the time. It's becoming old. It's almost like Gary's comic shop. When I was getting my mask, the mesh for my mask, I went to Walmart. Cute younger girl asked, "What do I need mesh for?" or whatever. And I said, "Oh, I was doing like a Batman cosplay." She said, "Oh yeah, I want to do My Hero Academia cosplay." Start talking about the manga, not just the anime, but the anime and the manga. So when they talk about, oh, we want women to buy comics and women to buy things, they are buying comics. They're called manga. This is what they're buying.
There's
And they're
I
interested in
watch
that.
I watch a podcast, Bad Friends, with Bobby Lee and Andrew Santino, and it's really funny. And like mostly not like there's very very little like Hollywood or wokeness in there. It's like 3%. Every once in a while it shows up. But for the most part, it's really enjoyable. Just two guys joking around. But there's a girl on the show that. So Bobby Lee is this like short, fat Korean comedian, but he's got this smoking hot Filipino girlfriend, and I guess her cousin's from the Philippines. Her name's her nickname's Rudy. I forgot what her real name is, but she is like obsessed with manga and anime. Obsessed. That's all she consumes. And that's it. That's
Yeah, and
I mean, that should tell us something. It really should.
Because I've noticed that too. Like, we've said, a lot of this stuff isn't for women, and a lot of stuff isn't for women. But when it comes to like manga and anime, girls love manga and anime. There's like in a higher rate than you see for comics, and even traditionally I've seen for comics, even when they were more popular. So it's very ironic that they're always trying to get all these different audiences, and they are gravitating towards manga. My Hero Academia, and that's not the only one. There's tons of manga that, and I say girls, it's not like it's just girls. It's just like they're getting the widest audience. They're getting the widest audience. They're the most mainstream. Honestly, My Hero Academia as a book is more mainstream than Superman right now.
If you talk about sales,
yeah, and it's not even close.
No,
or Demon Slayer. Or any of these animes.
Night and day. It's to your point, it's not even close. The manga is outselling even your tentpole books like Superman. It's not even fucking close.
And it's been like this almost a decade, if not a whole decade. You know what I mean? This isn't even new. This has been going on for a while.
Yeah.
At least the past 5 or 6 years, but almost a whole decade of complete domination. And this is how we talk about, you keep ruining your comics, keep ruining your characters, keep woken up, make Superman, go full woke, make him, what the problem is? Make Superman a trans woman of color. Obviously, that's the only way to do it. Go ahead.
Dude, if you really believe in intersectionalism, fucking do it. Don't hold back. Fucking do it.
Hey, Grin, do that, man. Do that, Grin.
Yes.
I'll be there. I'll be there. Any help you need, brother, you just let me know. And if you want to talk about manga and anime, I'll be there.
Yeah, fucking do it, dude. First of all, you're hilarious. Secondly, it's like this. We don't know what's going to be the future of content. Like, eventually, they might realize that like spending $150 million on a movie is fucking stupid. You know what I mean? Like 2 hours spent watching something is 2 hours spent watching something. Like if they can get eyes on, we like. My point is, we don't know what the future looks like. So like this could be where most eyes go. Could be YouTube. Could be stuff like this.
So it already is.
Exactly. So if you want to do it, do it. And like, I encourage that 100%. I think and you're funny. I mean, at least you can type funny. Who knows if you can speak funny?
Yeah. Even if you just type funny, look what Memeology did. And honestly, when you talk about anime and manga, you'll probably have more subs than us faster because that's a hotter topic. Seriously, because more people care about that.
Do it, dude. It's fun, man. It's really fun.
I think that what's going on with anime and what's going on with manga and what's going on with the North American comic book industry. And when I say that, I mean DC, Marvel, Dark Horse, blah, blah, blah. I think that what's going on is they've really lost sight of how to market their product. And what's going on is with manga and anime, they've really targeted their audience correctly. So you're targeting the young, hip, new audience. So we're talking kids when I say that in air quotes, obviously, young people. So you're talking teenagers, early 20s. Those are the young, hip people that they want a certain type of entertainment. And what's going on with DC and Marvel is they're really targeting to us old folks. And they're not even doing that correct because they're trying to split the audience. They're trying to go for the young, new, hip crowd, diverse crowd. But they're forgetting that what got them there was the older crowd. And those people are leaving. So when you don't have the old crowd and you don't have the young crowd, what's going to happen? Manga and anime, when they target the correct audience in the correct way, are going to get the lion's share of the market. And that's what's going on.
Guys, let's say hi to Draco. Draco Argento.
Hey, Draco.
Hey, Draco.
Hail, sir.
Yo, Draco.
Man, good to see you. Yeah, dude, I like that perspective a lot. I think that's like fucking right on, man. Right on. Grin's saying, can I plug myself a bit for drawings too? If any of you guys want logos and thumbnails, etc., I did my own thumb, so that's my style. That's pretty fucking cool, man. Hey, you know what? I know that me and Vidge's show, we were talking about like getting some art done for like the Culture Crime Fighters. So might be hitting you up about that, man.
Dude. I mean,
that show you guys do is great.
Thanks.
Love it,
Jake.
Thanks.
I love it.
Yeah. So all right, we're talking about anime. Let's keep going with it. So here's the thing. I enjoy what I really like about anime is the world building. What I don't enjoy is the storytelling. Like, I don't like them explaining to me what the characters are thinking and like over explaining the plot of the story while it's going on. That drives me fucking crazy. It's like, but if I don't do this, then my honor won't be met and we won't be able. It's like, I know what the stakes are. I'm watching the thing, man. You don't need to explain it to me. That stuff always irks me. Like, they would do that or they would drag out storylines. Like, I got really into Attack on Titan, but by like season 3 or 4, like all of a sudden this new group of guys just appears in the town that you never knew about. And they were the bad. You're like, fuck you. They were not there. This whole fucking city got destroyed like 7 times. You just dragging this out. Tell me where the fucking Titans are from already. Right? It's stuff like that just kind of irks me. So, but the things like the ones I like, I love. Like I haven't seen all of Miyazaki, but I adore Mononoke and what's the other one? The Flying Girl, Nausicaa of the Valley of the Wind. I really like that one. Akira, as we were talking about, Ghost in the Shell. You know, the staples, but those are so good. So, like, what should I watch?
Fair question.
Was that a rhetorical question?
Honestly, I don't know either because I'm a
legitimate, like, what? Please,
I'm a complete normie. Like I saw Cowboy. Listen, when I grew up, I was an anime. I saw Cowboy Bebop.
Oh,
Cowboy Bebop. But you know, it wasn't just that. It wasn't just that. You know what? Gundam Wing was my favorite anime. I adore Gundam Wing. I adored it. I even made the model kits, not the glue ones, but they had the like almost Lego like Gundams, and I made those. And I love those. And I was like addicted to those as a kid. I really enjoyed Gundam Wing. And I was also a fan of Trigun, Vasher Stampede. I really like that way that story was told. Because this is just the stuff that was on Toonami. And what was I mean, obviously Dragon Ball Z, but you know, Dragon Ball Z, except from what you just talked about as far as damn dragging out. Oh my God. They drag stuff out. And they continue to.
It's so manipulative. Like, I just don't get, like, I don't know. Like, so that's where it's like, what was that? There was like a Japanese Pixar movie, Kubo or some shit like that. And like
yes. Yep.
Like the storytelling was so all over the place. I was like, listen, man, like I'm not saying you have to write things the way that, you know, like I'm comfortable with, but the 3-act structure works for a reason. Like, I don't know why, like, I just, it's so quirky, but like not in an appealing way at times. I'm like, what story are you trying to tell me? Like, what was the journey of this character? Like, I don't know. Like I said, it could just be foreign culture to me, but that's why I just don't find it all that appealing at times. But I want to like it. I really, really do, because the world building is so fascinating to me.
Well, we can go into like a top 10 anime shows / movies kind of thing, but that's going to go down quite the rabbit hole. I mean,
if it's boring, whatever. We got 5 hours.
Robotech was a good intro because it's very it doesn't have the subtitles, right? It's very English. It's all English dubbed, English voices. That's a very basic one. Star Blazer, same thing. There's a lot of that Japanese animation that came in the 80s. But
there was another one that the Islington girl mentioned, which was I think that's who it was a Vampire Hunter D.
Of course.
Loved that.
Vampire Hunter D is amazing.
It is great, actually.
I
loved
love
it.
Vampire Hunter D. I was referencing that to a friend. He'd never even heard of it. And I was like disappointed. I was like, oh man, am I old? But it was so cool. Like that weird long sword. Because it's dope. Because it's like super future, but it's also like old medieval shit. And there's like vampires and monsters. Dude, Vampire Hunter D rules.
Oh, it's so good. V-Dub, if you haven't seen that, man, highly recommend it.
Yeah.
Highly recommend.
The gore in that is so much fun. Like, and then it's like, vampire, the Islington girl says, read the books. Vampire Hunter D books are cool. And you were just saying you don't like comic books like a minute ago. So interesting. Okay.
So I'm going to say one of my true loves when it comes to anime and old 80s sci-fi / anime kind of TV shows. Captain Harlock, Space Pirate Captain Harlock. It was one of the things that I loved as a kid, as a young man. Queen Emeraldus. You have it's amazing, fun.
Captain Harlock, it's called.
Yes, Captain Harlock. So I have the figures, I have the statues downstairs. I absolutely love it. So that's one of those ones that I would recommend in my top 5 right there.
Okay.
So if you Google it, it's great. There's books, there's comics, there's anime. There's a ton of it out there. Captain Harlock.
Oh jeez. Grin just threw some stuff at me hard. I'm gonna have to write these down. Perfect Blue, Angel Cop, Crying Freeman.
Yes.
Elfin Lied, Helsing.
Oh, there's one I haven't watched. Elfin Lied. I don't know that one.
You just
Helsing, obviously.
Off.
Oh, there's one. I'll have to Google that one.
Oh, Fist of the North Star, Grinakuma mentioned. Yeah, that's
Oh, of course, Fist of the North Star.
Yeah.
I don't know about that one, man. That's one of those ones where I was like, I think this sucks. Like, I just thought it was ridiculous.
Well, it's over the top. It's one of those over the top storylines, right?
You know what's interesting about Fist of the North Star, though, besides nothing? No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, but seriously, it's actually one of the top 10 of all IPs, fictional franchises. It's one of the top 10 highest grossing of all time.
Really?
Worldwide. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I found that because I was like trying to figure out what the hell was the appeal. Like I watched that movie and I was like, that sucked. Like what's
Ninja Scroll? Never got into Ninja Scroll, Grin. I've never really been a big fan of Ninja Scroll.
I like Ninja Scroll a lot. I think Ninja Scroll.
You want to know an anime I thought sucked? Speaking of which, that people love, Fooly Cooley. I think that's the most trash anime of all time.
I don't know.
Not the most. It's. I don't know what it is either. I guess it's about like.
No, I mean I've never even heard of it. I'm not saying like
it's FLCL or Fooly Cooley. It was an anime. It's an anime. I guess it has a cult like following, and it's trash. So you're not knowing what it is. It's probably better. You're better off not knowing.
And by the way,
it is something that people like.
Sentient Dildo got excited at the idea of a fist there, so I don't know what we want to read into that or not.
I don't know if I want to.
He is a sentient dildo, so a fist.
I don't want to see Sentient Dildo excited. That kind of scares me a bit. It's funny. I think you guys started talking about anime and manga because you wanted to get me off my rant on Superman, didn't you? Is that what
no,
happened?
I authentically wanted to have this conversation because like I really do want to get into it. And to the chat, I am writing down all of your recommendations, to be completely honest. I'm copying and pasting them out of the chat right now. So it won't go it's not gonna go unnoticed. So thank you.
Discord them to me because I'm starting to get a little bit tipsy. I don't know if I have the coherence to copy and paste.
Yes, please, pretty please create a pinned note with these names.
I think I was there on my Superman rant. I was already tipsy.
I'm so stupid. I set up my Stream Elements thing and I didn't even launch it. Oh my
Whoops!
God. I boomered the whole thing. I'm a fool.
I've been boomered.
Wait, Matt, did you just delete Henry Sherman too, man? Come on.
No. Oh, God. I honestly thought I did.
I'll get Odin here on the cell phone here, and he can tell you all about being a boomer.
No, Henry did that. Henry did that.
Henry too. Yeah. I know that he has that great voice. He's like when he does the boomer voice on Friday Night Tights. Man, he's good.
I can't do it.
I want to highlight
man voice.
I don't know.
Yes, we can do that.
I meant to do it, man. I didn't know what happened. Yeah.
That was a cacophony.
What does
of
these
old
three buttons
voices
do next to the comment in the chat? Let me see. Oh dear. Oh no. He's disappeared for 3 minutes.
And there's the button.
I want to highlight, but now he's gone. Oh dear.
Yeah, Odin's pretty good at that.
Hey, so let me I'm not bringing up this topic only because it's a shameless plug and my videos got over 1,000 views. And that's not why I'm bringing this up. Did you guys see the Bill Burr kind of response to Gina's
Loved
thing?
it.
Yeah, I did see that.
Congrats on the 1,000 views. I saw it when it was early. I didn't see that you got 1,000. Dope.
Yeah, honestly, it might be higher than that. It was doing really well before.
But I thought it would because it's a good video.
Me too. I was kind of like, why does this have 1 million views? Like, I don't really generally care, but I was just like, I mean, I care obviously, but I don't get like, I'm not entitled about it. But I'm like, this is sort of breaking news. How come this isn't? Oh yeah, it's got over 2,000. So that's pretty fun.
Hey, there you go.
There we go. So what do you guys think?
Go
ahead.
You're up, V-Dub.
Okay, your video, because I talked about it. I came in with a head of steam after watching the Patrice O'Neal documentary and kind of linked it up to with the Gina thing and kind of came up with my own interpretation of Bill Burr. And you know what I'm gonna do? I'm going to admit I was just flat out wrong. When I watched that video, a lot of things clicked into place in my head. One, in a short reference to the Patrice O'Neal documentary, he was just he probably just put in money to a documentary that wasn't that good. It was good, but like it was just a generic documentary. As far as the Gina thing, though, I realized how much fear he had, and I thought because of his lockdown, he hasn't been able to do stand up. You know what I mean? That is his revenue stream normally. Yeah. So more for the first time in a long time, he sort of does have to play the game, even though he's not. I mean, you heard what Gina was making. $25K an episode. I'm sure he's not pulling that much. He only did 1 or 2 episodes a season, but still, I'm sure he's. But at the same time, I definitely felt like what his point was. What I felt, especially between, and I can't remember everybody else who was on the show in that clip that you had in your video, the great video that you need to check out if you haven't already. You can tell by the cast and just how everyone thought that they knew this was BS because the guy brought up like, okay, other people have said the same thing as far as the comparisons to certain leaders, to certain other leaders from the 1940s. So it's like, if you can do that, how come what she said was so wrong? And that was the point they brought up. And then, I just think Bill Burr, he didn't have a great, direct response, but I realized, you know what? It's not for me to tell Bill Burr to fuck up his money. It's just not. Yeah. And I don't like being in a position to do that. And it's anyone, oh, well, you have the money. Like, no. And then even people who will say Jon Favreau, he should he has to think about the cast and crew. He has to think about a lot of things. So
you also have like financial commitments, man. Like, I'm not saying that defends why they do the things they do. I mean, I'm not saying, but it's like, if you have got like, okay, I've built my like mortgage and all my other payments around this projected income, and I'm just going to throw that into the wind, that does fuck up your life. Like, I'm not saying, I don't know anyone's financial situation, but that is a legitimate point.
Yeah, I think Dan made a good point where when he said that he was terrified and he let the guy on the bottom scrn say everything for him.
Absolutely.
Because
maybe
that
he wrote it for him.
Dude, that is what I watched. I mean, it was V-Dub, to your point, it was almost like he gave him those lines to say. I mean, Burr clearly agreed with the guy. He I don't want to say he was unambiguous in his agreement, because I mean, I guess he wasn't necessarily repeating everything that he said, but I mean, I got the impression he was agreeing with 100% of what the dude in the bottom was saying, right? When I saw the video you put together there, Matt, it's like, wow, okay, yeah, Burr is not cool with this shit. And his basic take seemed to be that cancel culture was fucked up, that there was a double standard, but yeah, Henry, exactly. He was holding back. He was not going hard on the statement. And Matt, to your point, what could be causing that could be any number of things we don't know about, but he definitely agreed with the dude, but he soft pedaled it.
Well, let me say this. I didn't, Matt. I'm going to watch your video. I haven't seen it yet. I did see it pop up in my feed. I haven't seen it.
No, I'm just kidding.
Drunk with power.
I'll say this. I've seen bits of Bill Burr's responses to this prior to, I think, the situation that you made your video on. Maybe I saw clips out of it somewhere. But I'll give this background. I've seen one or two of Bill's stand-up routines, and I know where he's from because I spent 30 years in Eastern Massachusetts. My first wife was a townie in the town next to the one he comes from. Okay, literally next door. So I know very well the area that I used to work in, the town that he's from. For Bill Burr to do the stand-up that he was doing is already an incredible risk for him compared to what, everybody he grew up with who would probably disown him and probably has disowned him. Most of the friends that he grew up with have probably walked away because of his stand-up routines. I am not kidding.
No, I'm just laughing at Sentient Dildos. No, your point is well met, but Sentient Dildos, like, Bill Burr's got enough problems with his woke wife. He don't need that
Absolutely.
smoke.
Yeah. But
he looks different since he got married. Like, it's a different vibe. He's
been with that woman for a long time, though.
True, but I mean, there's something about putting the ring on it that I feel like there's.
I agree. I said to you, man, I don't find him as interesting as I used to. I don't think he's got the same insight and takes. But here's the thing I will say about him not saying anything about Gina. Like, he's never said anything about anybody. He's never come out against a comic. He's never he's never come to the rescue of anyone who's like been canceled before. Like, I will say at least it's consistent. I think we all want him to like be the searing critic who like destroys this bullshit. But I don't know, like, my impression watching him like talk about it was that A, it's not his thing, and B, he just kind of looked like, I mean, it is what it is. I'm not going to stop, control, or change it. It's just the world we live in. I think that was his point of view. And I also think, like what I mentioned in the video too, is that we look at him like Burr. Like, he's an entity. It's like, I think he just thinks of himself as a guy telling dick jokes, like I think he just thinks it could all go away. He's worked at this for 35 years or whatever it is. And if he just, starts kicking the hornet's nest, that's his future. That's like his nest egg. That's the rest of his life that, could go down the drain. And I get that impression from a lot of these guys, a lot of these comics. I feel like they feel like the guns are pointed at them just as much as anyone else.
Now, hang on, Matt. Are you suggesting there's something wrong with being the guy telling dick jokes?
No, it's my favorite thing to do.
But Matt, my point was that he's been in the situation where if he steps over a line and he has to, that line is never painted for you on the ground.
Right.
It's not there. It's not physically there. But he's been tiptoeing up to that line all his life 100%. As a comedian. And that's got to be hard. Even if he wanted to, that would be a hard habit to break. That's all I'll say.
He still talks shit. It's not like he started doing like, hey, you know what's wacky? Men want the remote and women keep it. Like, it's not, he didn't like change who he is. I just think he hasn't changed who he is. Like, this is just, he's the same guy. Like, the big example to me was Opie and Anthony. Like, he was on that show over 100 times. And when Cumia got fired, he didn't say shit. And it's like, I wish he would. I wish he did. I wish he did stand up against that. I wish he would have gone on Cumia's show and like been like, this is bullshit what happened to you. But that's not really what he does. And like, for whatever his personal reasons are, those are his personal reasons. Like, I got the impression he really didn't even know what happened to Gina until DeRosa told him in that interview, on that podcast.
I wouldn't go that far. I mean, he may have came off that way, but I mean, there's no like, it was on SNL, even though SNL's trash. So it was something that's kind of gotten around. It's gotten into the mainstream.
Okay,
was this before then?
Well, no, this came out the other day. This came out like 2 days ago, but it was a two-part series, a two-part podcast, and the first episode came out a week ago, like a week before that one, and was probably filmed a few days before. So he probably that might have been him getting the news like the rest of us, or maybe like a day or two after.
Okay, I see what you're saying there.
I mean, still, it doesn't take him off. He hasn't said anything, but it's like, okay, that is a response. He does. To me, my impression is that he thinks cancel culture is bullshit, but I feel like he just feels like the sword of Damocles. I forgot who said that. It was Jared, my buddy Jared said that. It's like it's over his head as much as it is anyone else's.
I understand that. And Grenakuma brought up a point, not about us all being gay, but he said no one's Chappelle faced it.
Okay.
But no one's like Chappelle. Listen, Chappelle stared at the abyss and didn't blink. He had 50 million. He said, you know what? No.
He dove in.
And he dove in, and nobody else has that in them. That's just, we have to face that. We just have to face that. There's no one there there's no one in entertainment industry who has the balls to really stand up for anything.
Agreed, but that was 15 years ago. You know what I mean? Whenever that was, did Chappelle have a wife? Did he have kids? Did he have all these obligations? He did? He had children?
Yeah, he did. He had a wife and kids at the time.
Take it back.
He had wife because he had his wife and kids. His kids are grown now. He's had his wife, kids since like the 90s. He got married in the 90s. Yeah,
gay for all of us.
Hey, to be intersectional, man. I love you too, Grant. Yeah, we love you too.
And guys, billionaires give me credit for this sort of Damocles. Yeah, I wish I could take it. That was my buddy Jared. He's a filmmaker. I'm not that smart. That was his reference. I was just stealing it. Yeah, I mean, you know what? You're right, dude. And it's like, it's like what Patrice was saying in that documentary. It's like, you got to be willing to walk that righteous road. And it's like, you know, you got to be willing to walk away from money and gigs and stuff like that. And I don't know, maybe that's just not his prerogative. Like,
it was.
Not everybody's built like that.
Yeah. Hearing you guys talk about that documentary and just the general career of Patrice was really enlightening for me, because I mean, it's a name that I had heard, but I didn't know a lot about the guy. So listening to that stream that you guys did the other day and going through all this info about the guy for me, it was really enlightening. It's like, okay, right. Gotcha. Right. I mean, understand a lot more about the dude.
I should probably make that into clips because that would be the like YouTube friendly version of what to do.
No, that was fun. That was a fun conversation because I love that guy. So it was really cool. I mean, I feel like he would be the guy that would say shit. But dude, I swear, man, like I listen to a lot of stand-up comics and a lot of guys who are, you know, on the edge. They say like what on the edge of what you're supposed to say. I don't really hear any of them pointing the guns at Hollywood because I kind of think like, I mean, that was something that scared me starting this channel. Was like, what if this gets back to the people that I want a job from? You know, like that was the thing that scared me. I think that's kind of like in the back of their brains. They're like, as much as like this, I see what I see. I am still trying to get them to hire me on occasion.
There are a few in that sort of comic world who are not worried about those kind of things. One I'll call out, JP Sears.
Oh, that guy, yeah,
dude.
He's more of a YouTuber, though. To be fair,
I've seen him do stand up live, Matt.
No. I'm not saying he's not stand up. No. I'm not saying he's not stand up. What I mean is that just like it's like okay, there's a difference between like doing like comedy. You can do comedy anywhere, but if you're like also trying to get like a development deal from like he
don't give a fuck about that. Yeah,
that's my thing. No. It's like a lot of these comics, like they're still trying to work within the system a little bit. So they're trying to toe the line between like being honest and also not destroying every single business opportunity in Hollywood.
Well, I mean, JP Sears, his revenue stream, the majority of it, it's YouTube and Facebook Live. Right? Okay, he makes a few bucks once in a while when he does a stand-up show, but it's this platform we're on right here where Homeboy makes the majority of his money. And he's probably making more than most stand-up comics that are working the circuit and trying to get into Hollywood, to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, the dude's headlining Freedom Fest, for Christ's sake.
I don't know what that is.
It's a big small L libertarian get-together. I say small L intentionally, right?
Yeah.
And he's I mean, I love the guy. He's hysterical. I mean, the dude, he's the guy who, if you're not familiar with JP Sears, you may not know the name, but I guarantee you've seen him. He did the What If Meat Eaters Were Like Vegans video. I guarantee you've all seen that.
It's just a blonde guy with a ponytail.
Redhead
with a ponytail.
Yeah, almost strawberry blonde, but reddish.
Okay.
Reddish,
but
But to me, he's more like a YouTuber. He's more like a like one of the Jake Paul guys. You know what I mean? Where it's like, which is fine. Like obviously, I love doing it. I think it's great. You know, my favorite people are YouTubers right now. But it's just like there's just
you don't have to say that about me, man. That's all good.
No, I mean it. But it's just a different relationship. You know what I mean? Like if you have like a Hollywood manager and you have like commercial representation at WME or something, like if you have relationships inside of Hollywood, it's a little tougher to be like, fuck everyone in that system, because you'll just get dropped and that'll be the end of like, you might have scripts you sold that you're trying to get purchased. You might have contracts that like you have to honor. Like I think it's tough, and we are still like, it is still an extraordinarily powerful entity, this Hollywood thing. And like, they kind of operate like the church, like they sort of like, it's all internal. Like they all kind of respond in kind. Like they don't really, you know what I mean? There's not a lot of rogues in that town.
Everything dies though. Everything. And this is looking like the end. But this is literally looking like the beginning of the end in Hollywood in a very fundamental way.
Yeah.
It is not just the content that we've talking about. We've talked how bad the content is. This streaming service thing has still not shown itself to be economically viable for the long term, even for the leader, which is Netflix. And they have all their eggs in this basket while they're trying to destroy every single franchise.
Are we sure the leader is really Netflix?
Maybe Amazon right now. It could be Amazon.
I wouldn't say Amazon's the leader based on just streaming content. I mean, you'd have to argue with Netflix. Like Amazon might have more subs, but it doesn't mean like who knows what percentage of those people even look at Amazon's Prime Video.
A lot of Amazon is just for the shipping.
That's why I signed up originally.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
same here.
It was for the shipping stuff. It was like, wow, that's a great fucking deal. I get free 2-day shipping if I pay you $100 a year. Fuck yeah. Then 6 months later, Amazon Prime Video shows up. Oh, I guess I get this for what I already signed up for. Okay, cool.
They're so evil because it's so worth it.
I'm such a Bezos simp. Like
I hate him, but it's like, damn it.
I can't help it. There's a grocery store in my neighborhood that like is Amazon Fresh, and it's like I shop there now. Like I get everything I buy is from Amazon. I
had an Amazon Fresh delivered to my doorstep about 6 hours ago. I'm not going to pretend I didn't.
It's awesome.
You know,
some motherfuckers are just smarter than us, huh? You just got it.
Yeah, Bezos is one of them.
I'm not a Bezos guy, but I gotta just tip the cap to him and just
you can't. I mean, you can't
call it as what it is.
Why does Musk not have a streaming service and a fucking digital delivery platform? Because I would rather have his.
You know why?
He's too busy getting us to Mars, man.
Okay, yeah, I'll hitch your ride to Mars then. Okay,
hitch your ride.
I think that Mars thing has been his real goal, and he's just been doing everything else to fund that.
Yep. Yeah,
and he's just been like, he's just trying to fund that. Plus, he's face deep in like some really, really hot woman. Always has another hot woman.
I want to change. I want to change topics right now because you know what? I feel like I'm a considerate host, and I want to give my audience, you know, what they ask for. And for 2 weeks in a row, Grin Akuma has been asking us to talk about dog soldiers. And you know what? I don't want to keep him waiting. I want to shut him up. And I want to talk about.
He did bring up dog soldiers a couple times earlier.
He did. And I really felt bad last week because I did intend to get to it and it just didn't happen. And he's brought it up like 2 or 3 times. So I'm like, all right, this poor guy. Have you guys ever seen that movie?
I have not.
I have not.
Nope.
I do remember him mentioning it a couple weeks ago.
No, it's actually a pretty good movie. It's a Scottish werewolf movie.
That's off to a good start so far.
It's pretty dope, dude. What's his name? Critical Drinker covered it on his channel. It was one of his first videos that he did.
Really?
And yeah. Like I think it's one of his first, like, but well before his like, you know, meteoric rise to YouTube fame, where he's getting close to 1 million. He's getting close to 1 million subs. But it's about these like I think it's been a little while since I've seen it, but as I recall, it's like a platoon of soldiers in Scotland doing like maneuvers or like, you know, practice something like that, you know, like doing drills in like the woods, and then like out of nowhere, like this pack of werewolves like just starts picking them off one by one, and it becomes this like survival horror thing where they like have to try to, you know, outlive these vampires or werewolves. I keep calling them vampires, and they have to like. It's a pretty badass. They're British. Oh yeah, it's Scottish.
So, Grin Akuma, I've got bad news. So this is the Prime Video page for dog soldiers, and this video is currently unavailable to watch in the United States.
We got to get a VPN.
Yeah,
find out the region.
Some people have that.
I have a VPN, so I'm okay.
VPN.
Hey, since you did, they think I'm next to you right now. So,
oh, look at this, Henry Sherman. I just found dog soldiers on YouTube for free.
Really?
And it has a cast of actors that have been on multiple programs. Yeah, no, it's honestly pretty good. Like, and it's fairly low budget and small in scale, but it works. Like. The werewolves are pretty intimidating. They're pretty scary. Like it's and it also has like that, you know, that kind of trope of like where, you know, maybe someone's infected and you don't know when they're going to turn kind of thing. But it was pretty badass. It's a pretty badass film. I enjoyed it.
Godzillionaire wants us to look for Velocipaster.
What the fuck is that?
This is like a 20-year-old movie.
It's a pastor who goes to, I think it's in like China. And he develops the ability to turn into a velociraptor, and it's
well, of course,
and he kills
exactly
evil
what I
people
thought it would be
while he's a dinosaur.
Obviously, that's exactly. I'm like, that's not what it is, and then you describe it like, no, it's exactly what it is. A cross between a pastor and a velociraptor.
Yes,
and he's a hero. Duh. What else is it? There's no way it can be anything else. To quote Lovey Smith, it is what I thought it was. So I'm still this for Rip because he just
Are you channeling Denny Green right now? Because I'm hearing a little Denny Green coming out of you there, V-Dub.
Denny Green. I said Lovey Smith. It's Denny Green. I think I said Lovey Smith for my damn comment.
They are who we thought they were.
Already thought they were, yeah. Because Ripper just
Lovey.
did that, and I said, "Oh Lord." Now they're gonna think I'm a white supremacist because I got the guy wrong. I'm black, but no, yeah, Denny Green, Velocipaster is what I thought it was.
So it is free on YouTube for free. Henry was right. Yeah, and so it's on there. So it was a pretty cool movie, and like it was, it's clearly doesn't have a huge budget, but it was a fun. I had fun watching it. I would recommend it. Just as a good I think. Those are some of those things that I really enjoy. I'm not a huge fan of like horror films, like pure horror films, but those kind of genre ones, like vampire stuff or werewolf stuff, I can get into. I find them pretty enjoyable.
Dan's got a great comment that you got to highlight here, Matt.
That would be a great name for Godzillionaire versus Velocipaster. Oh my God, you're right. Dude, that would be so badass. Like Godzilla's like a mob boss. And he's just counting stacks, you know what I mean? And like Velocipaster's here to take him down. No one messes with Godzillionaire. It's a Godzillionaire town. Who do you think you are?
I find it impressive we get the sound effects to go with it here.
I mean, how much is the Velocipaster IP? It's probably free, so we need to put this together.
Dude. Versus the Godzillionaire.
Do you guys ever get a kick out of movies like that are like just kind of gloriously bad?
Dude, you gotta like B-movie that shit up and like intentionally make your effects shitty.
Oh, Black Dynamite is great.
Lean into it hardcore and make sure that your dialogue is as cheesy as humanly possible, and it'll be great.
Has anyone seen Michael Jai White's Black Dynamite? Because like when you said that, is the first thing that popped in my head.
No,
it's a mock of a blaxploitation movie, but it's ton of intentional mistakes. So they'll have like even in the background, like you'll see a shot and one person will talk and they'll go to another person. And when they come back, something in the background will be intentionally wrong. Something like they'll screw up dialogue and look at the camera and stuff like that. It's just all sorts of little great small intention. It's an intentionally B movie, blaxploitation movie, but it's great. It is great. And I don't know why it's not like a bigger cult film because it's so great.
Isn't Michael Jai White like a legit badass? Isn't he like right? Like he's like a black belt, like he's like crazy martial art MMA guy, right?
Yeah, he is.
He's Spawn.
He is Spawn. And I mean, he still could have played Spawn if they weren't about to woke it up. But
does that movie suck? Does I remember because I saw Spawn in the theater. I thought it was cool, but I was a kid. I was like, damn.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I remember liking it as a kid, just thinking it was. But you know how a lot of stuff you know what? A lot of stuff in the 90s and early 2000s that people kind of hate on is kind of good. Like even that Punisher movie in 2004. It's not great.
Tom Jane.
But it is. Yeah, Thomas Jane one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like there's certain movies in that era that you're like.
I like Tom Jane, man.
Rap. And they're like, I would consider Spawn one of those movies that people kind of give a bad rap. And it's not, high art, but it's a watch movie. What? Is that real?
Oh, fuck.
I don't know. I'm gonna Google it though.
You have to Google that. What? No, I've not seen that. Is that
I bet that is
on the
real.
Hub Cinch and Dildo?
Oh shit! I bet that is real.
Is that something you saw on the Hub?
Is that where the little blonde girl is sitting on the couch?
This is real. What do you? I don't know what you're referencing. This is real.
No,
you're showing there, man. Like for real. Careful what you're showing.
Should I not show?
Yeah, watch out. You're probably not.
You gotta watch out for that word.
But it is.
You gotta watch out for that word.
You have to watch out for the N 7 stars. You got to watch out for that word, man. N 7 stars or
you
6 stars.
You do for real. You got to watch out for that word.
Well, let's hope we don't get pulled. But I mean, it did. It is real. It's a real movie.
Wow.
You want to read a synopsis? No.
You know what? Given the Velociraptor effect, I'm sure I know what this is already about.
All right.
And I've already started hearing the music in my head anyway, so I think that
it's all one word.
Boom, boom, bounce, bow, bow.
The gay N-words from outer space is a real. So it's all gay N-words is all one word too, which is funny. But so it's a half hour short. It says extraterrestrial beings travel the galaxy to free men. Wait, hold on. They travel the galaxy. What does that mean?
Why did you read this so hard?
Oh, I get it. Okay. Extraterrestrial beings travel the galaxy to free men oppressed by females to make way for an entirely homosexual society.
Is this like an MGTOW type movie?
I don't know.
Came out in 92.
Came out in 92.
In Denmark.
Oh, that's like
What
breathing now. Okay. Yeah.
I have never. This is all brand new to me.
Dude,
Dildo says it's hilarious.
Nah,
you need to download this and review it, Matt.
Nah. I mean, you could. You're on your own with that.
I'm not touching this with a 40-foot pole.
No
way. No fucking
dildo.
way.
What the hell are they doing in Europe?
I didn't even hear about this. In fact,
what the hell is this?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Is the movie available in subtitles, or do you have to hear it in the original Danish? I don't know. I just
is this on Netflix? Can I find this on Netflix?
I don't think you can. It has a Wikipedia page, so it's made that famous. But like this movie, movies like this are why we have SJWs. This is because this is what they'll have something like look at this, look how homophobic and racist this is. And you're like, what is this?
But is it a joke? Wait, but it's a joke, right? I mean, it's a comedy.
It's gotta be a joke.
I don't think
it is a parody.
I don't think they're warning about, like, hey, by the way, gay black aliens might be coming to get you. I don't think that's.
Now I understand anal probes. I understand anal probes.
Oh my god,
that's what it's been the whole time.
Watch your 6B dub, because the anal probes are coming, and it's the gay ends from outer space.
Oh my god, I can't even believe we're talking about this.
This is incredible. Well, it's a parody. But Jesus,
you know what's funny? On IMDb, the popularity is rising. It's up 1,000 like star meter points. Wow!
And that is courtesy of this.
Oh, wait a minute. Okay. I have to read the cast list. Okay, I have to read. I'm not going to read the actors, but I'm going to read the characters that they play. Oh my god!
Jesus.
Okay.
Okay, I guess I will. Okay. Okay. So the lead of this masterpiece is Coco C.P. Dalbert plays Arm and Ass. That's the guy. Sammy, I don't know. I can't. Sammy Solomon plays Captain B. Dick.
Hey, one of these characters is you. It looks like. Good. Were you on the cast, Central Dildo? That's how you know.
I know, right? What do we know? Batakai Dakana plays Sergeant Shaved Balls. And then there's like 5 people that play Ukrainians. Then there's 2 Germans, 2 hookers,
nameless Ukrainians.
Yeah, just Ukrainian. And then there's 2 hookers, 2 Germans, and 3 Asians. That's what
I denounce Ukrainian.
I denounce human supremacy.
There's
no way they're the top species on the planet after knowing that this exists.
I denounce anonymous Ukrainians.
That's it. That's what I was looking for.
I honestly feel uncomfortable having this tab open on my Chrome. I'm not.
You need to have that open only in Brave.
I feel.
Make sure you're in a
yeah, like no one can walk through.
Tab.
Yeah, I know what every tab you have open on Chrome.
Oh my god, this is crazy.
Dude, Draco's nailed it right here.
What do you say?
Draco's nailed it? Boy, that's a loaded statement.
Galactic Gay Empire. You know what? Lord Thoth. Lord Thoth, you might know about this.
Oh, wait.
I know how that sounds.
The first gay homosexual empire. I don't know.
Yeah.
Last I heard, there's a lady Thoth,
bad, man.
and there's some little Thoths out there. Are you sure?
I will say
authority on this.
I will say about that empire that within about 100 years it would be pretty extinct.
Yeah, it wouldn't be much of an empire. No,
Yeah,
but
Trudeau is the PM of Canada, so I don't know.
Oh, there we go. We throw his name in that same empire. Yep. Go ahead.
Have you ever heard of the book The Forever War? Now, isn't there some kind of like culture of that where like homosexuality like evolved on this ship or something like that because there were no women around or so? I didn't read it, but like I heard about it.
Ladies and gentlemen, we started the stream discussing woke Superman. And
Listen,
now
this is a progressive channel, okay? We are open-minded here, all right?
Now, how did we have
your
down
privileged
from
cis
there?
bigotry shut down this very woke conversation, okay? I'm just kidding.
I mean, Matt, if this is your thing, man, dude, like I support you, but
Listen,
it's not me. That's all I'm saying.
It's supposed to be a good book. I'm not exploring it for its themes. It's supposed to be a good book.
They say that you enjoy things the most that relate to your personal experiences, Matt. That's all I'm saying.
I finally saw myself in something.
I actually read the Wikipedia article. Do you know what the plot of the movie? I don't even want to read the title.
We're not even. We didn't even make it. We're gonna get canceled before we make it.
You know what it's about? It's about this group of people that's described in the title. They eliminate all the women on Earth, eliciting gratitude from men. So because they eradicated all women, men are cool and happy, and before leaving the planet, they leave a gay ambassador. And that's what the movie is. And so that's what the plot is. That's the plot of this movie.
So it's like rainbow anti-woke?
It sounds like the triumph of MGT. No, it sounds like the triumph of MGTOW.
I guess. I don't know.
MGTOW reigns supreme.
Because I need more reasons for MGTOWs to hate me.
They win.
They
won.
won.
We did it. We did it, guys. We killed. We win. Yay!
We have pissed off everybody.
I don't know, but this comes. I feel like this was something woke, and maybe it started off woke. And it's just, I mean, it's from 92. I don't know what happened.
All right,
70s.
we got to change the subject.
Matt, I've got great news for you.
What's that, Jake?
The stream has not been ghosted.
Yes.
Thank God.
Can we tell the difference? I couldn't tell the difference, could I?
I don't know.
Hey,
how can you tell that? I don't even know how to tell that.
You go to your subscription feed, and if it's still showing up as a live feed, you're good.
Radical. We're still live, folks.
Yes.
We got 80 playbacks right now. So 15 live streamers, live viewers, I mean, and 80 playbacks. You guys
that's just because I keep hitting refresh, because
you're a good guy. Hey, you're a good guy. I'll take
What's the difference between what is the playback and the view? Because it seems like I'll have a lot of playbacks, and then when it like uploads, it's not all the views don't get counted.
I think it just means someone going back and like not watching it live with you. I think if they're just someone's like watching it like on a different time, you know what I mean? Because I do that a lot of times. If I'm like it's a live stream and I like scroll back like a half hour, I think that's a playback.
Yeah.
Okay, or do like the half or 1.5 speed or whatever.
Or maybe they just stopped in and were like, these guys are. Yeah, they may have just popped in and be like, these guys are dopes. I'm leaving.
Still, give me the damn view, YouTube. I want the view.
I don't care.
I do have the ability to drive people away because I'm just that bad looking. So yeah,
I'm like, you know what? I'm grateful for. I'm gonna keep this going. We're going 10 hours tonight because
Jesus Christ.
I'm gonna do it. Fuck it.
Shit.
No, because I think I'm actually almost at 4,000 view hours. So I think like I'm I'm gonna push the limit tonight, guys. Probably not.
Yeah.
We'll
So
just do
my
our own
question
just got
is
the
then
successful
for all of
video,
us.
hopefully.
So all of us here, does that mean that when you actually monetize, do we get free memberships?
No, you don't. But you'll still get kind words.
Oh, kind words! Wow. Do we get
I'm not
like
gonna have
T-shirts?
memberships. I'm not gonna have memberships on 1,000 subs. Just alienate the entire fan base. No.
Some
How
people
many do you need anyway?
I'll
Like
say-
you need what, 1,000? Is it 1,000 subs and is it
4,000
1,000
watch hours.
hours? Is it 4,000 watch hours?
4,000.
Yeah,
Yeah.
4,000.
We're almost there. Almost there.
Oh,
And
man,
once
congrats.
again, even though I brought it up, I forgot to do my stupid stream elements again. Twice. I remembered and then forgot again.
We can
Oh,
make
I'm
it
so sorry. I am so old. I can't remember to use StreamYards.
Turn on the StreamYards. I need to get some money, goddammit, because I'm a grifter.
Does it? I don't
Hey,
even
it's
know-
time to grift. I'm starting to get super chats. So grift.
Are you
on.
really?
Yeah. Shout
Good
out.
man.
Is anyone? I don't know if anyone.
I don't even know how
in,
to do it. I'm just trying to figure it out.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
that's
boomed it up a ton, but people
Okay.
are figuring out. how
Yeah,
to
you
get
just
my
set
I
up
hope,
StreamYard. Go ahead. Sorry.
but no, I'm just hoping everyone doesn't know my name. I hope my PayPal, because it should be a business PayPal, but
Right.
I don't know. I think it just shows
I
vigilante.
thought it was
Lansing, but
Vigilante. Isn't
You know
it
what? I'll
Vigilante?
tell you what. I'll throw you 99 cents next time you're live, and I'll let you know, V-Dub.
Yeah, let me know. And then you just say, hey, and then you just say my name. And the funny thing about my name is kind of like Marvel-esque, where it's alliterative, like Peter Parker, like the same first letter. So there you go.
So
I was born to be a superhero.
You're the vibrant vigilante.
Yeah, not quite vivacious or something like
Vigorous.
voluptuous.
Vibranium?
Vibranium. Oh, maybe. I don't think I'll be cast as the next Black Panther, unfortunately.
As
But
long
Tommy-
as you're not the wide open Williamson, I think we're in good shape.
No,
wide open.
that I'm not. I'm not doing it for the hub.
All right.
OnlyFans, so no.
Seeing as how we're all gonna get canceled and kicked off YouTube, maybe we should change. Maybe we should change topics. Did you guys hear? Because I made this video this morning, like in a hurry before I left for work, because I thought like it would get a lot of traction, and it didn't. But I was like, it's a fascinating story to me. Did you guys hear that Neil Blomkamp is writing the sequel to District 9?
Yes,
District 10.
I did.
Yeah.
I heard that from you.
Yeah. That's what I was hoping the internet would have.
I heard it from you as well, Matt.
But that's fucking awesome, right? No? Does anyone not? Am I the only one who cares?
I liked
Um,
District
Yeah, I liked District 9, but I didn't love District 9.
Hi, Hubi. Welcome, sir. I saw he recently, I think he just discovered me, actually. I think I saw his comment on one of the videos earlier.
Good to have you.
Sir.
Hey, who me?
Welcome to the Wild Show. Okay, thoughts.
I wasn't a fan. I never saw District 9. That's what I mean. Like I don't know anything. I'm sorry.
It was all right.
Ah! What?
I'm sorry.
It was so badass. Am I the only one? Thoughts? Back me up.
It was good. Yeah. I see where you're coming from. I enjoyed it.
You know,
so just
they
being a
say
nice
that
guy.
1 out of 6 people in the U.S. these days is, part of the alphabet community. We got a panel of 5 dudes here. Apparently, you're the one. I don't know.
Oh wow. Shots.
That's cold, dude. That's cold.
That's
dude.
cold, man. That's cold.
As if we needed more cancellation, by the way.
Dan really liked it. Hey, Dan liked it. Sentient Dildo liked it. All right, guys.
Oh wow!
Jerk faces.
We got like 20 people in the chat, so 2 of them,
Granakuma.
I think
we
he's
need
just
like
gonna
4 or
bring
5
out
people
whoever
to
says
disprove
yes.
it.
He's
I'm
just
gonna
gonna
let
keep
you
bringing.
for 5 minutes.
District 9. I mean, I have no complaints about District 9,
Ah.
but I also don't have high praise for it. Right? I mean, it is what it is. It was an acceptable, enjoyable escapism of sci-fi.
Yeah, it was kind of
I
budget.
enjoyed it, right? But like, would I put it in my top movies of the year? No. Did I
Not
like
even
it?
of the year? Oh my god.
Oh wait, we'd have to look at the movies that came out that year. Which what was that? Like 2014
Nine,
or
I think.
something?
I think it was no. I think
Was
it was
it-
2009.
Is it that old?
Yeah. Yeah.
Really?
It's a huge cliffhanger ending. I thought it was badass. I thought the visuals were brilliant. I liked the way the guy did,
09.
I thought he did social commentary genius. Like, because it didn't feel like it was ham-fisted, like this is what you're supposed to think. Dude. It was just like using like real world stuff and then like kind of as inspiration for their story. Like the way the aliens were all just kind of like workers, like none of them were like super smart, like they were just like other species, just like, you know, they're grunts. And I don't know, I love the visuals, I love the guns. Oh my god, the guns, those energy weapons that would just blow people to pieces, that was so cool. Oh my god, I'd never seen anything like that. And then the end, he's in that big mech. Oh, all of it.
You obviously enjoyed it.
Oh,
Well, you had so 2009 was Avatar, Harry Potter and the Half-Blood Prince, Ice Age, Dawn of the Dinosaurs, Transformers, Revenge of the Fallen, 2012.
Now, clearly,
the Twilight Saga.
It did beat
Sherlock
X-Men
Holmes.
Origins Wolverine.
Well, I think a lot of things beat X-Men Origins Wolverine. As my
2009 was
favorite
not that
Canuck
good.
superhero, that was an awful movie.
Oh, it's bad.
This also has JJ Trek is 2009 as well.
Yep.
So this is the precursor to this woke Hollywood. It's not like we were going into it with a bunch of like great films. You know what I mean?
I retract my previous statement. That may have been one of the top 3 movies of that year.
Yeah, it was an awful year for movies.
Because that was a really bad fucking year.
The rest of those don't sound like much.
Godzillionaire's point is well met. And I mentioned that in my video, is that like I thought District 9 was utter genius. I thought Elysium straight up sucked.
I did. I was disappointed in Elysium.
Oh, and Chappie was just fine, but pretty stupid. And like he pretty much hasn't done anything else since. But I still believe in District 9. And like he brought back the what's it called? Like the writer, like the co-writer and like the star of District 9. And like no one's really done anything since. So I feel like they're hungry to do more. But speaking of hunger, we have someone to add to the panel. Someone wonderful, someone that we all love. Everyone put your hands together for 32 flavors of Nick.
Flavor
Flaves.
I'm going hungry. Going hungry.
I'm not good at Chris Cornell, but I had to do that. Thank you for that foul ball. Thank you.
Good to see you, sir.
Snickers was sponsoring us. I'm like, yeah, we got to sponsor Snickers. You're not hungry. But no,
It's
but
just
hey, it's
me.
better with Snickwiser instead. That was cool.
Nick, have you seen the gay ends from outer space?
Oh God,
Oh,
damn
man.
it. Let's cut off this topic.
That's your lead.
Don't
Really, Jake?
Trying
That's
to
your
start
lead.
my career.
Don't do Ascension Dildo brought it to our attention. We all wish we could go back in time to when we didn't know it existed. We all do. There was a hot time
I
machine.
promise you
We will
right
go
now,
back.
I will never ever Google that again. Ever.
I'm gonna keep drinking and forget it like I've forgotten a lot of mistakes. I've
Yeah.
made.
Oh, I feel spiced up already.
Apparently, I'm
Flavor Flaves,
the
good
only
to see
sane
you.
one on the
Oh.
panel because I'm just letting y'all Google it for me.
Yeah.
Yeah,
What's
we're all-
up,
we're all
Rookie
gonna-
Zillionaire? What's up, Sentient, Grinakuma? What's up, everyone? Henry, hey, good to see all you fine human beings.
It's good to know that I didn't even make that list, Flavor Flaves. I'm a little disappointed there, brother.
No, you're on the grand list. There's the list, and then there's the grand list.
It's good to see you, man. It's good to see you.
It's great to see you, Red Shirt, VW, J Follow. I'm like in like a plethora of greatness right now. I'm like,
my
man.
God.
Oh.
Nick, how's the move coming, buddy? I know
Yeah.
you're moving.
Oh, dude,
This week, right?
It's been like a wild week of like packing stuff up, and luckily, like, there's nothing extensive. Like, I own like some redonkulous like China cabinet, so that is good. Thankfully, I don't have anything like that, but there's been like so much like doing things and going crazy. And like, I feel like that episode of The Simpsons where Homer's like, no TV and no beer make Homer something.
Oh yeah.
So I'm getting like by the time like now, like almost every night before I pass out, my girlfriend says she said I become this person. She calls him the Rubber Man. Where like I know, like, she's like before you know it, like she's like right before you pass out, you like become this other human being where you're like super wobbly.
Nick, there's little blue pills that'll help you with your Rubber Man condition.
Hell yeah, I vouch for Blue Chew. That shit fucking rules. Dude, you're like a pro athlete, man. That shit puts you at your peak.
Oh man, yeah, but no, I'm hoping to have the move done. I mean, I got almost all the necessities packed, and then hopefully Monday, Tuesday it'll be all done, and then hopefully the internet will be ready. I'm in a battle with Comcast, but hey, come on, guys, get it done now. I need this so I can do my streaming, guys. Come on, so
Adrian!
I did it. And also, like, I just want to be like Adrian. Hey, I know you did it. I know you did, Rocky.
Oh, Rocky.
So I'm a bit slap happy for sleep, but it's okay. It's worth it.
I think we're all pretty slap happy tonight.
There's no question about that.
I think I'm in good company right now. I mean, we're all at our Rubber Man stage right now. So.
I've lost count to how many glasses of port I've had. That's pretty bad.
Oh, dude, you're drinking too. I'm drinking too.
I've got the Tawny.
This is the Cocktail Lounge. It's living up to his name, man.
Tawny.
It's living up to his name.
I'm almost at this whiskey, and this is like, bro.
Oh, whiskey. Nice choice.
Yeah. I love it, Nick Weiser. I love that you're becoming a routine member of this panel. It's really fun.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Thank you.
I thought you were going to say, I love that you're becoming an alcoholic like we all are.
Oh, dude. Oh, don't worry. I'm already in that club, man.
Did you guys see Nick's 32 flavors of entertainment from a week and a half ago? Because, hey, he had a couple.
Oh, dude,
yes.
I got
yes. That was a great stream, man.
Blaster.
I'm drunk.
I actually had people message me like you. I actually had people who emailed me, message me just to see if I was alive.
Yeah. I was in the chat for that.
Yes, that's right. Sentient Dilto's got it right. I thought drinking wasn't optional. It isn't.
No, it's mandatory.
I got so plastered. Like I'm sure like I lived 3 lifetimes in that stream. Like
and Godzillionaire said, wait, who isn't drinking? I think we all are, brother.
Yeah.
I think it was
oh my god, these comments are nuts, dude.
Yeah. They've been
wild.
on fire in the chat.
Dude, it's a wild room. It's a wild stream, dude.
It's been a wild stream. Exactly.
I think there's a certain type that's glomming onto Matt here. I think he's got the subscribers are.
I know. We found our people.
Oh, the
other peeps, brother.
Islington girl. She's one of my newer subscribers. Hey, she's one of my new subs. Hell yeah.
Yeah, she just popped on my channel today. So yeah.
Hell yeah.
Hello.
No, she's nice.
Hey, sub to me too.
Yeah, VW's a good guy. Yeah. Oh man.
I'll have another one. Be right back.
I think it was it Vidge, back me up on this one. Was it Sentient Dildo or Grinakuma where they came in the chat and they had watched like 4 or 5 streams and was like a full bottle of vodka in and was starting their second bottle like when they joined our
Which one of you was it? I think it was Sentient Dildo.
Was it?
I really think it was Sentient Dildo.
I think it was too.
But it could have been Grin.
It could have been Grin. They blend because they're both just they're always here and they're always comedy. So yeah, I got
Godzillionaire, 32 flavors of alcohol. Exactly. Have you seen Nick Weiser's video on Jollibee. Didn't you do a Jollibee video?
That was my first ever YouTube
Oh my
video.
god, that is the best ever, man.
Oh, dude, yeah, I did the whole time. Are you talking part 1 or are you talking part 2 where I go back for the pie? Because I made a strictly dedicated video for the pie.
Yeah, I love those videos, man. You do a great job.
Thank you.
Hail, Nick
Thank
Wonder.
you. I did one. Thoth, I'm not sure if you caught. I did the Pizza Hut on Detroit Pizza. Surprisingly, it did not suck. So
surprisingly, it didn't suck.
I can't believe I was ready to freaking drown in the sea. I was like ready to cry to myself to sleep to my girlfriend about how the pizza sucked. Because for me I there's 9/11 tragedies and then there's bad pizza. And if I had to experience a bad pizza because of Pizza Hut, then I would just my girlfriend never had to hear the end of it. So either I had a really I probably maybe I had a really good cook at the Pizza Hut by over here. So I'm like, whoa, bro, this actually didn't suck. And I ate it comes 8 slices and I ate 7 of them. So I was just like, all right, because it's
and then your girlfriend had one. Your girlfriend had one.
She's one of those types where I just want one slice, and I'm just like, fine, fuck, I'll eat the rest, just so I can eat the rest of the pizza.
So magnanimous of you.
I'm trying to get her, say, hey, listen, it's okay, you can eat like me, but But yeah, I basically it's kind of like a Homer and Marge saying I'm just I need to attack the food and become this rabid animal, and also she's just so gentle. But me, it's just I treat it like I'm going to war. I get my war paint on, and I'm just I become Charlie Sheen with the food, man. I'm fucking
just got marinara under both eyes.
Nick, do you have to frequently order the side of my girlfriend's not hungry? Is that what I'm hearing here?
Yep. Oh yeah.
Is that lettuce and carrots and tomatoes? That a salad?
It's like an extra side of fries, and
My wife, she eats more than I do. And yet she's still 130 pounds and 5'9".
I was gonna say,
I don't know how she does it.
We're on the air, man. This is public. She can see this.
I know she knows. Dude, I'm how do you stay so skinny?
Where's the divorce achievement?
Oh yeah, you're not in history. I love that. Damn achievement.
Tiger blood, but with pizza sauce, dude. I mean, duh, winning.
Pizza sauce, tiger blood. That's right. I hear season 2 is coming.
Oh man, seriously, man. I mean, to be fair, as crazy as he had a point. Dying is for fools, man. And I want to be immortal, man. I'm the type of a guy I want to go to a pizzeria and I want to die and come back to life. And then
Jesus. You are down for the cause, Nick. You are down for the cause, man. You are really living up to your name, man.
Indeed.
That is proper branding. I tell you what, you really got you nailed your essence. Yes. That's hilarious. I did want to say Grin saying it was Grin who showed up,
sneaky bastard,
and he said he drank a lot, and then he said he even had to work the next day.
1.2 liters of vodka,
and then he says,
wow.
yeah.
Wait, I don't know how much it's gallon.
1.2 liters. I don't know how much it is. That's a lot. That's most of a
Grin
handle.
sounds Canadian or British if he's talking.
No, I think Grin is Grin Russian?
I don't know where Grin's from.
Grin, where are you from? What type of what genetics?
I think he's from Ireland. I think he's from
Irish.
I remember that night. Grin was definitely into the bottles that night.
I drank in New York when I was younger, man. I hung out with these Irish kids, and I was drinking a lot at that point. And I remember I showed up sober. They were already drunk. Me and my buddy drank with them all night. Me and my buddy both puked, and we're going, and they kept going.
Finland.
They kept drinking. That's how.
So they lapped you. They lapped alcohol wise.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a Finn part Russian. So there you go.
Okay, there you go.
Oh yeah.
I'm guessing the Russian part's the liver.
Never drink beer with an Australian.
You know what, Grin? I have a godson that's Finnish in Finland. His dad's a naval military officer, and I've known him since the early 90s, and we're blood brothers, man. And so if you're Finnish, that's outstanding. My godson is Finnish.
I think in Finland it's so cold you just have to drink to survive. Like you just
it's antifreeze.
Yeah, you won't last the winter if you don't stay drunk. I think is what that is.
Living in Ireland, like you gotta be made of iron. Like you gotta he's gotta be like a real life Iron Man, bro. I'm just saying, man.
Islington girl says she's Irish. She can't even keep up with her people. Yeah, it's a lot. That's a tall order. I was just like, wow, this is a whole other league. It's like you playing like pickup basketball, and then some like semi-pros come in. You're like, oh, you're like different kinds of people.
Oh, absolutely, it's magically delicious.
Yeah, like we're not even
magically
in the same
delicious
universe.
Yeah, I can't. Like I'm a heavyweight, and I'm not a lightweight, but I can't hang like that.
I have skied. I've been on a number of ski trips out in the Rockies by myself back in the day, and the people I most wanted to run into in a lift line when I'm looking for somebody to ride a chair with are Australians. And on a couple of
fucking drink.
Oh my God! I got this one group of guys, and there were three of them, and there were four of them. So three of them went up on the triple chair, and one was left behind looking for somebody to go up with. And I come up to the lift line, I yell single, and I go, "Oi, over here!" And I go, "Oh, perfect!" I go, "Where are you?" And he said, he raises a hand. I slide in through the line, everything, get next to him. We go on up, and he's talking. We just came over from Jackson Hole, and we've been looking for Jackson Hole. Why are we? Yeah.
Gotta go up.
Hey, that's a pretty good accent.
And he said, we've been up on the north side of the area here where they tell us that all the snow is, and we haven't found any powder at all. I said, I know where there's some powder.
That was good.
Great.
Powder.
I said, I know where there's some powder. He says, you do? Will you show us? I said, of course, if you let me ski with you, because it's in the trees. It's off trail. He says, no problem, mate. Can't wait to tell the mates. We get off the chairlift.
I'm transported.
His three friends are at the back, and he goes, "Oi, mate, this is Scott. He's going to show us where the fucking powder is." I drank with him in the bar for 2 hours that night, and we got to the conversation. I said, if you ever visit Australia, don't try and match us for beer. We love it when Americans try and do that. We're very nice. When you pass out the gutter, we will call you a cab and pour you into the cab and send you back to your hotel. But don't try it.
Wow.
You'll never survive.
Bro.
And I was laughing my ass off, and they're laughing theirs. And I was buying rounds. Oh
yeah, I don't think any good can come from combat drinking.
No. To them, it's not. To them, it's Tuesday.
Right.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
It's like they're
Your
saying,
accent, red shirt. Listen, most American actors cannot do a non-American accent. That was a awesome Australian accent. So I just have to give you credit for that.
Good,
Thank you.
I will also point out that I'm pretty sure when you said that you'd show him where the powder was, he didn't mean snow.
That's right.
No. Actually, in that case, I did.
Like, was this in the 80s, red shirt?
I was very naive at the time.
Did he have the sniffles? Was he like
red shirt?
No. I didn't even have to rub my nose with my sleeve.
Let me tell you, the Aussies, I love them, man. They're a great group of partiers. They're a good group of guys. They got a good heart. They got a good soul. They're great country, man. I love the Aussies.
Australian women are fucking they're cute as shit, and they're just like real, like just base. They're just like down to earth. Like they don't have any pretension or anything. They're very cool. Like Australian women are hot. I like them a lot.
Agreed.
I'm a fan. That's all I've got. I'm just saying I like Australian women.
I was gonna say I feel the tension building from over here.
Matt, I have written this down, and now I know exactly what it is I need to introduce you to when you roll out here to the Austin area, brother.
I've actually been to Australia, and literally the most beautiful woman I've ever seen or been with is Australia. So yeah, I can vouch for
here
the old Aussies.
Their beaches are deadly in more ways than one.
Bro.
The box jellyfish and the Sheilas.
Soft. Henry's heard that about Canadians.
Oh, Canadian women. Yeah, you're absolutely right, man.
I've actually been with a Canadian woman too. She was crazy though. She was fucking
They're all crazy.
She was like stalky. She was cute though.
Yeah.
I made out with a Canadian woman in a bar in New York City. She was cute as shit. It was actually okay. It was in the Coyote Ugly bar. Do you know? Like you remember that movie?
I've heard of it.
That's a real
I've never
place.
been.
That's a real place.
Epic.
And this chick, she was so cute, but she worked like at a factory or something.
So,
I was like, you do
Matt,
what?
Matt, how much did you had to drink?
Quite a bit. Yeah.
Did she say she was Canadian or just?
Yeah, no, her and her friend were like visiting. They were on vacation.
Sorry.
And it was like, but we had like the
Sorry.
friend, you know the friend.
Yep. Oh,
who's just,
absolutely.
like,
Oh,
and I just
man.
couldn't-
I just take them both
feel
to my
the deal.
hotel.
Hey, the friends are no, I love the friends. Vigilante Williamson loves the friends. The friends are fun. The friends are a lot of fun.
Okay, well then
Friends are a lot of fun.
then the two of you would make very good wingmen going out.
Yeah, we're gonna be a team, dude.
Yes.
Oh my
I'll
god.
take these two.
Some
you
guys
take
are not
those
willing
two.
to. Even though I've said I got to raise my standards for friends, though I do have to raise. I have to do it for myself. I
All
can't
right.
do this for myself.
All right, listen.
But
You
I'm
come to
okay with
Chicago. You come to Chicago. I'll bring you some sweet pizzerias, and we're gonna.
Oh, yes.
And I trust me, like you're gonna feel like you just came out of the Cold War, except you will enjoy it.
Well, we're going into the Cold War, but I see what you mean.
Yeah.
Don't
been to
believe
Chicago.
in V-Dub. Chicago, no.
Nick
I'm
Weiser.
from Detroit. I've been to Chicago a few times.
Yeah.
Nick Weiser, if I get back to Chicago, I am going to hold you to that because I have never had pizza in Chicago.
Ooh, it's
Okay.
pretty good.
Okay. No,
It's really good.
Good. Now here's the thing.
I've had
Don't-
Chicago pizza, but not in Chicago. I want to have it from the source.
Okay, well, there's a bunch of good places we can go to, and like, dude, like, I mean, I've left my traces all over Chicago, man. Like,
Is there different
He's
cases
got
of
two
Nick Weiser
daughters
all
to
through the
prove that,
Chicagoland
too.
area? Well, that's what I'm saying. Are there other little Nick Weiser cases and Nick Weiser six packs all across the Chicagoland area?
well, I had to stick. Well, I had to stick with the two because one of them's like a pinball. Like she's like the Pac-Man. So I was like, oh my god, I can't handle this. What do I do? She's a little Pac-Man. So yeah, she's wild. She likes
Wait,
that.
are you talking about your daughter or their mother, Nick? Come on now.
Whoa.
No, the mom thankfully is sane. She is a very sane human being because, like I said, my smaller one, she's 5 and she's a little pinball from like the machines, and like she's probably gonna be on track. Like she's like insanely fast, and she's like a little brutal human being. So I'm sure she's gonna throw a few guys through windows when she's older, and she's gonna laugh about it, and then. I gotta like try not to like act like it's bad in front of her, but in my head I know it's totally awesome. So the future, yeah. But anyways, yes, you guys come to Chicago, and trust me, like we are gonna take Chicago and we're gonna live in it. We're gonna swim in Chicago. Chicago will become us. We're gonna evolve. It's gonna be amazing.
Oh,
Excellent.
guys! Breaking news: Emma Watson is not retiring. I just saw this on Twitter.
Oh my
Oh.
heart! How will I cope?
She was retiring?
No.
Well, she's not, I guess. So
Not
Good.
retiring.
you guys can all rest easy
Oh.
now that you know.
Oh my god!
Okay,
so
then.
What we're gonna
stunning.
do.
My
and
mind is
brave.
at rest.
Rita Kuma says black women are the best. I love black women. We love all women. Yes, they are the best. Love all women.
I
All women
enjoy
are awesome.
black women, but they are difficult. They are challenging, man. I have found black
Indeed.
women to be, in my personal experience, it's just I don't think I've ever won a single argument.
Dan.
I don't think I won a single argument with a black woman in my life.
I don't think I have either.
I don't think I've won an argument with a woman in my life. No,
Yeah.
non-specific.
In my experience, and
You
granted,
don't get that
There's-
many W's.
2.5 divorces behind this experience. Yeah, winning an argument with a woman is a bad idea.
Yeah.
Well, I've actually been told that in some on next to the door of some hotel is a plaque commemorating the fact that on this date in this spot a man actually won an argument with a woman. And I'm like, and they put a plaque on the wall. See, I told you it never happens.
Yeah, even attempting.
I've also heard that that all of Greek mythology is true.
Yeah.
Oh my god!
Now you're just making fun of me, Lord Paul.
All right, Jake. All right, Jake. If you've gone through 2 and something divorces, 2 and something, we'll just say 2 and something.
2.5.
2.5. Okay, that's a good number. 2.5. Okay.
Ooh.
Now, you know why divorce is expensive, Jake?
Because it's worth it.
Yeah, my man.
Oh man.
Ding,
Who's
ding,
it
ding,
from?
ding, 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 ding. We have a winner.
Went from Simps to MGTOW in like 2.2 seconds. Immediately.
I'm still trying to figure out how you can have a half a divorce.
Well,
Yeah, right.
common law.
Yeah,
marriage
I
on
know.
the
All right,
Yeah,
what?
common
Oh, there we go. Okay. Common law. That makes sense.
Sheesh.
Islington Girl says, win too many arguments with women and you'll end up in an empty room.
She's right.
Yeah, yes.
That inspires you to just stay in an empty room in the first place.
Yeah.
It's
My
like,
dad,
all right, let's just cut to the chase.
my dad taught me a lesson a long time ago. He says you can be right, and then you can be dead right.
Your dad is a wise man, Richard.
Yes, he
And
was.
that's when-
Yes, he is, and he was, and he is. Yes,
And that's when a lot of people wearing black are surrounding you, right? Is that that's
Yeah. I think I need to. You guys are inspiring me to make peace with the MGTOWs who hate me, man. Make a peace offer. Like, you were right. I'm sorry.
you had a point.
No, they do have a
Gazillionaire
point.
says that.
I never said anything. Egyptian mythology, Greek mythology, true. Awesome.
Yeah, so a lot of Egyptian mythology may not quite be as accurate as Greek mythology.
I want it to be like Stargate. I want it to be like they got it all right, and it was aliens with like bird heads and shit like that. I want ancient aliens to be real. I do.
That's actually
Yeah,
the best. That's actually the best explanation of Egyptian mythology I've ever seen.
I want it to-
Stargate SG-1.
I love it.
It
I want
kind
to
of
be
makes
true.
sense, doesn't it?
Doesn't it? Kind of does.
The likelihood that we are alone in this universe is zero.
Zero. There's no way.
I agree.
Zero.
There's no way.
Mathematically, I think it's impossible.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well,
They
Actually,
found
it is.
too many other what do they call planets in the
Goldilocks.
Goldilocks zone.
Yeah.
And then even with the Goldilocks zone, they're trying to they rethinking it because of what the hell moon is it? I'm too drunk to realize.
Europa.
Where the-
Europa.
I'm just
Europa,
glad that you're
Europa, yeah.
drunk.
There
I'm
is
just glad you're
probably
drunk.
life on Europa, and Europa is a
Yes.
moon of a gas giant way the motherfucker out there
Yeah,
in
but
our own
some-
solar system.
the way the
Yep.
gravity works and everything, it builds enough heat, and just the way life works, man. Like there's a it seems like life is trying to create life.
Oh
Like,
yeah,
it's constantly trying to put atoms in the right place and put planets in the right place all over the galaxy, and there's just no way. Yeah, I think we're just trash your life form.
I was
think
gonna say Islington Girl. I think is a little black pilled. She goes, we're just
I
trash
agree.
tier life forms. No one cares.
I agree.
Speak for
well-
yourself. I'm at least recycled to your life form. I mean, come on.
To get scientific,
probably-
it's called the Drake equation, by the way. It's
Yes, it
used to
is.
estimate the number of possible extraterrestrial civilizations in the Milky Way galaxy. So that's just in one galaxy. It's like the number of civilizations versus the average rate of star formation versus the fraction of those stars that have planets versus number of planets around those stars versus the number of planets that can support life versus the planets of life that actually go on to develop civilizations versus
Yep.
the civilizations that develop technology that can span the stars versus the length of time that it requires for those civilizations to move into space, detect other organizations or other civilizations, and to survive in space. If I remembered it correctly.
You've described it well. And when you say all those variables going down the lines of the Drake equation, it sounds like, oh shit, there's going to be nobody. But then you got to remember how large the numbers are at the start.
To start
That's
with,
right.
yes.
And even if you're talking about point like 1,000% could result in a civilization the equivalent of our own. The number is astronomical as to how many civilizations are out there.
Because of how big everything is. Like Dan's point here, he says, like, I heard that when a star burns out, it takes years for us to see it. Yeah, like there's things happening we'll never see. You know, we won't see for millions of years because it just takes that long for light to travel.
Yeah. But here's the thing, and I know I've said, Jake D, I know I've said this to you before. There are almost certainly other civilizations in the universe, certainly even in our galaxy.
I would think.
I just hope we never meet them. I hope UFOs aren't aliens.
We don't want them to be right now. We really don't.
According to Repo Man, they're just time machine, right?
You know something? We have no idea how aliens are going to be because I imagine there's going to be a wide spectrum. Like they're probably.
Islington girl, you need to smile a little bit more. She's just like, raw. We suck. You see Earth, you just pass through. I just want they would look at us and laugh.
Dude,
come on now.
I'm sure there are civilizations lower than us, civilizations higher than us. We're just a civilization.
Earth right now is like the fucking trailer park of the local arm of the galaxy, right?
We're like the trailer park boys of the universe.
Dude, when you're like rolling from Beverly Hills of the universe and you're passing by the the Terra solar system, you're looking down at Earth and you're like, oh, fuck that.
I was just
fuck that shit. I'm going home.
As someone who used to work in Beverly Hills, fucking scum, man. Trash. They're just rich. That's all. There's nothing special going on there at all. Fucking Beverly Hills sucks.
I've been to Beverly Hills.
Yeah, that's almost my point. How do we know these aliens are that great? Fuck them.
It's not great. It's really this simple.
Oh, you're all smart. Fuck you.
Yeah.
No. It's this simple. Any civilization that has the technology, the ability to make it here from another star, would have trouble recognizing humanity as a civilization.
Right?
Yes.
They probably like,
they might think we are animals. I mean, like, what are these fucking creatures doing?
For God's sake, we're arguing about whether a penis makes somebody a man.
Yep. Yeah, I mean,
we'd be lucky to get Jane Goodall to show up and study us.
Hey, listen.
But that's our hope. They might say, okay, what the fuck are these creatures?
No,
I wonder if they have different.
I
wonder if they have different kinds of ketchup.
Oh, dude. No, the thing is, okay, guys, hear me out.
57 varieties, Lord Frost. 57.
We all know about Florida Man. But we all know about Florida Man. Here's the thing. We look at Florida like, Florida Man, but the thing is aliens look at us and we're like Florida Man to them. We're a Florida planet. We're a Florida planet to the aliens, man. They're
exactly.
Just like, they're like, oh, fuck these guys. They probably had a plan to invade us in 2020 and then they saw the shit going there. Okay, fuck that shit. Maybe we'll try back again 2040. I'm out.
Never mind.
Well, what about this?
Never mind. These people
don't have anything worth invading anyway.
We just assume aliens are just going to be superior to everything. What if they have like a weakness? Like, what if they're really brainy, but they're all like kibblesmithy, and so they're not really masculine enough to really do anything. They're short and they're smart, but they just want to study us. But we're like these little nerds. Get the fuck out of here.
They're like California girls.
H.G. Wells already wrote that story.
Then punt them. If they're little kibblesmiths, you just punt them.
Well.
Kibblesmith.
If they're Daniel Kibblesmith.
If Kibblesmith is the end point of evolution. Let's just quit.
And I don't want to
Yes.
reach it.
Let's just go to war with
want
China
to
and end
reach
it
it.
now. I don't want to. I can't.
Hit the nukes.
That's the peak of evolution. I quit.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm. You know, if
Hey,
that's
that's
the
what they
peak of
want to be. Evolution.
I am satisfied being fucking Homo erectus in comparison. I'm okay with that.
Yep.
They're trying to make a generation of kibble Smiths. For real. That's
Actually, I think
that's
they've
why they got rid of
succeeded.
Mr. Potato Head.
Oh,
So they can make
No,
it
they
all
didn't.
kibble Smiths.
They didn't.
Yeah,
That was
now
fucking
they're
fake news.
retracting.
That was
fake news.
All right,
was
get
bullshit.
No, Jake. It
No,
was not
semi-real
fake news. It was. I was on a stream earlier today about Doctor Who.
I'll just
After they announced that they were going to remove Mister from Potato Head, they got, according to the person on the stream, 6.3 million complaints in 8 hours.
Wow.
good.
And they changed their minds.
You know,
Yeah,
here's
one
what I'm
for
going to
the
say
good
is this. That supposed news about the elimination of the genderedness of the Potato Head brand, it hit, what, 20 hours ago, give or take?
roughly.
Ballpark?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
So here's what I'm going to say. 6.8 million complaints on that
Good.
in
Good.
less than 12 hours is just not likely. Okay. 6.8 million people hadn't fucking heard about it in that time frame,
Even in the internet age?
even in the internet age.
Mm.
Dude, my folks, my old man, very internet savvy. He's on the internet all the fucking time. He's looking shit up all the time. He hadn't heard about that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
You haven't checked your browser, right?
we are tuned in to woke reaction. Us, right? The people on
Yes.
this
Yeah.
panel, the
True,
people in
that's
this
true.
chat, we're tuned into it. We all heard about this shit. Okay, the majority of the fucking normies out there did not. Reporting that 6.8 million people complained about the retirement of the Mr. Potato Head name, it's not plausible.
Yeah.
Okay. And the explanation that was provided by Hasbro within 12 hours of the reported news, dude, no, that's not a reversal because of 6.8 million complaints in 8 hours. No. That was the legit truth. They were taking the Mister off the branding name because they want to expand the offerings under the Potato Head family. They said immediately, Mr. Potato Head still exists. Mrs. Potato Head still exists. Right? They're just calling it the Potato Head toy
I thought I
brand.
saw a statement.
Okay,
Guys,
that does make sense.
Right. We would get into this. I'm so down, but I did want to highlight this comment because I was like, that's awesome. Dan 52584. This is the best cocktail lounge so far.
Cool.
Oh,
Thank you. Dan.
You are an
Thank you,
amazing
Dan.
cocktail lounge.
It's because
Thank
of the
you, Dan.
beanie. The beanie is what does it.
Honestly, it's just 'cause I'm cold. I gotta get this smoke out of here. So I was like, but
You're
thank
not
you,
wrong,
Dan.
Jake D. You're not wrong.
Yeah,
I'll
please
be right
I
continue.
thought they added to the statement that there was a gender neutral, like they were trying to do that as well.
Like
Maybe
could've
they
sworn-
are. I don't give a fuck if they make a gender neutral potato as long as Mr. and Mrs. are still there.
If you think that's nonsense, then what do you think is the real story then?
I think the real story is exactly what they said, that they intentionally made a generic rebrand to make the toys a Potato Head brand under which they can then produce more toys with different fucking branding. I mean, they've got a Darth Potato Head out there. You probably didn't know that existed, but it does.
I actually did know that.
Okay, so they make lots of various Potato Head. Yeah, they've got lots of various Potato Head brands. And so they were all called, like, the main brand name was Mr. Potato Head. So all they did was change it to the Potato Head toy brand, and now they got lots of fucking shit underneath it. I think that was legit.
Everyone say hi to Geek Geektrapology.
Hey, Pablo! ¿Cómo
Geektrapology.
estás, Pablo?
Hello.
my guy, Geek Tropology. I mean, dude. Oh man, he's a good dude. I mean, I'm still reeling from last week when we found out that Ben Bishop, one of the artists from The Last Ronin, was listening to our stream, Geek Apology.
And you missed it. We were chatting about that earlier. That's awesome.
Dude, like, you want to know how weird? So here's what happened. Okay, so obviously we didn't know at the time, but somewhere around that stream, I mean, I was drunk, but I remember things.
Are you sure?
Are you sure? I'm super serial. I'm super serial. So no, we were talking about, man, it'd be cool to have some merch. That was like our big thing was I hope there's some merch for The Last Ronin. So I wake up the next morning, and I check my phone, and I saw I got this thing from somebody. It said, I heard you were looking for merch. I'm like, huh? So then I clicked on the link. I'm like, bro, look at all this sweet merch, man. So then of course I'm like, hold on. Now I'm thinking in my head, like, this is cool, but who the fuck sent me this? And then I look, I'm like, Ben Bishop, why does that name sound familiar? Why is that name so familiar? I feel like Batman and Superman, why'd you say that name over the Martha scene? But
Trigger! Where's the trigger?
Where's the trigger? So I'm like, Ben Bishop, God. And then I look at my book, which happened to be right next to me. I'm like, hold up, what the fuck? There's no way. I click on his Twitter. I'm like, no way. Are you fucking kidding me? And then right away, he mentioned that he caught the stray man. And I was just like, what the fuck? What? This is crazy.
Dude, I'm telling you, you need to invite him onto a stream when you're talking about the next book. Dude.
I have a plan. What I'm looking at doing is I want to try have
Godzillionaire. Yes.
Yes. Drunk,
yeah,
I remember
that's true. I remember things.
I remember things.
I remember something once.
I was drunk, but I remember these things.
Hey, Nick, I am a huge like original Eastman Laird Turtles fan.
Oh, nice!
If you ever get him to come on, you need to invite me, brother, because I would love that. And that run and those comics, man, that's been probably the best comics that I've read this year.
Oh yeah.
Well, I mean, and since 2020, when I say this year, I mean in the last probably 15 months.
Oh yeah, no, easily.
This endless year of 2020 is technically 2021, but it's
endless day. Dude, one long ass day.
I think yeah, you're right, gentlemen. That's exactly it. It's been bad. It's been one of those 2 years, 3 years, whatever.
What's really, really neat about this platform is I remember Gary from Nerdrotic talking about this months ago when he was a tiny channel of 300 subs talking about the TV show Happy, and he got reached out to by an actress on the show and had conversations with her, right? And then you, Nick, at a similar position in your channel's growth, have been contacted by the artist of the TMNT comic. I mean,
no,
that is
my mind is blown still. Later,
that is cool, and that speaks to the reach of this platform.
Yep.
And people talk about we talk about the ridiculousness of the reach and the influence of the fucking blue check marks on Twitter, in particular the blue-haired land whales on Twitter, right? But the fact that folks who are just beginning on this kind of platform can directly reach the creatives of some of our favorite, or in some cases least favorite, because of the decisions that have been made. Franchises. I mean, that's a big fucking deal, right? Because this is what we talk about. What's so cool about this platform is the direct interaction and the personal ability to talk to these folks that has never existed before this type of platform right here.
That's what me and Vidge were talking about the other day, man. It was like about Patrice. It's like what we really liked about him was how counterculture he was and how punk rock he was. He said what he really thought, and he was always funny. And that was just so, encouraging and enriching. But the thing like Vidge was kind of dealing with, he was like, why didn't he just go outside the system? It's like that didn't exist.
Well,
this is new. I mean, But I just want to say, I was tagging just Jake's point, but feel free, man. But I was just tagging Jake's point because, like, this what's so like innovative and exciting about all this is that this really is like a viable platform for content and for people's voices, and it's brand new. It's still new, you know, like, and it's so exciting that this can just happen. I mean, none of us like got picked. There's no producer or company that said we can come on here and do this. We all just decided to do it, and we're doing it right now. And it's like so badass. And that real quick, Godzillionaire's taken off.
Oh man, Godzillionaire.
Godzillionaire, good night.
Good to see you, man.
Don't time him out, Matt. Whatever you do, don't time him out. He's just saying goodbye.
Yeah, I literally I just put him here just so everyone realized I didn't block him. Okay.
Okay. Awesome.
Good night, Godzillionaire.
Good night, Godzillionaire. Make us feel like a zillionaire. Yeah. Appreciate you, man. So real quick before making my point, I just wanted to say on my podcast, I talk about AOC. I even put you on the evil waifu list. You stuck up that. How come you haven't reached out to me? But that's neither here nor there.
I think it's because she's a racist, V-Dub.
Yeah,
yes,
it is.
It has to be.
That's exactly what it is.
You know what's really funny, guys? This is unrelated, but in the chat, there is a very heated conversation about Bob Lazar going on, and like
I love Bob Lazar.
Dude, like Henry and Dan are going back and forth. And they're like, well, what about this interview? Well, I heard that those facts were scrutinized. Well, listen to me, sir. He's kept his story consistent for 25 years. It's amazing. There's like this whole other conversation going on in the chat.
Shout out to Bob Lazar.
And that happens.
I'm not sure about the Bob Lazar. I mean, part of me believes him. Part of me not, but I wanted to make my point about Patrice. Okay, I do get how there wasn't.
Pablo, you are the man.
Vote for Pablo.
Love you, Geek Tripology.
Such a
awesome.
good dude.
I really do want to hear your point about Patrice, Vish.
Sorry.
Was there? Why couldn't he have just been a stand-up and just stayed a stand-up the whole time? I mean, essentially he was, but like, why did he have to be a part of the Hollywood machine?
Well,
couldn't he have just stayed?
If you want to sell out, like if you want to do bigger venues like theaters and like even smaller stadiums and stuff like that, you have to be like famous. You have to have a gigantic following. And it's like you could be a really popular stand-up, but you'd still be doing clubs and stuff like that. Like good acts do theaters, which brings in lots of money. And you're talking to lots of people. If you're just a club act, you're just a club act, and like that's,
no, I mean, can't you still build to theaters without Hollywood? I think of how many great comedians don't have good movies or don't have a signature movie. Very few do.
You can, but it's like garnering an audience that's going to show up at all of your big shows. It takes a lot, you know what I mean? Because not everyone's rushing out to see that type of stuff. Especially theater tickets are expensive. You do have to be a bigger name to really draw. You know, there's lots of funny comics who do fine, but they're not like on that next level. You know what I mean? And it's like, you know, if you're headlining a set at a club, you're probably doing okay, but it's a lot of work. It's a lot of legwork. You got to do all the traveling. You got to stay in these, like, you know, they stay in other towns. And like a lot of that money comes out of like your travel pay, goes to your manager, your agent, your lawyer. It's like, it's a lot of work. So, you know, as you're getting older, you really kind of want to cut down on more of that bullshit. So I think it's, you have like your home club, you know, you go to a few of the bigger clubs, but if you're really like on that level, you want to be doing big stuff. And also if you're a guy like Patrice, you want to be getting your voice out to as many people as possible. You know, you want a really big audience. I mean, I'm speaking for a dead man right now, but I'm pretty sure that's what it's about.
I mean, he could have been good on this platform.
He'd have been amazing.
He would have been really good on this platform, right? But I mean, at the end of the day, and you guys talked about this really well on that.
I feel like he couldn't have gotten that much bigger no matter what he did.
I don't know, man. I mean, look, let's compare him to a JP Sears.
Oh, love that dude.
Okay, look, JP Sears is almost exclusively on this platform and
on this platform. He could. I'm talking about for like in his era. No, I think in this platform he'd have been like a top 5 podcaster, top 5.
That's what I'm saying, right? That's what I'm saying.
I was referring to like for the era he lived in. You know, he died unfortunately right before this platform got hot. I just don't see what else. That was really my point on the show Wednesday. Plug for the channel and plug for the show. But it was just like, okay, he could have played. He definitely could have. He could have been definitely less of an asshole. I agree with that. But I mean, him playing the Hollywood game would have only got him on Comedy Hype, which is a show where it's just a bunch of comedians. I don't know. If you never heard of this channel, it's basically a bunch of black comedians complaining about how they got ripped off by Hollywood. Yeah. And that's all that was going to happen. He could have been Craig Robinson. I think that's his name. I forgot it already because I'm drunk.
He could have been that machine.
But like, who would have cared?
But he could have been like a Burr too, you know. I mean, there's other stuff, and like I think
the podcast. I mean, if he would have lived,
I think.
Such a dildo, Jesus Christ!
What'd he say?
I was just stuffed about it. Stop!
Stop!
Stop! Such a dildo. You're going to destroy all of us.
Dildo, go deeper. Go deeper. Tell me more. Go deeper.
Stop it.
You don't get the reference because I can't even say the reference. It'll get us all canceled forever.
Yeah, we're all gonna get thrown off.
We're getting thrown into the gulag. Thanks, Cincy Dildo. Appreciate it. Hopefully, my cell in the gulag is next to you.
What I mean to say is, I think it's like, you know, you might be projecting your values onto his. You know what I mean? Like,
I might be, but I just feel
I like that Gary has made such a name for himself and has such a strong, big platform, like outside the system and talking shit about it. I love that. That might not have been his prerogative. You know what I mean? Like, it might have been, he might have wanted to work within it as a powerful figure within it. You know, I don't know.
Well, I mean, then you're right.
Did you see that video I sent you about the Hollywood thing?
I didn't see all of it. I actually didn't see that much because it's pretty long. I got to check the whole thing out.
Yeah, it's just like a podcast conversation, but it's like, I think that's where you see like his resistance, because he saw what goes on inside the Hollywood system. He sees, like, he saw all this other stuff that you don't really see until you're like inside the beast. And I think that, may have had something to do with it. I don't know. It's tough to say, man. I do. But you got
the beast, just like Sentient Dildo.
I thought the beasts were inside Sentient Dildo. I mean, isn't that
vice versa.
Well, like Rogan, like Rogan doing his outside, like he had like a completely different point of view. Like he had nothing to do with Hollywood. He wanted to be outside the system, and so he built something from very little and created like this empire. But that was his prerogative. You know what I mean? He was on a sitcom for a while. It didn't interest him. It wasn't his thing. So I don't know. Yeah. It's hard to say. I mean, I guess it's like I was listening to Ryan Long earlier today, and he was just kind of like talking about like making the life that you want for yourself, and like what does that entail. So I think that's got to be a lot. That's a lot to do with it too. It's like,
true.
You're right.
I agree.
I don't really mean, you might be right where I'm projecting my values, but I also just see the way he operated and the way he did things is like, you're gonna have to pick one. You know what I mean? You're right that like if we're talking about a man in the past. But it's like, if he wanted to be a bigger part of the Hollywood system, he should have, not spoken up at every meeting he is.
He was a little arrogant. Honestly, he was a little arrogant. Like he kind of wanted to speak up, and he wanted to be a part of it. You know what I mean? Yeah. He didn't want to compromise, and that was his biggest. At least that was his most limiting quality, I think.
Because he would have been better off being Chappelle and just saying, I don't want to be a part of the system. You guys win, and I'm gonna do my own thing and hope for the best.
We got to say goodbye to one of our glorious panelists.
I do, gentlemen. I am 3 drinks in. It's past 1 a.m. for
Only
me here
3?
in
Can
Central
I
Texas.
sing a song for you? Can I sing a song for you? Na 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 na.
Oh man!
Hey,
Goodbye.
Na 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 na.
Oh, it's still going. Oh,
He's still going.
He's gonna go. I mean, Nick's had a couple drinks. He's gonna keep going on.
Sub to Jake D's channel.
Oh, yes, please.
Oh, I got that one.
I'm a mod.
Yeah.
I should.
So, Jen,
I can do that.
Ladies, chats, everybody who's out there, thank you so much for being here tonight. The MFer Cocktail Lounge is absolutely one of the best shows of the week, and I am absolutely in love with being a part of this panel. Please, if you have not, I mean, we are 3 hours into this motherfucker. If you have not subscribed to Foul Ball Productions. By God, I think he's earned it by now if you're still here.
I'm just not going to be here when you get back. We're back, though.
And, absolutely check us out on Vigilante Williamson's channel tomorrow for The Brave and the Bold. I should be able to make that show tomorrow. And also on my channel, Jake D, for Howling About Entertainment at 5:15 on Sunday evenings.
Every Sunday.
You betcha. It is, similar talk to what we've got here. We go together about things in general
more
pop
sober
culture.
on that show.
That's true. Me too on both of those. Yeah. It's a Friday night. This is my one night a week that I tend to have a little bit of a sip of the spirits. So, what can I say? But, the chat, you guys make this so much fun. You make it so easy to make 3 hours disappear in just a snap of the fingers. And it is a pleasure to be here. And by God, Matt, it is absolutely an honor to have you invite me here every single week. And by God, I will, to the best of my ability, not miss any of these evenings. It has been an absolute honor to be here. And thank you to the panel and the chat, because I just love this. It's a good time hanging out with my friends and having a fun time.
The honor, honestly, Jake, the honor's mine, because you were the first person that embraced me into this community and welcomed me. So dude, you're welcome literally anytime.
Hey, we rise together, gentlemen.
Hell yeah, we do. Hell yeah, we do.
We are a really good team, actually. We are a really good team. I love all of you guys. It's awesome. Whenever we get together, we always have some good laughs.
Yeah. This is fun.
We're a 6-pack of alcoholics.
Yeah,
there you go.
There we go.
Speaking of that, one of these days we do need to schedule that, sample beers from each other's localities.
I will bring
talked
some.
about like 3 months ago. We talked about doing that. We need to make that happen.
We're gonna do that on my channel, so I'm gonna do that once I get this move situated. I will make sure we assign a date that's gonna work within all our human interests, and it's gonna be fantastic. I'm gonna send you all. I have one Chicago beer. I'm gonna send all of you guys. I know exactly which one I'm gonna send you guys to. So my mission is to absolutely have you enjoy some, but to get you drunk as fuck. So
what is an amazing idea? Okay, I'll start looking for some microbreweries up here in Ottawa. And I'll send it out to all you guys, and we can all enjoy each other's beers as we go, from everywhere we're at. That's fucking awesome. I said the F word. Oh my God.
I think Thoughts
you were sorry.
Thoughts had a couple of beers tonight.
Hey,
sorry, I think the F word is the least of this stream's problem.
Going back,
all right, everybody.
So much more offensive than the F word.
Bye, Jay.
Later,
have a good night.
Appreciate
Bye,
it.
buddy.
Be safe.
All right, JT, take care.
Oh man,
Dan,
I love Jake's a good guy.
Yeah.
Alcohol is good. This is good.
Drink responsibly, kids. No one's gonna do this and drive.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
don't
drank
get behind the
responsibly
wheel.
once.
Don't get behind the wheel. But I like Dan's comment here. This stream's giving him Friday night poker vibe, just hanging out and laughing. Fucking A, man. Thanks for joining.
Good. Yeah, Dan, I don't know you, but you are awesome. I mean, thank you for joining us. I mean, you could have been doing anything else, but you're listening to a bunch of dudes drinking a bunch of alcohol, ranting. I'm glad obviously Fall Ball is the main guy for getting this thing running, but to, bring another side to this whole spiel between me, Red Shirt, VW, and Lord Thoth. We all contribute some entertainment to this, and we all thank Fall Ball for having us on here, so we can all bring entertainment on here. I mean,
you guys are more than welcome, but it wouldn't be anything without you guys. So I'm glad I know you. I'm glad you guys come hang.
Since your dildo said, "Come on, guys, gay it up a little more," we will.
Oh, dude, trust me.
Very much.
Hey, since you
this show is awesome.
We're gonna get gay with hay. You just wait, man.
Did you say gay with hay?
Gay with hay.
There we go.
Okay,
but no, there's something about this show. There's a vibe.
Okay.
TV doesn't have shit on this. I'm saying this as somebody on the panel, just for my own enjoyment. I'm like, there's nothing on TV I can watch as enjoyable as this. It just does not.
I look forward to this all week.
Me too. I can't wait. we've only been doing. How long have you been doing? I feel like I've been on every episode. I mean,
you
5
have
or 6 weeks.
It's the 6 weeks,
and I'm like, because it's almost replaced going to the bar in a way of like going to the bar with my friends, because you can't really do that in the lockdown era, or if you do, if you can, it's not really the same. 32 is very good. Hey, honestly,
I love it.
For woke protection, we should take that as a compliment, man.
I take it as a compliment.
It's the most intersectional, progressive, LGBTQ, BIPOC, and TRIPOC, whatever we are. All the POCs in the X's.
Tupac,
Latinx, Malcolm X, X-Men, X-Clan,
Malcolm X,
X-Men,
X-Genes,
X-Men. Just so you know, Hollywood, X-Men.
I honestly think it's just a bunch of guys getting on here, chatting about the stuff we love, having a few drinks, smoking a few cigars, listening. And the funny thing is about this whole night tonight that we've had is that a lot of the stuff we talked about was coordinated and directed by the chat.
Yeah.
The chat is really what because the chat would come up with something and then we just go off on a tangent about that. So that's pretty funny.
Oh my God. So if you guys between this 32 thing has been on an absolute roll in the last few months. I mean, Geek Tropology, everyone in this chat is killing it the same way. And VW can vouch for me on this. On yelling at Park Cars or Comics Division, we got this guy named Toxic Man Flu on there. That guy is coming up with flavors for me by the minute. And now, like, I see you guys.
I remember that.
And now I see you, like, we got Geek Tropology and Grin and Sentient all on here come up with more flavors. I'm like, man, I feel like everyone needs to contribute their flavors for my intro, because, like, Culture Casino is working on my intro. And like Toxic Man Flu is literally coming up with my flavors. That sounds very weird, but it's just like, man, I feel like I need these guys to contribute their piece of the pie as well. Just saying, guys, if you want to contribute some pie, I'll take it. So,
I fucking A. But I do want to say, to your point, I think, like, yeah, dude, like the chat is like as much a part of the show as anything. Like, I was thinking back, I did the show with Jared earlier this week, the film talk, and we just talking shit. And I was like, man, we did that for like months with literally no viewers, like nobody, just live with no one watching. And I was like, wow, like I was just so grateful anyone's there. Like it's so it's so cool. And it's like now we've got like a show and like a community. Like this is incredible. Like, this is so dope. And Vidge, it was something that, and I didn't comment on it, but it like stuck with me later. It was something that one of the commenters said on Wednesday, and he said like authenticity is the new entertainment. And I was
I do remember that. Yeah,
he fucking nailed it, man. Like he's right.
Did.
Like we've become disillusioned with the smoke and mirrors of Hollywood. Well, now we know all the tricks. We've seen through it, and we're not interested anymore. And we're looking for something more authentic, more real. And to me, this is it.
Absolutely, streaming is taking off. Me and my brother have been talking about this since before I started this channel. On how, man, it just even with sports. Hell, Eric K, the rich kid.
Eric K is looking forward to sending me some T-shirts, I hear.
Oh, yeah. Did you win a giveaway or something?
You told me you recently got some silver maples, so shout out to Eric K.
Oh, nice.
With a little bit of silver. And is the guy who gave me my first super chat. Now I always appreciate that. Thank you so much, Eric K. Rambling about the authenticity being entertainment. Yes. Yeah, even before I even did this, I was thinking about it. Me and my brother were just talking about like, man, entertainment is just not the same. Every single section of it, down to sports, it's just not the same.
No,
wokeness is a major part of it. A lot of the derivativeness, that started even before the wokeness. We talked about all these reboots with sports. There were so many rule changes. There was so much more taking the fan for granted and milking the fan at every turn. And this past year, it's all backfired.
Yeah.
And people want to watch us, and people who stream. I watch a lot of Twitch and YouTube.
I don't want to watch anything else. I love this shit.
and people are coming up with new ways. Even the VTuber thing has like there's interesting spins on that. Like that's way more interesting than what TV can provide or any form of media. I mean, Howard Stern used to provide this back in the day, but he stopped.
Well, what I realized like over the past year, I'd say like Hollywood doesn't have a monopoly on talent or interesting or funny. Like fucking Gina Kuma and Senshin Dildo hanging out right now. They're hilarious. They're fucking hilarious.
Yep. Right.
I on, like how many videos like I see like whether it's like the History Hyenas or one of Gary's videos, and you go like the top 10 comments are hilarious, like funny people. Like there's a whole wealth of interesting people and interesting conversations out there that Hollywood doesn't have control over, and it's like I am increasingly more interested in everything that they're saying than more and more just I could give a shit what's coming out of Hollywood. I don't even care. I barely pay attention. Just like, all right, whatever. But it's just like it's just going to be more bullshit. It's like the end of Reservoir Dogs when what's his name the thing when that guy comes into like the end with the big shootout where they all got their guns loaded, and he goes he's asking the cop Mr. Orange, and he goes he's like, and what to say, and he goes, what the hell for? It's just got to be more bullshit. That's how I feel about the entertainment establishment. It's like, why even listen?
Michael Madsen, wasn't it? Michael Madsen, Tim Roth.
Yeah. I mean, it's just
wow, that was a deep cut, brother. That's a great movie.
That's what movies are good. I'm just saying the line is just like, why listen to what's coming out of Hollywood? It's just gonna be more bullshit. Like, why get excited for the next movie? Why listen to the next entertainment out of there? It's just gonna be more garbage.
It's just gonna be Ta-Nehisi Coates and J.J. Abrams doing Superman. That's where it's gonna lead. That's all it's gonna lead. That's why even WandaVision, it's just gonna lead to the MCU. It's just gonna lead to Brie Larson.
The Quartering said it best earlier on FNT. You know what? Just let them go all the way and release these products. We'll let them burn it all down, and we're just gonna make videos, or at least I might make a video just to capitalize on this shit and just laugh at it and point and laugh like, look how terrible this shit is. I mean, and if you make money off of it, and if you guys, anyone, all the more power to you, because why not take advantage of their terribleness and laugh at it? But other than that, as far as primary entertainment, we are the culture for that, because people don't get NPC answers from us. They don't have us reading off a script like the way they have a script about, I promise I'm going to do better. I'm going to be better. You hear from us. Shut up.
You're going to be
We're going to drink alcohol, eat your pizza, shut the fuck up, stuff your face in that pizza right now, or get out of here. That's us.
Yeah, I'm going to do better. I'm going to say more of the things you already want me to say. Fuck you.
We have seen a fundamental change in how people in our regular population, whether it's United States, Canada, New Zealand, Australia, Croatia, wherever we're talking about here, it's a fundamental change in how we consume entertainment. I think that YouTube, and that might not necessarily be this platform, but this is the genesis of the platform that we've been using to talk, to have our good times, to have entertainment, to enjoy chatting with each other. To what I think is really the fundamental change is that there's an interaction between you and the chat. There's an interaction between you and the other panelists. This isn't a script where we're reading off that I punch Zod. Like, that isn't really what we're doing here. This is a chance to interact, to have fun, to have a few drinks, to have some laughs, and to be able to just see what everybody's thinking. And
there's a value. And there's a value and respect to that. Like, I feel like we all can kind of recognize that, like, the relationship with Hollywood's like, you always feel, oh, they're bigger. I've
lost that completely.
But I mean,
I know what you're talking about.
The internet and Twitter took that away from them completely.
But that was the traditional relationship, was like, we're so great. You're lucky to have this entertainment. We're all like, okay, thanks. And it's like, now we're just like, you have guys like Gary who are infinitely entertaining. He streams, 50 hours a week, whatever it is. He's incredibly entertaining for all the entire time. He's grateful. He interacts with the chat. He shows respect. And it's like, it's not just Gary. Like, there's this other, like, they just broke up, but there was these two comedians from New York. They did the History Hyenas podcast, which is really funny. You guys should watch it. But like, they had this whole like they call each other cuz. What's up, cuz? The cuz community was like their little like community of like fans and stuff like that. And like they would include them in the show, and they were hilarious. And it just created this bond and this like community you wanted to be a part of and you were engaged with, and it was fun to watch. And it's like, yeah, man, fuck all that like exclusive bullshit. Like, yeah, you're inside the club. Good for you. Go fuck yourself. Like, this is so much more interesting.
Preach
and I think that's why you're getting. I think that's why you're getting 300, 400, 500,000 subscribers to these YouTube channels, like you were talking about, Gary, Doomcock, Geeks and Gamers. Whether you like them or you don't like them, because I can give or take some of those guys. I think that really what it is it's entertainment. You can sit there and listen to them bark and talk and yak and joke and go off on all the pop culture that's going on in our world today, and even politics, even everything. And it's a chance for them to just say, hey, this is me. I'm putting it out there. This is what I think. What do you think? And then there's the interaction with the chat. There's the interaction with other panelists. Friday Night Tights is a prime example. And I look at that and I go, damn, you've got 6 or 7 or 8 diametrically opposed personalities that are on there. You've got you've got Doomcock sometimes shows up on other streams. You have obviously the Inquisition on Sunday nights, but you've got all these personalities that are all kind of being thrown into this pot. And we've been in Canada here, we've been talking for 50 years about multiculturalism and how the melting pot of different cultures and personalities and everything. And that's what YouTube is. It's that multicultural pot that you're throwing all this in here, and we're all getting a chance to laugh and talk and argue and discuss everything, but we can do it civilly. We're not going after each other like they are on social media. We're not going on Twitter and insulting people. We're saying, this is what I think. What do you think? Well, this is what I think. Well, okay, I may disagree with you, but hell, let's have a few laughs. Let's have a cigar. Let's have a few drinks, and let's have a good laugh about it. And I think that's really what we're about. We're not about that culture on social media and that culture that's, canceling Gina Carano and that culture that's doing what it's doing out there, that's being detrimental to the fabric work of humanity. We're here just to have fun. We're here to laugh at J.J. Abrams coming up with another stupid idea. And hey, we're going to have a few drinks and we're going to laugh about it. And you know what? My dollars are staying securely in my wallet.
Yep.
Yeah, we'll save money.
Let's save our money. Let's get our alcohol. Let's invest in our YouTube channels for our videos and for each other's channels that we're enjoying. And you know what? That's fine, because we don't need to give Warner Bros. Our money. We don't need to. And when they burn to the ground, they're going to act like they don't care. But when they're actually down, they're gonna blame it on us anyway. So just let them burn down. Fuck it. That's what they're gonna do anyway. So let them go all the way with it.
Dude, fucking Gran Akuma is relentless.
Yeah, he is.
I swear, bro, Entertainment is not the same. But you know what is amazing? Kung Fury. He's mentioned Kung Fury like 15 times.
God.
I know Kung Fury. I know it. You guys know Kung Fury?
Kung Fury is great. Yeah.
I hope that everyone says yes, because
Nope.
Did someone have a dog like nearby the mic?
Not me.
No.
Oh, okay. Okay. I keep hearing some breathing. I was like, oh, that must be you, Nick. I was like,
It could be me.
Is Nick drinking again? Are you drinking again, Flavor Flavs? What's up?
Dude, of course I have alcohol on me. I mean,
yeah, baby.
I've become Christian. I become Christian Bale with my breathing. Harvey,
Where's the trigger?
To kind of change the subject, I have a question. Did anybody? What do people think about Tom McDonald? They played his. I'm not sure how hip hop friendly everybody is. They played his song.
I listened to a little bit of it.
FNT. What do you? I know you like the hip hop that the kids are into, and I make every now and again.
I enjoy some of the raps.
Some of the raps.
I like how you
You're
put
hip
that.
and young.
The hip hop that the kids are into. I feel
Yeah,
like
that the
I'm
kids are
drinking
into.
tea with my little pinky finger sticking up there when you said
Yeah,
that.
and I say that as someone who's released rap songs within the past couple months. But
Yeah.
what do you think of Tom McDonald?
Well,
I don't like him.
I know
I'm
what
sorry, guys.
Ascension thinks.
Yeah, that kind of that's what I was kind of. I don't think he's terrible, but I kind of think he's.
I don't know.
Cheesy?
I didn't love
like
it.
him.
Like I listened to some of it. I think he's articulate. I don't think he's a bad rapper. Like I think he's got good lyrical structure.
Solid.
He mixes up his styles, which I like, and like he had like good stanzas. I mean, at one point he said he liked feminism, which I was like, Jesus. Like I was like, all right. I don't know. I like that he's an independent guy. I like that he's got his own point of view, his own mind. He says what he thinks. I respect that. I like that he like just goes out there and does whatever the hell he wants. I think that's punk. I didn't respond to it though. I wasn't like, oh, I gotta hear all this. I was just kind of like, I wanted to like him more than I ended up liking him. Like, I like that Kerry Smith over at Unsafe Space likes him. Cool. But for me, I was like, I mean, it's nice to see another rebellious voice. I always respect that. I respect the hustle, but
yeah, that's kind of how I feel. Like, I'm not trying to knock somebody, who knows? Maybe this will be clipped out 2 years from now, and then it'll start a rap beef. Who knows? But which would be awesome, actually, economically.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Get your clout.
Yeah. But no disrespect from him because he actually is competent as a rapper. But I just am like,
he's
kind of probably more than competent because he has some cool lines. It's just like,
cool.
I get it. You're the not woke rapper. Okay, that's interesting.
It's just he didn't have much more to say other than that. I was just like,
yeah. And
you know
I'm
what?
like,
I did hear he did have a really interesting song. See, when he wasn't talking about the woke shit, I actually responded a little bit better. He had a song where he's at war with like his addiction or his insecurities or something like that. That I really responded to. I thought that was badass. It was like his insecurities was like this like devil just like yelling at him and he's like arguing with it. And like that I thought was really cool. I liked that kind of internalization of like that conflict inside you. I like that a lot. I responded to that. I thought that was badass. The anti-woke stuff was like, I mean, I guess it's nice that he's doing it, but I wasn't like, yes.
I think Central Dildo nailed it. Like as he often does. He says he raps in 2-year-old conservative means and is a fucking cringe lord. Fuck that goofball cunt, or fucking cringe lord, because he's obviously Croatian. Fuck that goofball cunt. This is not me saying it's Central Dildo time.
Yeah,
but if it's a rap battle, I will eat you. He makes rap for people who don't listen to rap because he corrected that later. And I agree. This is like, because I saw a lot in chat. Well, I don't listen to rap, but I like it. I'm like, yeah, you're exactly the target. Because I listen to. I don't listen to modern hip hop.
I don't want political things in my music. Like, even if I agree with it, I don't want to be like, yeah, totally, good point. Like,
the whole thing. Even like,
it's just, I don't even, I'd prefer it in this format where we're talking shit. Like, I like that. But it's like, I don't want it in my movies. I don't want it in
music still has to be good. Whatever you make still has to be good.
True.
Like shades of it are good. Like, when you throw stuff in there and you let me interpret something and come to a conclusion, fascinating. But it's like in like music or movies or like fine art, like paintings, like if it's just an explicit 1-for-1, this is what I'm saying and this is my art, it's like, what's the point? Just say it.
Yeah,
I don't understand why putting it through like a sieve and forming it into something if there's no like art on it. That's what's so obnoxious about all the woke stuff. It's just like racism's bad. It's like, yeah, go fuck yourself. Who needed that? Who needed to hear that? Like you just like smelling your own farts and like, yeah, duh, motherfucker. Like if you had made a whole movie, hey, murder's bad. It's like, great. Thanks for the 2 hours of bullshit. Like you need to be more complex. The art needs to be layered. It needs to have some soul, some depth, like something bigger. If it's just you literally just saying what you think, it's like, then just say it. Be a podcaster, be a comedian. Like I don't understand why bother. Oh my God.
Okay. I'll just say this before I take a break.
Okay.
You just said exactly what I think about rap. If you're just going to say it, then get a podcast.
But rap,
because I don't recognize rap as music. And I've been a musician for decades. I was a singer for years. I play multiple musical instruments. And quite frankly,
I play the drums. Brother.
Okay. I don't recognize rap as music. Now, maybe that's my failing. But to me, it's do you know what beat poetry is?
Yeah, hold on.
Yeah.
real quick. I feel like we're about to open up a big can of worms, and I do.
I don't want to. I don't want
No,
to. I shouldn't have said
do.
anything.
I like this.
No.
I think this is a good conversation.
Good.
I want to do this, but I do want to say we have another addition to the panel. We are
Oh,
adding
wow.
another voice, another legend in the YouTube world.
Yeah.
I'm already here.
Another.
Oh, no, he said another Lord
Just
Talk.
cheers.
Oh,
More
another.
legend.
Okay.
Everyone, put your hands together. Give a nice Foul Ball Productions welcome to the mighty wrench, Eric K.
Yeah.
Hey, hail.
King of all the wrenches.
Yeah.
Hail, Eric.
Eric K.
Eric
the best
K.
wrench on YouTube.
Right?
Greetings and
The
salutations, everyone.
Yes.
Good to be here. I missed
Good to
last
have you.
week.
Yeah, man. Are you
Okay.
are you in the city of sin?
Oh yeah, I'm still here.
Hell,
I love it.
Enjoy.
I love it.
Yeah, man.
I'm no longer as up as much as I was yesterday, but
Don't worry, you still got time.
oh yeah, I still have plenty of time. So
We could do another
Yeah.
4 hours. You could just walk downstairs, start gambling.
I'm doing quite well, though. I mean, I'm definitely have paid for my trip, so that's
Nice.
all I got to say.
Good for you.
Are you drinking too, or are you sober?
I'm perfectly sober right now. I should have a drink, though.
Yeah, there you go. We all have
Yeah,
one.
what are you doing?
Hop up in that mini bar, money bags. So
I got some vodka around here somewhere.
Noise. I do want to get into that conversation, Richard. I would like to have that conversation because I think me and Vidge are both passionate hip hop fans. So I think maybe this
I have a
could be constructive.
Interesting take.
Yeah, you go first, Vidge.
You know what my take is? Just another red shirt. If you said this 10 years ago, I would probably argue with you. I would probably give examples that clearly show their music. You know, I would probably talk about the Neptunes who use a lot of musical theory. I would talk about different artists and all that. Tech Nine. I would talk about all this, but nowadays, I concede the argument. I concede. I'm not even going to argue with you. It's not that I necessarily believe that to be the case, but the music that's being created today, it's not worth arguing for. And it's so much of it that I don't even care to argue. So even though I disagree with the point, it's as I have no grounds on which to argue it. I have nothing.
I think
Nothing.
before we go any further, I would like to offer Exhibit A. Karina Kuma just threw down some bars. Man's like, maybe a nice car in that bar,
Oh,
that beard
so
and
good.
scar. Lord Thoth is an anime nerd. He's a thoth who likes the thoughts and girls. Just another red shirt. Hard to make rhymes.
Listen,
Kind of fell
there
off
are
the cliff at the
people-
end there, but that was awesome.
Listen, there are rappers who don't even write the terrible lyrics they're rapping. They have teams of people writing awful lyrics, and it's like this is atrocious.
Okay, here's what I'll say about
There's a lot of rappers out there that can't understand the words they're even saying. So,
Yeah.
mean,
Well,
what
they're
do you
on
gotta
company
say?
pills. They're barely speaking. But I'll say this about hip hop, Richard. There's a poetry to it. There's an expressive poetry to it where it really is like your internal feelings and like experiences like formed into like digestible poetry. And a lot of times it rhymes on like stanza, like poetic stanza. Like for instance, Eminem raps on iambic pentameter that like Shakespeare wrote on. So it's like it's straight up poetry. Like yeah, obviously he's an exceptional case, but like Tech Nine stuff is crazy musically competent. Like it's like a maestro. Like the way he just like it's all like orchestrated and put together. What do you call that when it's like arrangements? It's crazy. Like it's really elevated music. And that there's a vibe too with hip hop. There's like a feeling, like it really gets inside of like your body and you can really move with it. And it's like you're kind of all experiencing this like group collective like mind. It's like this kind of combination of like stand-up comedy and music. It's this whole like unique art form and it's in and of itself. So I think like at its core, when it's really well done, like if you want to just look at like lyrical competency, like go check out like Mos Def, like Black on Both Sides, or Black Star, like with him and Talib Kweli. Just the lyrical structure alone is impressive as an artwork, but it is its own thing. So it's hard. I can't. I understand what you're saying, but I can't co-sign it.
No. I don't expect you to. I'll just say you made a really good point there, interesting point there, talking about he raps in iambic pentameter. Okay, I'm like, well, that's impressive. You said like Shakespeare wrote in his plays, which he did, but to me, that's not musical. That's literary and poetic. That's not music. So if you I agree with you. It's poetic.
I mean, what's that? How do you define music then? What's like
music is tonal. Music is tonal, different tones. Listen to somebody try to sing the national anthem when they're tone deaf.
Is Bob Dylan music?
Not his early stuff. His early stuff sounds like somebody with bugs crawling all over him.
Yeah, I mean, he doesn't have like, I don't even think proper pitch, but like it's music. Like I guess I don't go that far to define it that rigidly.
Well, I'm just distinguishing between lyrics, because to me, music doesn't have to have lyrics. In fact, my favorite music doesn't.
Oh, interesting.
My favorite music doesn't have any lyrics. There's nobody singing. There's no words whatsoever. To me, music doesn't require anybody to say or speak anything. To me, music is separate from that.
DJ Premier's like beats, like the layers and the structure. I mean, that's music. I don't need anything other than that. Like to me, that's evidence it's music right there.
No, I won't argue that there's a musical element to it when it has beats and it has structure, it has a rhythm, it has that. That yes, but to me, music, that's not okay. So all I'll say is this. This is just me personally. That's not enough for me. Yes, that's musical, but to me, that's not music any more than somebody playing, banging with sticks on an overturned plastic 5-gallon bucket.
But I mean,
because what was it, Lord Thoth? You play drums.
10-4.
Drumming to me is part of music, in the same sense that I played violin. I had never played violin well enough for it to be music all by itself. If I played in an orchestra,
it's a piece of the
part
pie, right?
It's a piece of the pie. Yeah. And to me, yes. To me, my favorite music has lots of that complexity. But that's just, that's just personal preference. I'm not saying it's not, and nobody should think it is. So please don't misconstrue what I said. I'm not saying it's not music. Okay. And nobody should think it is. I'm saying I don't recognize it as.
Yeah, I agree with
spitting bars. Grins just spitting bars. Usually music doesn't require anyone to say foul balls most of the time. Very gay.
You are a happy guy. I've noticed that.
I can see the point. I will say this because I do make hip hop, so I have to say something. Because part of this seems like just the internal argument whenever any new genre has ever come out ever. It's like, oh, this isn't music. Whether it's jazz or it's rock and roll. Or
People said that about like EDM, like dubstep and all that shit.
This is, and so I mean, that's not to say that you're Daft Punk. They were called. That's what they got their name from. What they were doing. This is sounds like some Daft Punk music, and it's like, oh, we should use that. But I guess it's like, that's not to say that your opinion should change, because as you said, you just clarify, it's you do not recognize it as music, and it's that's your prerogative completely. But I just wanted to offer the counterpoint that, hey, this is just what happens. Everyone said that, and even since your dildo's arguing with me because I'm not as big on the modern stuff. My brother, like I said in the comments, my brother will toss me a few things, and so I think that's why I can see at the point. A lot of it to me sounds like, oh my god. I realized I was getting too old for it. That's why I stopped for like a decade almost. I'm like, I'm too old to listen to this shit. This is when mumble rap came out, and it was a guy mumbling in auto-tune over the same beat over and over again with the same drum patterns and the same drops and the same thing. And they're talking about the same subject. I can't tell sound the same. They're trying to rap the same. And I'm like, this is one song being remade over and over and over again by a bunch of different people. This is not this isn't music anymore. It's the same. If it is, it's the same song. And so I'm breaking shit. I'm so angry. But I'm like, I don't want to listen to this anymore. I don't care about it anymore. I can't do it. And I said this. It's funny because I just talked about it on my stream. Because I actually got talked about auto tune. I actually just I had to re-register auto tune, and they make you well, they don't make you, but they ask for your pronouns. Did not put them in there. They're optional.
Great.
They ask for your pronouns.
They can't set the pitch of your voice properly without them.
Yeah. But yeah, auto tune has ruined everything because it's not just rap. They use it in everything. It's ruined a generation of singers.
Yeah,
more than a generation.
Yeah, it's more than
they can't sing anymore. They auto tune.
Yeah.
I mean,
right.
Have you heard some of these people? I mean, who was it? The girl who was on Saturday Night Live that one time, and it stopped recording or doing the recording, and it was whose sister was it? Ashley Simpson. Yeah, Jessica Simpson's sister, and
a while ago.
Yeah,
it made her just disappear.
I got one for you guys. You keep talking. I'm pull up something for you.
That's a loaded statement.
Okay. This is going to be another one.
Deaf men.
What's that?
Geek Tropology said experimental jazz is a conversation between deaf men. So Geek Tropology apparently doesn't think experimental jazz is music, or he's not a big fan of it.
Well, no. I mean, there's some experimental jazz that does sound like. Have you ever heard an orchestra tuning up?
Yeah, I agree. Like
there's some experimental jazz that to me sounds like the guys are trying to, they're just limbering up their fingers and getting their instruments warmed up.
Jam band's the same way. That fucking stupid goddamn Grateful Dead shit that goes on for 14 minutes. It's like, what the hell are you doing? This
How long can you play those same 5 chords, man?
Yeah, or the middle of an Emerson, Lake and Palmer album, for crying out loud.
It's indulgent.
Good deep cut there. I like that one.
But I kind of felt that way. I mean, I brought up Bob Dylan, but just because it's like he's the guy that people point to as not really having like a typical singing voice. But I think like his pose.
Oh no, he had a horrible. Yeah, but the funny one I heard this. Yeah, here's the funny one. I have heard this. He did the song "Lay Lady Lay."
Yeah.
Now musicians, when they're composing the song, tend to use basically nonsense lyrics to sing while they're trying to get the tune to work. The most famous one I remember is that the nonsense lyrics to compose the song "Yesterday" by Paul McCartney was "scrambled eggs." Scrambled eggs. Anyway, Dylan quit smoking right before he was going to record this song, "Lay Lady Lay," and he went in and tested the song without lyrics yet. He sang "Lay Lady Lay," the nonsense lyrics. And he was so enamored of his voice after having quit smoking that he didn't bother to write real lyrics to the song, is the story I've heard. He just said, just use that.
Well, what do you think about this, Richard? What do you think about Sentient Dildo's point? I think it's a good one. He says experimenting is important and it pushes sound forward. What do you think about that?
Oh, I think that's absolutely true. All right, that actually leads into something I was going to say, and this may be another one that gets me in trouble, and I've done it before. This goes way back into the early MTV days when I think it was Run DMC who was doing this song "Can't Touch This," and Aerosmith got together and did a music video.
Yeah, no, the song is wrong, but the collaboration is accurate.
Yeah, I know it was them, but I don't remember
the MC Hammer version.
Right, MC Hammer's the song is the "Can't Touch This," but the
Walk This Way, they did a remix.
Walk This Way, thank you.
That's it. With Aerosmith, it was Run DMC. So
Got it. That's it. Okay. So it was Walk This Way, and they collaborated on the song. And it alternated back and forth between the Aerosmith version and the Run DMC version. And I was like, I had a ball with that. I thought that was a great video. I loved the song. I loved both sides of the music. I had no problem with them doing it. And to me, that was the essence of experimentation. You have probably one of the biggest metal bands, or at least rock bands, certainly to come out of Boston, going with these, the new kids on the block at the time, and making a music video, putting it on MTV, and it just exploded.
Yeah, I wanted to. Okay, go ahead, Red. I mean, Midge.
I can't help but to wonder, like, what would you think of like Public Enemy? Because they were like not just the lyrical content, like sonically, their beats were just so incredible. Like they have beats that never really have been recreated to this day because of how many.
The fucking Roots, it's all like live music. It's all
Roots,
and like it's live, live instruments. Like it's not, it's not just like hip hop beats like digitally or whatever. Like,
better yet, how about the Beastie
Boys? On my cousin, and she told
Beastie Boys are another one.
Beastie Boys are great. I mean, Rick Rubin did.
Rick Rubin, dude, he's one of the reasons that Slayer got put on the map that they did, because they already had like a small following, but once they signed with I think it was the Def Jam label, and they started working with Rick Rubin. Then they put out Rain in Blood in 1986, and then Slayer became very like their status escalated dramatically with a 10-song, 28-minute album. And Rick Rubin and Slayer, Rain in Blood, it was a game changer. I mean, God, like,
dude, like if you go back and listen to like the production. If you go listen, that shit's sick. I mean, just Eric B's like just his scratching it. It's musical. Like there's a musical nature to it. But I was gonna say, just the production on License to Ill, the Beastie Boys, like that is unbelievably well produced album. Like it's so like distinct and iconic, and the sounds is like it's. I mean, to me, that's music. I don't have any kind of musical history background or anything like that, but I don't have any complaints. I can't say that that's not like. I understand what you're saying about like there's quality things, and there's definitely like a like lowest common denominator effort that gets put into hip hop, especially nowadays, where you're just like, even like guys like I'll hear them rhyme the same word. I'm like, that's not rhyming, asshole. Like that's just
there's a lot of cheat. I've done some cheating too, because it's what happened is they kept dumbing it down. So like people will say things that literally don't rhyme, but they kind of rhyme. Or they, like you said, they use the same word, same phrase. Like, no, you're not rhyming. You're just saying what you want to say and then saying a word after it that is the word you just said in the last bar.
There's a song from Tech Nine on one of his albums that I really like. I think it's Kingdom. Is that the name of the album? But he's got this, like, he introduces it, and he's basically like attacking the audience. He's like, you're not listening to me, so I'm going to speak in a language that you all understand. And then he does like this auto-tuned intro to just be like, this is what you want. This is what you all want to consume. Fine, here it is. Here's the same stupid shit you all like. And it's like, you know what I mean? Like, that's a punk rock. To me, that's music. That's punk rock. Like
Hobson did something similar to that. He made a song talking about how bad auto-tune was. That was one of his biggest songs.
And speaking of which, what a perfect segue. This is fucking hilarious. I got such a kick out of this when I found it. So do you guys know who Travis Scott is?
Nope.
Yeah.
He's like,
oh, I did see this. This is awesome.
This is great. So he's like, I guess he's like attached to the Kardashians, right?
Yeah, didn't he get one of them pregnant or
I think so.
Hit by one of them? Yeah.
But he's a rapper. So this is like him doing auto-tune live. Did you guys catch that?
Yep.
Yeah.
Like, What an
To
asshole.
just show you. And so much is that auto tune
That was-
has just like they literally rely on it to such an insane extent that it's like there's a reason there's so many people trying to rap because they think it's easy. And why shouldn't they? If I have auto-tune and some producer, I am a rapper. The end. That's why all the value on rapping, and this is why I didn't really defend the genre, even though I still have love for a lot of music in it. But it's so much about clout and doing songs with people and all this other shit. Like, are you good? It's about image and getting fans on Instagram and all this other stuff. And drama. Are you good? Are the songs relevant? Are they even songs?
Dude, acting has the same problem. It just attracts people that they all think they can do it. It's like it's an art form. It's a craft. It takes time to develop. I mean, there's levels to that shit. I think acting maybe is a little more distinct when someone sucks at it, but a lot of shitty actors get passed through. But it's like rap. It's like
Brie Larson exists.
Yeah, Brie Larson. But there's so many rappers that are like, there's these geniuses that are here, and then these fucking fools that are at the top of the industry, and you're like, how? Like, there's no justice to it. So
dude, you're summing up the story of my life with metal. That's literally how it is with metal, man. There's a lot of these super talented bands, but unfortunately, they're defined by these watered down bands who are much bigger and at the top. That's just sadly how the industry works. And also, to be fair, it's definitely a cultural thing as far as America goes. Because when you look at American culture on music, America is very focused on fads. And you can look no further than hard rock metal. Like if you look at in the mid to late 90s, everyone wanted to be the Korn and Limp Bizkit of the world.
Oh
and
my
then
God.
early 2000s,
stupid rap rock shit.
Yes, and then the early 2000s happened, and everyone wanted to be like a Slipknot or a Disturbed. And then 2004 through 2009, you had people who wanted to be a Lamb of God or a Killswitch Engage. Or then you had the other side where they wanted to be like the emo rock, the My Chemical Romance, the Dashboard Confessionals. Yep. Now, that's an American problem, and I can say that because I've talked to that's just how it is America. America goes, it's because of the way record labels promote music in America. They come and go with fads. Whereas if you're in a band like in per se, I don't know, the UK, you're into it for the long haul. You're not into it just because it's a cool thing for 5 minutes. Like, I'll give you a good example of a band who's not huge out here, but is huge in like, well, I don't know, another country. We've all heard of Five Finger Death Punch, but maybe most of you have not heard of Machine Head. Now, out here, Five Finger Death Punch headlines a rate. Deep Purple. So, point being is that Five Finger
Can I just pause you for a minute, Flavor Flav, sir?
Yeah.
So, because I think we're going to get into a long music discussion, so I probably should head out. Actually.
All right.
And it's been an honor being amongst you all, and thank you very much for letting me chat and talk. And I hope you guys have another 3 hours to go because this has been awesome. And thanks to the chat. Thank you very much for letting me talk and rant and spend this time with you.
We love you, buddy.
Always a pleasure.
Thank you for being here, Thoth. We love you, man.
Be well, my
Thanks,
friend.
Man. Love you
Be
all.
well.
Yeah. We'll see you in the next one.
Sounds good to me, man. I'll be there.
All right.
Everybody have a great night.
You too, buddy. Take care.
Talk to you later.
So let me just get this straight, Nick Weiser.
Okay.
You have a serious thing against Nickelback.
No, here's the thing. I'm not a fan of the band of Nickelback, but their drummer, Daniel Adair, is a monster. He could do this stuff like Meshuggah type. If you ever heard Meshuggah, he could do this Meshuggah type of drumming that is like freaky good. But anyways, Five Finger Death Punch.
Actually, they do put on a really good show.
They probably do.
That's the point.
I think they get a little more hate than they deserve, to be honest. I think it just became trendy to hate on Nickelback. Like, I definitely think like, but like, what's that? That's that one single. It's not that bad. Like, it's just, It's just that at that time it was the end of all the grunge rock and everyone was singing like this, and you're just like, ugh.
Yeah.
It's, you know,
To me, the big issue with Nickelback
shut up.
to me,
we could all
Nickelback
do our
wasn't a
Scott
band. They
Stapp.
were one song, and they just kept, remaking it.
Oh, wait.
Yeah.
Trying to get this one, yeah.
However, all right. So a band like
Okay.
Five Finger Death Punch, they headline arenas in America that you give or take between 10 and 20,000. Now, if you take a band like Machine Head, they headline to around 1,000 per venue in the States. Now, if you go to a country like, once again, the UK, it's the reverse of that. Five Finger Death Punch are small time in a country like that, but a band like Machine Head headlines arenas. It's an American cultural thing, and Machine Head have been a long-staying band, whereas Five Finger Death Punch are a trendy rock band. So it's once again, it's all a cultural shift on how America and big record labels like to promote music.
Can I offer a little bit of insight just from like what I've seen from the entertainment side of being an actor in Hollywood?
Yes, absolutely.
This is pure like speculation and projection, but how much of it do you feel is pressure from record labels and people in the music industry to make music that sounds like whatever's popular at the time? Where
100%.
like that
100%.
artist might have had an interesting voice, but they just kind of got squeezed into this box because some A&R guy or some like record label manager was like, hey, this is what everyone's doing. You got to do the rap rock. You got to do this shitty version of punk or whatever it is. And like that, like it's kind of because it happens in entertainment all the time. Like they guide like actors and stuff to like model their careers after actors who already have successful careers. Like that's the entire model is like, well, that worked, so let's do it again. Like that's
true. They see a certain thing blow up, like a Korn who started this whole thing of with the scatting vocals and everyone wearing Adidas and everyone having dreadlocks. And I'm glad you brought that up, Foulball, because that is something that happens a lot, especially in America, especially with big bands. Here's a good example of a band who followed a fad when they were not that band. So when the Korns and Deftones of the world blew up,
Hey, what's wrong
you
with
had
Korn?
a band. Hold on.
Something takes a
Well, there's a whole gist for this. With Korn, they blew up, and I like the first album. They're not like exactly a go-to band, but I respect what they did. I really do, because they were innovative. Now, the problem is when they became as huge as they did, a good example of a band who decided to become what they were was look no further than Sepultura. They're a band from Brazil, and at one point they were like a very extreme thrash metal band. But then they saw what Korn was doing, and then they started becoming a Korn Junior ripoff type of band, to the point where they even had the Korn drummer David Silveira on one of their songs. So yeah, it does happen. But then if you have your bands like your Slayers and your Cannibal Corpses and your Obituaries and both wars of the world, they don't care. They don't care what's a fad. They're going to stick to their sound, and they play to 5 fans. They play to 5 fans, and they don't care. So yeah, you'll have bands who will follow the fad, and you'll have bands who will stick to their guns regardless of the fad.
The chat's making me laugh.
I know. Boom, knock, knock, the boom, knock, knock. Yeah. That's from
like
Freak on the Leash from Korn.
She goes,
Freak on the Leash is nice.
Islington Girl goes, Korn was strange. Korn was overrated. Apology. And then Green goes, Korn is fucking amazing.
Something takes a part.
I
love Korn when they were
Dildo knows about DRI, bro. I love that crossover stuff. DRI, dude. Now
like a freak on a leash.
Yeah, like I don't know that I enjoyed it as much as I did, but when it was popular, when it was like I had that CD and I used to listen to that shit all
the leader. Dead Bodies Everywhere. Got the Life. It's on. Fred Durst was on there. Yeah, the Bullet video.
It was so cool.
It was revolutionary at the time, and you gotta give credit to
That Fall the Leader is a really good album, just for the era. Like, it's not an album I would listen to now, but I was mega into that at the time.
And it was, Islington Girl says Korn was strange. Yes, but that was what was exciting about it. It was different, It was like the alternative era had a lot of really interesting sounds. It had a lot of like different stuff going on. It was this real renaissance of rock. You had like, guys like Korn, and then you had guys like, Bush, that, you know, was like kind of girl rock, sort of like, you know, mainstream, but still, so, you know, like, and then you had like this, all the Seattle stuff, the Pearl Jam shit, but then you had guys like Sublime that were throwing in like hip hop and reggae into their rock. It was very interesting rock and roll scene in the mid 90s. And I think most of it is, you know, really interesting.
Yeah. Unfortunately, you can kind of chalk this up to trap hip hop as a scalp. They took rock music off of the popular, like rock music used to be a part of the popular music spectrum. Now it's not there anymore, and that's very sad.
Yeah,
because I mean, like, what's the number one band right now? Like a K-pop band?
Probably.
Couldn't tell you.
I think it's that K-pop band. I can't think of their name.
Like, it's not anyone good, but it's kind of like everything else. I mean, it's like, I think a lot of the woke stuff too comes down to the same shit. It's like just watered down, all the edges like shaved off, because it's like the corporate model used to be like take something interesting and then make it digestible. You know, it's like that was the path. So it's like they're trying to do that with woke stuff. They're trying to be like, well, we'll take everything offensive off of it. It's like, yeah, well, this a little different, because their version of offensive is it exists in the real world. So you can't ignore that. But it's the same thing, though. It's like that's what it always comes. It always starts off with something interesting, and then like the corporate beast shaves all the edges off, and like, here, digestible product, because they fucking sell soap. They don't know what they're doing. They don't make art. They make fucking products.
They start out with fried eggs and smoked bacon, and they turned it into oatmeal.
Mm-hmm. Now they turn it into fucking vegan tofu. Fair trade.
That tofu, you had me a tofu.
So like,
hey, Oreos are vegan, and apparently trans people exist thanks to Oreos.
Did you see that? That felt like a cunty SJW on Twitter. I was like, you know, I couldn't
either that
they exist. That's my whole statement. Yeah.
I thought Oreos were
like
problematic.
Yeah, they are.
Thank you.
They're either problematic or emblematic on someone who's watched too much of the Hub. I'm not sure which, but in the event, that was pretty funny. I was either a SJW or someone who was like had a bunch of SJWs threaten them, like, okay, just do something, just get them off of us. So yeah, I don't know what that was. It was pretty funny.
Oh man!
But you know what? It's good that these companies are like Coca-Cola wants you to be less white, and you know, no disrespect to anyone who's in a trans. Like, we know trans people exist. That's the joke.
Of course,
we know people exist. That they're trying to virtue signal is the joke. I need to explain that, because they'll say, "Oh, they're istophobic," and no, we're not. It's nothing wrong with people being trans. There's something silly about someone having to. Not all people exist. All people that are alive exist. Like, you don't have to make a statement that any one group exists. But if you're trying to virtue signal, you do. But you know what? It's good. It's good that these sugary. You don't need Oreos and Coca-Cola anyway. Hopefully that brings down the obesity in this country by all these sugary foods going woke.
That's hilarious.
No, that's a good point.
Either that, conservatives will just lose weight. Like, all right, I'm done with Coca-Cola. I'm done with the.
Yeah, they're so fed up with woke stuff they get healthy.
Well, I denounce everything and everyone in all existence and all time.
I guess it's time to start denouncing, guys.
Thank you, Eric K.
All right.
I wonder if
I got to check my notes.
Yeah. Check your notes and see what you're denouncing this week, Red Shirt.
That's right.
Check the download.
Well, what I wonder with like woke's been corporate for a while, but now that it's like legit corporate, I wonder if maybe that could be like the last straw. You know, this could be like the downturn. Like, I mean, I feel like the Hollywood machine is going to take a little while, but maybe culturally, like this could be like, because even if you're like one of these woke crusaders, right? And then you see like these major food brands like parroting your ideology, I think even for you, you'd have to be like, wait a minute. Like, you'd have to just kind of look at it like, hold on, I don't know anymore. Like, I wonder if like this could make it uncool. I don't know. It's hard to get inside their crazy brains, but I just wonder.
Don't try. Don't try.
No.
Imagine a post that said any other group exists. Like, just even if it said like black people exist, Latino people exist, gay people exist. Like, what? What are you doing?
Who cares what Oreo's stance is on anything other than cookies? All I give a shit about is your point of view on cookies. And
you don't even have
that. Save it, motherfucker. Who cares?
The only thing I care about is, are you mega stuff, double stuff, or regular stuff?
Yeah. I think tomorrow they should start talking about economic policy in Iran. This is the most irrelevant thing to selling cookies. Who gives a shit? What are you talking about? Sell your fucking cookies and shut up.
I know, right? These companies can't help themselves that they need to talk about this. Like, why is it that they can't separate these things from more than it's the new wave of I'm vegan. They have to bring up woke culture now. Woke culture is the new I'm vegan. They have to bring up. You don't have to find them; they find you.
It's real.
I will play.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No,
you can go ahead.
I was just gonna ask if you guys do. I know we all like Carrie Smith from FNT.
Oh, of course.
Do you guys ever listen to their channel though? Because they get into it. Her and her co-host, man, they get into the nuts and bolts of what makes this woke machine move, and it's really interesting.
I've listened to some of it. I need to listen to more. Obviously, that I could. To be fair, they're one of like 800 shows. I try to listen to as much as I can. But what I've heard, I really enjoy it. And yeah, I do. From what I've heard, I agree. It's very insightful. It is very, very telling. Very telling.
Carrie got really emotional today. It was talking about the trans stuff, and it had to do with like kids like transitioning and hormones and all this bullshit. She was like fire, and I was like, yeah, girl, get it. Like I was like, it was awesome. She went hard at it. I was like, good.
She's awesome like that.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yep.
We need more of her in the world. We really do.
Yeah, it was badass.
I haven't really checked out as much of Unsafe Space, and I really want to. I know Comics Division is actually he's doing stuff with them, so it's like, since I'm on this channel, I should probably check out what he's doing
reset. There. Yeah, right.
The Great Reset is on their channel now. So
yeah.
What does that mean? I don't know. I didn't quite understand what that meant.
Oh, I'll just send you some stuff, Foulball. It's a whole can of worms. I'll just give you a basic normie definition. Time Magazine word, like paraphrasing here. They said, imagine living in a world where you owned absolutely nothing and you were okay with it.
That's the Great Reset.
They took that's again, that's paraphrasing.
Is this like an ideology, the Great Reset?
Let's put it this way. They're trying to use
plan.
It's a plan. It's a plan that even you can, as crazy as he is, some guy with the first name Alex and the last initial J foresaw this years ago, and now even Justin Trudeau brought this up. And of course, they're running with it with a very good conspiratorial name, because when you hear the name, that just reeks of conspiracy theory. You hear the words "the Great Reset." It sounds conspiratorial, so it's a great name right off the bat.
It's actually on the World Economic Forum's website.
It is. Yep, it is. On the open.
Watched videos on that.
Now you've heard the phrase. You've heard the phrase in our most recent political campaign: "Build Back Better." Right?
Yep.
Do you know that Justin Trudeau is on video saying exactly those words?
Yep, I've seen the videos.
Yeah,
it doesn't surprise me.
That's not Joe Biden's phrase. That comes from the World Economic Forum.
That's the globalists.
Yep,
that's a globalist phrase.
I honestly think the globalists rebranded. I think that's what happened. I think they did. They had a certain image of like what they were doing. I think they just rebranded it. It's the same thing. It's just a new packaging. They had like a marketing meeting, and they're on to us. We need to come up with a new package to own everything.
Now, Nick Weiser, check me on this.
Mm-hmm.
I would say their rebranding was, we're going to call ourselves the Great Reset now.
It's a good name to write off a conspiracy, because that way, as long as you say, it's a conspiracy theory, that way, if anyone questions it, they could use the term, don't believe it's just a conspiracy theory. That's how they write off an argument that goes challenged. It's kind of like the whole istophobisms. They want to use anything that shuts down the argument so it doesn't open up dialogue.
The big
Two
lie.
things. First off, the term conspiracy theory, was the CIA or FBI who coined that term? CIA coined it just to disparage people who question things. And just because you have a conspiracy theory doesn't mean your theory is incorrect or not based on facts.
Doesn't
All it
mean there's
means-
not a conspiracy. Exactly.
Yeah.
Conspiracies
All it
exist.
means is you have
It's just a thing. It's a thing. It's like
yeah.
a
Two
people
people
group
can
of people
conspire
getting
to do
together.
anything.
Yeah, it's like this
We can
country.
conspire to make a business.
Yeah, we're going down a dangerous hole here. When it
Yeah,
comes,
right. I feel like I'm on comics. I feel like I need comics division right now.
I think this needs to change the subject, Matt.
I want to talk about it. I just don't want to get blacklisted. I just don't.
Well,
wanna
Yeah, we're gonna get whacked.
when Odyssey.
Yeah, we'll
when
get whacked
Odyssey
for this.
when Odyssey does live streams, we can talk about an Odyssey.
Cool.
Yes.
I got my channel all set up there. I'm just waiting for the go on live streams.
I got to put some more effort into that. They turned me down like when I tried to transfer all my stuff over, and I just didn't follow up. And I got to go back and
Try
do it.
again, dude. They'll accept you the second time. They'll accept you.
I hope so. Yeah, I think it was weird because I have all these really long videos on my channel, so I think that had something to do with it. And I don't think I have quite enough subs to match that. I'm not really sure, but I have to look into it.
Don't worry, dude. You got this.
Ooh,
I have
Geeksapology knows his stuff.
yo
Talking about the
Geeksapology. Yeah,
I
he
don't know. We're
knows,
gonna get
man. Yeah,
AJ.
we probably had to stop just to save Foulball's channel, but
Yeah.
Geeksapology.
Please,
Once
for Christ's
Odyssey happens, we'll talk. We'll talk. Trust me, that subject won't go away anytime soon. But anyways, let's
someone
talk
just-
about.
Pull that from the chat. I don't want you contributing. I just don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
I feel like I'm in school. You know what I mean? Like I don't.
We don't want to get you in trouble, so
Yeah, it's unfortunate that we live in that type of world where free speech is kind of like,
that's free.
The scariest thing for me was like what they did with Parler, where they're like, "Oh yeah, you want another forum? We won't host it." It's like, whoa! I never even thought about that. It's like, oh yeah, they control the servers too. It's like, geez,
Yeah, and
Like-
see, to be fair though, Matt. To be fair, Matt, I mean, even though I disagree with them pulling the plug on Parler, they should not have done that. However, I do kind of blame Parler for trusting in them because they should have known from the beginning what they were getting into. You're trying to reason with unreasonable people. Once again,
they weren't doing anything that crazy. They just wanted to have a
and
free
they weren't.
forum.
Oh,
Like,
of
it's not
course.
that nuts. Like I could understand them making that mistake. Like you don't think maybe it was a bit of a deal with the devil, but you don't think like Amazon's going to be like, oh no, we're gonna, what goes on these servers, we're gonna like monitor. It's like why would you? That's like the FBI
especially.
stuff. What are you doing?
Especially since all of those things that happened, and again, I don't want to get the channel in any trouble, but the things that they said happened on Parler were organized by major platforms or organized on major platforms. So Parler wasn't even really a platform that was used for anything. They just used that as a guise.
It's a good
to
way
destroy
to
them.
Well,
have
That was-
someone
that was the
that's
How they
excuse.
all work together.
Yep, that's how they all work together, and that's why once again, Parler should
there's
have
a word
never
for that
worked
one.
with Amazon.
yeah, there is.
Start, yeah, I think it's
There is, but we shouldn't be saying talking
Won't
about
let it
too
go.
much.
Yeah, let it go.
Grant just will not drop Kung Fury. He just won't. He just won't let it go. All right. I don't know. I can't. You know what? Every time I play a trailer, I get copyrighted.
Oh man,
I thought
Yep.
trailers were okay.
Well, the
that's
thing
not
is,
monetized, but I just don't want to deal with that.
People in the
you
chat who are
shouldn't have
saying,
to.
well, Central Dildo has a right that servers are expensive. Amazon is one of the leading, if not the leading place to host like platforms and host web apps.
You know why they're
Yeah.
big? You know why
They're one of the biggest clouds. Microsoft is another one.
Now they
And why
just
they're-
probably
why
shot
they're-
themselves in the foot.
I say one of Amazon's biggest clients is the U.S. government.
Yep.
Yeah, it is.
Yep,
Again,
Well, I don't
I think there's a word for that.
monopoly.
Well, yeah, that's one of them.
No, begins with an F.
Yeah, it's a word they
that,
used about a
yeah.
certain orange president. A bunch.
Yeah. I know
collusion?
what you're talking with.
collusion.
Don't know if you
No.
know.
Anyway, we should
Starts
probably
with an F, rhymes with an assism. Because
let's
it makes a hat.
change
Hat
subjects
sound
before we all
Alright.
get shot.
Yeah,
No, guys.
So, guys, what have you been
Foul
watching?
ball.
Seen any state-approved content?
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see how much trouble we can get Matt in tonight.
Honestly,
Well, how about that
yeah,
Batwoman? That was
Black
all good.
Oh,
because the
Batwoman,
state tells us to
dude.
like it. I haven't seen it. I don't
Batwoman.
watch it.
almost made it out of
Not back from bad rap or bad TV or movies or anything.
Wait, no, actually, I want to talk about something good. Has anyone here seen that Superman Lois? Because I did not, and I heard it was good. I want to hear what anyone else saw. Though.
I have been wanting to watch it all week because of the good reception. I was ready to shred on it in case it sucked. But then, with this move, I barely have not had time to watch it. I'm hoping tomorrow night I do. So I apologize for not having an answer at this time. But I do know one thing that kind of spoiled it for me. And as a Superman comics fan, right off the bat, I do know that the opening scene is very comic book faithful. Old school comic book faithful. So right off the bat, I know that. So that's a good start. Now the question is, how long will they keep that road going of having it being watchable before they decide to entrench the show in identity politics and wokeness and all the checkbox lists that they got going on? Because I'm actually like, when I heard all the responses from Nerdrotic, Yellow Flash, Heel vs. Babyface, all these positive responses, all I could think of in my head was two things. A, this was leaving. B, they're playing the long game with the wokeness. So enjoy it for what it's worth now. And I mean that. Everyone should enjoy it for what it's worth now if it truly is good. But just, we all got to hang on to the edge of the fence, because before you know it, they'll pull out the rug from under us, and it's going to be back to the status quo of wokeness.
I don't think you're wrong. I don't know. I haven't seen a single episode of it, but I think they did that shit with WandaVision. I think that's their new plan. I think they kind of like a bait and switch. They're like, hey, it's just a normal show. And then all of a sudden, bam, they hit you with it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Right.
And that's
like first episodes of WandaVision were totally cool. You're like, oh, there's nothing here to worry about. And then all of a sudden, like episode 5, you're like, what the fuck? Oh, God damn it.
Yeah. Like here comes Kat Dennings to browbeat everybody. Evil white man, effeminate Asian detective talking about how great Captain Marvel is.
Oh, that Captain Marvel is cringe. Oh God. Like, one, he was not at the battle, so he doesn't know what happened.
Literally breaking barriers.
I love how he talked about the battle like he was there on the front lines. I know that word front lines is overused, but I feel like this is a good time to bring that word. And what's his God, what's his name? Because I've kept up with the show. I'm not gonna cover anymore on YouTube. That's my way of not giving them any more promotion. Just I won't cover it no more. I feel like I'll at least finish it out and I'll skip every other Marvel show after. But I don't like that these characters know exactly what happened and that battle gets sounds like it's a play-by-play. Like, guys, really, you weren't there. It's one thing if you're paraphrasing, say, like, I know Vision died. I get that. But to say, oh, yeah, Thanos went for his head and grabbed the stone right out of his head like you were there watching it happen before your own eyes, I'm not buying that shit, dude. I know that's not wokeness, and that's obviously a better complaint to have than the ham-fisted Captain Marvel complaint. It's like, guys, no, come on, and it's unfortunate.
I don't even know what you're talking about because I didn't get that far with the show because I've stuck to my cancel Disney.
No, that's as you absolutely should.
That's the thing. Like,
I'm kind of in a compromised position.
No, but I was just gonna. I just noticed your Nick Weiser. We are better than TV. Awesome.
We are.
But that's the thing.
Praise the Queens, sent you dildo. Praise the Queens.
Yeah, but that's the thing with even the Mandalorian. You're like, there's a lot of just technical writing flaws with this show that are stupid. It's just not that good. It's just like it doesn't suck horribly. So we're like, well. And it's like, that's the thing. It's like we're so down in the muck and the mire that once we see daylight, we're like, oh, daylight. Like, thank God. But it's like we're still in the muck and the mire. Like, this still sucks. Like, if we had better content to compare it to, we'd be like, yeah, this blows. It's just that, like, we're just so beaten down. We're like, well, I mean,
Okay.
It's okay.
And Foulball, that's what I was talking about when I said I'm not talking about the people who are in the trenches actually acting the parts and reading the scripts and doing it.
Sorry.
I said, because I have to preface that for our host.
Not you. It just grinned. Just
did he do it again?
Stop with this Fury.
Yeah.
Denny has the bust but no action.
Grin, I've never even heard of Kung Fury. So there.
Oh, no, now we have to talk about it. God damn it.
That Jennings is like only sort of high. I know she has really big breasts.
Yeah, she does, and she
But
has a
she's, like,
voice. And she has a voice that
overrated.
sounds like an acre of glass shattering on the ground.
That's funny. Wait, but sorry, Bridger. I really didn't want to interrupt your point. It's
Damn it,
just
Justin Simmons.
So when you to your point, we like this because it doesn't suck. Yeah,
Right.
because it was before everything started to even take on this woke tinge.
Yeah,
it wasn't as good as it used to be. Now, I'll go back to Sturgeon's Law.
Competent. It's barely competent.
Yes, I'll go back to Sturgeon's Law. Keep in mind, Sturgeon's Law, Theodore Sturgeon, very old school science fiction writer, once penned this statement that now is known as Sturgeon's Law. He said 90% of everything is crap. So the first thing you have to do is you have to sift out 90% of anything that's going on right now, because the best 10% is the only stuff that's likely to be any good. And the other 90% is the crap. And that's true. And historically, that's the stuff that we still watch, we still listen to, we still remember, is the 10%. The problem now is I think Sturgeon's Law has been violated. I think 98% of everything is crap.
I don't watch anything new. I can't think the last time I watched something new and I was like, yay, fun, exciting, good. I can barely bring myself to watch it. Queen's Gambit, which came out like last year, was good. That was a good show. Other than that, I can't think of the last good thing that was new. That was a series that came out that I liked.
Right.
Hey guys, I hate to pop on and run, but I gotta get going. So
it's all right.
Time for me to say goodnight. Take care, everybody, and hope to talk to you all soon. So
good to see you. Good.
See you later.
Eric K is probably one of the mightiest people in this community. Every single Nerdrotic.
I'm the mightiest. Well, I try to keep everybody happy. So
you find yourself on my channel more than I think I deserve. So thank you very much, man. You're a good dude, and I'm happy to know you. And everyone, if you haven't, I don't know why you wouldn't have, but if you haven't, go subscribe to Nerdrotic and say hi to Eric K when you can.
As you should. Eric K is always such a man of wonderful greetings.
It's a good shit. It's a good shit.
Be well, Eric. Till we
take care. Later, everybody. Take care.
Go win some money.
Oh no, I'm not doing that now. So.
All right, buddy. It's good to see you.
All right. Talk to you later, all.
Bye.
See you,
bye.
Oh man,
Mike DeCarlo. Hi, Mike DeCarlo. I feel like you've been here all day and I didn't say hi, and I feel bad. So hello. But he says Disney subscription ran out episode 4 of Mandalorian season 2. I don't think you missed much, and he hasn't seen any of WandaVision. We talked about WandaVision. I enjoyed it, but I can't back it up now. Not after the whole thing. I'm like,
right.
Fuck Disney. So yeah, dude, just watch something old. Go,
yeah.
You know what I mean? Go watch old seasons of The Expanse, or go even further back. Go find something fun to watch. There's no reason. I watched these 2 old movies the other day that actually, ironically, just took place. They took place in Vegas, but it was a movie called The Cooler with William H. Macy and Alec Baldwin. Fucking good. It was a good movie. It was like, yeah, it was interesting. Nice. The concept was William H. Macy is this guy that has such terrible luck that this casino employs him as a guy to go cool off tables. Like if someone's doing too hot, he just goes over there and bumps the guy, and suddenly the guy's luck just vanishes. It's like he's terrible. And so Alec Baldwin's this aging casino owner who needs him, but the casino's kind of failing. So he's this old school guy trying to hold on to the old times, and he's desperately trying to keep William H. Macy in his clutches, but Macy's just trying to get out, and it's this whole struggle of those two conflicting powers. It's fucking good.
Interesting.
Dude, you got my attention. No, and that's the thing. Like I said, I'm just gonna finish out what I got to the end of this. But yeah, I'm not gonna watch any of these shows going forward. But this is a great opportunity to look back and say, hey, what looked good then that I may have said, oh, hey, that looks good, but I never got around to watching it. And right now you saw opportunity and now you discovered something that you loved and you're like, hey, look, this is awesome. I mean, it's funny how Hollywood forgets that there's nearly a whole century's worth of content that we could live the rest of our lives watching from movies alone. And if you had shows in, that's like a big fat bonus.
There's other ways to entertain ourselves. We don't need them. And that's a beautiful thing. And of course, the Islington Girl, old movies are stuff I can always just watch go right. No, hey, I watched the first Ninja Turtles movie recently and it's aged like fine wine, man. I watched Terminator 2 the other night.
Oh, it was so good. It was awesome. So good.
It's like so great. Like there's like no complaints at all. It's such a good film. It's so much fun. But it's like, yeah, fuck that. I don't, you know what I mean? Like I want more content. I'm not saying I don't want it, but I don't want it at the cost I have to pay, which is to be indoctrinated into your bullshit cult. I'm not into it. Fuck off.
Yeah, it's not about entertainment. The thing is, I keep telling, I've said this to people on streams before, because a lot of people say, well, they're going to lose money, which is true, but I don't think they care as long as they succeed by way of indoctrination, because their idea is they're willing to sacrifice this property if it means getting the indoctrination that they want. So if they're willing to like have the property burned down in place of it, that's fine, because as long as they get what they want, it was worth burning down for.
Yep.
Yeah, it's
the only thing that will stop them is for the entire enterprise to burn down.
Yeah,
that's a long way to go.
Yep. That's the only thing we can do at this point. I've as of the last few weeks, I've come to realize in my head, it doesn't matter if they lose money. They don't care if they lose money, because as long as they get the message out, that's fine. They're willing to risk it all. That's how desperate they are to have this ideology push, that they're willing to take that chance. Like that's some very scary commitment to want to go broke.
Shit, dude.
Yeah, that's how committed they are. Like, and
it supersedes greed. It's like, how did that happen?
Yeah, it does. It does. Like they're willing
it's
to
a religion.
Yeah, it totally is, which is very fun because they always talk about how anti-religious they are, yet they embrace their cult like it is a religion.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know. Have you guys ever heard about this movie? Chris Wiz brought it up, or did he bring it up? No, Henry Sherman brought it up, but Chris Wiz backed it up. Hi, Chris Wiz, by the way.
Hey, Brawl and Smash Splitter again. Just want to say, hey.
Yeah. Hey, what up? But it says Brawl in Cell Block 99, one of the most gruesome kill scenes ever. Vince Vaughn acted great. Have you guys ever seen that movie?
No, I never heard of it.
Not. Oh man, I like me some Vince Vaughn. He is funny.
I like Vince Vaughn, dude. Like, Swingers is a really good movie.
Wedding Crashers.
Yeah, but he's good when he's a dramatic actor. He was in he had a smaller part, but he was in that movie Into the Wild. And he plays like this kind of like grain farmer in like, I don't know, the Midwest somewhere. And he was fucking great. It was like, he's really good. He's so charming is his skill. He's a very charming actor. I feel like he probably wasn't that charming in this movie. But he's good. I'm a big fan of Vince Vaughn.
Yeah. Vince,
he's got a big part in Bill Burr's like Netflix success.
Oh, does he?
Yeah.
I did not know that.
He got that show made, F is for Family.
Yeah.
Oh, that was his company, his production company.
Wow, mind blown.
Jesus, Chris, he stomps the guy's head into the concrete and literally crushes the guy's face.
Oh,
good Lord!
Fucking
ouch.
brutal.
That's brutal just to visualize, let alone having actually seen. You know what's a good movie that takes place in prison that was really surprising, like shocked me that it was good, was a movie called Shot Caller. Have you guys ever heard of that?
No.
I've never even heard of
it. Talk about it.
Okay, so it's Jamie Lannister stars in it. You know Jamie Lannister from fucking Game of Thrones. I forgot. He's got some like, Slavic name. I can't pronounce it. But it's essentially about a guy who's just like a normal guy. Like he's like, I don't know, a real estate developer or whatever. And it takes place in LA. And he was just a little bit over the limit with alcohol. And then he gets involved in a car accident that really wasn't his fault, but it kind of was because he was just slightly drunk, and he ends up in prison. And it's like watching this guy go from just a regular dude to like this straight up like gangster. Like he had to become a full-born murdering criminal. And it's like this incredible journey to watch this just normal dude, his whole life fall apart because of like the horrific politics of prison. Man, it was great. I was blown away by how good it was. When I saw him as like shot caller, like he's like this bad prison dude, I was like, oh, Jesus. It was amazing. Such a good independent film.
I had never heard of it. Yeah.
We'll see. That's once again, it's almost good that you haven't heard of it, because once again, it shows you how much content is truly out there. That's amazing. Amazing, Matt.
Yeah, dude. No, that's part of like I really need to make a bigger effort to put it out there, but that's part of like that series I did with Paulie from Latino Slant.
Yeah.
Was the obscure movie recommendee show, because there's just so many good movies out there that people don't know. Like all these like 70s movies, like Nicholson in the 70s, he did this movie called The Last Detail, which is this incredible movie about these two guys who are just like lifer Navy, like just, enlisted men. And they have to take this this kid from like where their base is up north to Portsmouth Naval Prison in Maine. I guess it's on like the East Coast. And this kid's going to jail for like 7 years for stealing like $40. But you realize he's a klepto. He's just a kleptomaniac. He just steals because he's got like a disorder. And they're like, oh, this poor fucking kid. And so they decide like on the ride up to show him a really good time. Like that's like the vibe of the movie. And it's just so like human and funny and engaging. And like there's not even that much story to it, but it's just an excellent movie. And fucking Nicholson back then, dude, crushed. So engaging. Such a great movie.
Oh man, that sounds
that I have heard of
Nicholson in that type of setting, because I'm used to him and stuff that's so intense. I kind of would like to see him in that.
He's intense. Let's see if I can't find a good scene from it because it's so enjoyable.
Nice.
Yes, talk amongst yourselves.
Yes. I mean,
yeah.
I a good channel to go to learn about like lesser known movies. I mean, I've brought him up for other content, but Razor Fist has a great movie section where I've learned about all these cool action movies, like, over the top, cheesy, unapologetic, masculine action movies. I learned about all these action movies I'd never heard of because of Razor Fist's channel. And he does these, and people know him for like his political stuff and his metal stuff, but look at his movie section. He knows, once again, he's one of those guys where when he's into something, it's like he needs to know every little detail of it, which is admirable. Because he deep dives into all these awesome action movies. You name it. Stallone, Steven Seagal, Van Damme, Dolph Lundgren. He dives into that, man. I'm like, me and my girlfriend are writing this list. We're like, oh yeah, check out this movie. I check out that movie. And like, we had never heard of Cobra until we watched Razor Fist's video on the Stallone movie Cobra. We watched it and we fell in love with it, man.
Awesome.
Oh, so good. So good. Yeah. Razor Fist is a good channel to, once again, look for awesome, badass action movies.
Slasher McSplitter's asking, has anybody ever seen the movie God Bless America? Is that the Kevin Smith movie? No, that's Red State. I don't know.
I've not seen either, unfortunately.
So this is a pretty famous scene from this movie. The quality's not that great. I think we'll play about 2 minutes of it. But it's essentially like they are stopping off in this town to get this kid a beer, and it's this is Jack on the right, and I forgot who this guy is, Otis something, and then that's young Randy Quaid. I think it's his first movie actually.
Oh wow,
yeah, it's really great.
Oh, wait a minute, man. I ain't old enough. Ain't old enough for what? For a beer? Everybody's old enough for a beer. Ain't that right, Newell?
Yeah.
No one plays right here. Nice and quiet. 8 years in a DD, he can buy the kid a beer.
He can buy the kid a beer. Fucking love Jim Nicholson, man.
30 cents worth of beer in a glass and same in the shit.
Look at how diverse this movie is.
Listen yourself. The law says I have to serve him. It says I can't.
I'll tell you what you better do, Mr. Citizen Bartender. You take your beers and ram them up your ass sideways. You dig it?
Take your hand off that horse cock you got stashed under the bar.
How do you know I don't have something with a little bark?
Ho, ho, ho. This redneck is talking about firearms. Well, I know that you ain't got nothing but wood under there, my man, because I happened to be in here one night when a certain sailor got it laid up the side of his fucking head. What do you think about that, redneck?
Talks and uses. License from sheriff, I serve that.
I'm gonna kick your ass around the block for drill.
Right, I'll call it short patrol.
Jack.
I am the motherfucking shore patrol, motherfucker! I am the motherfucking shore patrol!
Never mind what I say about Jack not being intense. It's always intense.
Yeah, this wasn't intense at all.
Jeez.
Great. I fucking love it. I love this scene so much. I am the fucking shore patrol, motherfucker. I am the fucking.
Is Jack ever not great? He's like Ric Flair. He's the Ric Flair of acting, where he's been great for 100 years, and he's always great every time.
I want to watch the goddamn World Series.
Oh, what? So you got a belly full of beer.
Oh.
Yeah, I kind of want to see anything Jack's in.
He's so good.
Okay.
Dude, like especially back then. He was in this movie and another movie. Oh fuck. There was Cuckoo's Nest was around the same time.
Yep.
Easy Rider. And what was the other one that 5 Easy Pieces? Have you guys ever seen that?
Yeah. Well, I've seen
unfortunately.
the diner scene.
Oh, dude, that's the most famous scene. This is a wild one. So you meet Jack, and he's like an oil refinery worker, and I can't even. It's hard for me to tell you anything about this movie because what's so interesting about this movie is the way it progresses and the reveal, like the contrast from where the guy starts to where he came from. You're like, this is the same fucking guy. It's such a beautiful journey. It's such a fun thing to watch, and it's hilarious, and it's like it has that tone that film had where it's just this kind of like set in the real world with like real people, but it has this great progression. There was such a competency to filmmaking in the 70s, man. Those like Jack Nicholson in the 70s, watch anything he was in, fucking brilliant.
Absolutely.
Yeah. I was.
Have any of you ever seen or heard Robin Williams doing Jack Nicholson doing Shakespeare?
No. What?
Okay. Robin Williams, as one of his, when he was stuck for something, and he did this on the Johnny Carson show, because I've seen the clip of the Johnny Carson show. He had this shtick he would do if he needed something to do. He would pick a Hollywood actor, and then he would pick a bit from Shakespeare, and he would go, so and so does Shakespeare, and have them recite those lines. And he jumped out of the chair next to Johnny Carson one night on the Tonight Show and went, Jack Nicholson does Shakespeare. And then he held his hand out in front of him, cupping up a skull, as if to cup a skull, and he says, to be or not to goddamn be. Whether 'tis nobler to take this shit or to sling it right back at you. That was Jack Nicholson doing Shakespeare. And I was like, that's how I learned. That was the first time I tried to learn Jack Nicholson's voice. It was not Jack Nicholson. It was Robin Williams.
Nice.
Some impressions, man, they give you like someone did the work and it gives you the code to how they sound. And then like everyone's just doing an impression of that guy's impression.
Yeah, actually, if you've ever heard of Cary Grant saying Judy, 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 that's not Cary Grant. That's Larry Storch.
I don't even.
Corporal Agarn from F Troop, who was an impressionist in his spare time.
That's going a little far back for me, to be honest.
Yeah, but the point is that was his hook for Cary Grant.
Oh,
and
I didn't know
everybody.
That.
Yeah, everybody has a hook for a voice, and that was his.
I was saying Nicholson.
And my hook, my hook for Jack Nicholson is Robin Williams.
Oh yeah, I mean that's how it goes. But I just didn't know that Nicholson was actually in Kung Fury, so it all comes around.
Oh, we finally made Rinakuma's night by saying something having to do with Kung Fury.
He just won't drop the fucking subject. He just will not drop.
He just Kung Fury
won't stop.
And Ascension Dildo brings up a good point. Now we have Lily Singh late night show. How far have we failed? But you know something, and I know this isn't a hot take. This is an obvious take. This show I'm on right now, this show we're all here, is way better than Lily Singh.
Yeah,
way better.
I think just
we're all drunk.
A camera of an empty room is more interesting.
Yeah,
you know, like my cat.
She used to be hot. I could have swore she was cute at one point, or am I imagining that?
I get it. She's cute. You know, I honestly had no idea who she was. I didn't even hear about all that stuff until the way I was introduced to her was Brie Larson's first video where they're talking, and I was like, "Who's this idiot?" Oh,
I had heard of her like a few years ago, and I'm like, "Oh yeah, she's cute," but I never watched her videos. And then by the time she had a show, I'm like, man, she just looks a lot less cute. She's still cute. I just thought she was like super hot at one point. And she's like,
Henry Sherman says Robin Williams was great. Met him once at LA and Meltdown.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, Meltdown Comics was a big spot. I think I might have played D&D there one time.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, I think so. Yes.
Oh, Nick, wrapping up, buddy.
Yeah, dude. Hey, I hate doing this because you know me. I don't like ending conversations. That's like against my religion. But I've been up for almost an entire day. I'm on 2 hours away from being up for 24 hours straight, and I'm just at the point where my body is saying "fuck you, Nick." So
don't even worry about it, brother.
Yeah. But I'm very happy to be on here. Thank you, as always, Followable, for letting me on here. This is an absolute honor. I appreciate you, VW, Redshirt, JD, Eric K, the chat for absolutely killing it. You guys are awesome. I just did a video on a band I have been absolutely obsessed on named Gate Creeper. I did a video on that album that they put out recently. Check that out. Henry Sherman, you have an even better night. I also did a video on Detroit style pizza from Pizza Hut that somehow did not suck. Check that out too. And I will be back on live streaming maybe this week, maybe if not the week after. I'm just waiting for a new internet connection for the new apartment. But yes, Geek Tripology, see you soon, and we'll talk comics soon, dude. Senchi and Dildo, night to you. The Xylington Girl, good night to you. All right, guys. Hey, once again, thank you all. Stick around for the remaining gentlemen of this panel. These are all excellent individuals. And to all of you, I say good night.
You're the man,
good night, man.
Nick. It's good to see you, brother. He's the shit. If you guys have not subbed over to Nick, go sub over to Nick. He's a good guy. I fucking love Nick. I'm so happy he shows up. He's awesome. I hung out with him in Vegas, and he's a great, great dude. Love that
Nick
guy.
is awesome.
He is fucking awesome. Fucking awesome. I was actually thinking maybe we wrap up soon, too. It's like 1 in the morning here. I got to go wake up and go to work eventually.
No worries. Yeah. I mean, can't do 6 hours every week. Four hours, 40 minutes, almost 5. I mean, that's still a long time.
Pretty good. It's pretty. Unless you guys have anything else you wanted to like get off your chest or talk about, I'd be down to open up a new topic for a little while. But nothing else is really going on.
Just, I guess, kind of a cap on everything is, I don't want to, we started off with this crazy Superman thing, and I think that's indicative of what's happened in pop culture for however many years. I want to move past this Hollywood thing. Earlier you guys were talking, I actually went away for a second, and right as I was coming back, I kind of heard the tail end. You guys were talking about, I believe it may have been Redshirt said, we can't, the system's not going to die. I think it will. It's not going to happen overnight. But I mean, I really just feel there's just a shift, and they are tripling, quadrupling, and quintupling down. And it is scary that it's not about the money, but at the same time, they're just putting off so many people. And I'm sure I'm not the only one who's like, you know what, whatever. I'm just not going to watch. Just not going to pay attention, especially because, as we've talked about numerous times in this podcast and other ones, it came off the back of uncreativity. And so I think the future is this. I think the future is all these other properties. The future is the nicheification of properties.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah.
Nicheification, I like that a lot. That's well put.
Cinch and Dildo, a lot of his arguments, he was arguing with me as much as he was Redshirt about the hip hop thing. And he has a point in the extent that there is such a big underground scene that you don't need to be a mainstream hip hop fan. And that is the same thing that will kind of be for everything, where like the mainstream will almost be like the smaller niche. Well, the mainstream will almost be the niche because so many people will be listening for whatever, the independent movie, the independent artist, the independent YouTuber, independent streamer, whatever. So that could be the future, and I think that will be
getting like splintered off into these tiny little micro groups. I was thinking about this like just from like a financial standpoint, right? Like Gary's got like 300,000 subs, right?
Yeah,
if he got $1 a year from all of his subs, that's $300,000 a year. That's a lot of fucking money. That's a great, like, you know what I mean? Like, you don't need millions of people to like have a decent life and do what you want to do. Like, that's not a lot. Like, that's such a small contribution. I was like, yeah, that's fucking rad. So it's like, it's what it is. I mean, people are now, when like Hollywood's not here, people are choosing all these little like corners of the internet, these little smaller things that they enjoy. And I think you're right, dude. I absolutely think that's the future of entertainment.
Kung Fury
Topic.
What is Kung Fury even about?
Well, we're gonna watch the fucking trailer.
What is this shit about? What is it good? Kung Fury better be the shit, Grin Akuma. If Kung Fury's anything less than the shit.
All right, let's watch it. And I'm gonna get copyrighted, but let's do it.
Oh, let's see. These are unicorns. Hey, what in the world?
I look for those guns. I'll get your permit right here.
What?
We have an ongoing shooter at 24th and Northwest Street.
I'm on it.
Oh, fuck.
He's a Kung Fu renegade clown.
I don't want it.
Yes.
I just been at City Hall. You just destroyed an entire city block, for Christ's sake.
I quit. Now,
Yes.
in the world, Adolf Hitler, aka Kung Fu.
Yeah. What? Okay, Grin Akuma. So far, so good. So far. I kind of understand why you were so hype about this. I'm starting to get it.
Years hack.
Going too far back in time. This is the goddamn Viking Age. I'm a cop from the future. I need your help.
What is going on? What is happening? Well, Thor showed up.
Get ready for a new world of unspeakable adventures, never before shown in a motion picture. Get ready for Kung Fury.
Wow.
Oh my god.
This was released.
This is a whole series. I think it's on Netflix.
Oh wow.
Oh my god, are you happy, Grin? No, I actually, you know what? The whole time I thought he was talking about Kung Fu Hustle. and I've seen. I think I've seen Kung Fury. Honestly, Grim, Kung Fury, that was hilarious. That's really funny. I think it should have stayed there. I think once it became a show, it was like, all right, it's a little much. It's funny that the 80s thing and it's so ridiculous, like years hacked as a show. It's fun. I mean, that was funny. I got a good laugh out of that. Everyone go watch Kung Fury so Grin never brings it up again. I did want to say, I watched a movie the other night. I thought about it. Yeah, you thought so too, right? Islington Girl thought he was talking about Kung Fu Hustle too. I swear I thought that's what he was bringing up. We're talking about all that anime. I thought that was in my head. There's a movie though that I thought was like one of those movies everyone had seen, but I talked to more and more people and they hadn't. It's on Netflix right now. You can watch it. Cool Hand Luke. Have you guys seen this? Red Shirt Vig?
I've heard of it, but I have not seen it. I know it's like a classic movie though.
Yeah, Red Shirt. Oh, maybe he stepped out. He might have stepped out. I'm sure Red Shirt's seen it. It's a classic. So it's Paul Newman is this like, I guess just natural born like rebel. He's a natural born rebel. And one night he gets drunk and he's like cutting the heads off of parking meters, and that's how the movie opens up. And he has to do like 2 years in jail. And
hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can.
Oh, I got double muted. Oh, yes, I have seen this several times.
It's a masterpiece. It's a classic. I love it.
Yes, it is. One
of the most quotable movies I've ever seen. And he goes to this prison. It all takes place in this prison in Florida. And it's really punk rock. It's really just anti-system is the whole movie. Like he just keeps like all these rules and this, that, and the other. And he's like showing up to prison. And like one of the first things, like, they just tell him rules. And then the one of the inmates is like, he starts like spouting off all the rules. And then Cool Hand Luke goes, okay, boss. And he kind of like he kind of puts it back in the inmate's face. It's like, you guys are so inundated with the rules and the system that, you're like another boss. You're like another guard in this system. Like, even though you're one of the inmates, and he becomes like this symbol of rebellion for this like group of just, hopeless inmates in this shitty prison in Florida. And it's like this battle between him and like the power structure of this prison. It's so badass. It's such a great movie. And it's like vintage Paul Newman.
Yep.
Yeah. Fucking classic.
Yeah. Strother Martin plays the warden of the chain gang prison. And probably the single most memorable line from that movie.
It could be one of the most memorable lines in cinema history. Certainly one of the most quoted.
Yep. What we have here is failure to communicate.
Yeah, he's like breaking that. Like, so Luke just will not go along with the system. And he's just like,
right.
That's the way he wants it. So he gets it.
Yep.
And it's just this whole system. It's so like hopelessly aspiring to something better, like hopelessly free. It's just, I can't even like put it into words, man. It's such a beautiful movie, really well acted, and it's excellent. That's on Netflix. That's an old film. You don't have to watch New Hollywood garbage. You can go watch something excellent like Cool Hand Luke.
Go watch The Sting, which also has Paul Newman and Robert Redford.
Yeah, it's a good movie too. It's a little cuter, I'll say. I think Cool Hand Luke's a little more grounded. The Sting's cute.
It is.
Great movie though.
Yeah, but it also has Robert Shaw in the Sting.
Yes, it does. Lonigan. Yeah, that's great.
Ya fella. One of his wonderful characters. They're all wonderful.
Robert Shaw is the fucking man.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's do it there. We'll wrap it up. We're approaching 5 hours. I feel like that's a pretty good night. Red Shirt can be found on Minds. His Minds link is in the description below. Feel free to follow him there. It's a pretty good community. I hear. I haven't spent any time there. I will eventually, but at the moment I'm not. But that's where you can find Red Shirt.
I'm on Minds as well.
And Vig is on there, but Red Shirt's always on this channel. So I know one of these days Red Shirt's going to start putting out content. But in the meantime, you can catch him on Minds and here. And of course, the great Vigilante Williamson. Sir, would you like to sign off?
Oh yeah. Please check out my channel if you haven't subbed. I know a lot of you have, but I don't know if everyone have. I'm not sure. I'm not going to name names. I don't want to put people on the spot, but please, if you haven't subbed to me, I should probably go ahead, since I am a mod. Go ahead and put a link. I can do this myself. I'll just go ahead because
it's in the description.
Channel version.
Your link's in the description.
Yeah. Well, that's I have the channel where the names in it, so that's the cleaner version. It's all cooler. I just put that in there. If you haven't subbed, please sub. There's 12 of you. If all of you subbed, I would be at 290, I think.
Boom.
I'm at 278. Yeah. So yeah, if all of you subbed, if you haven't subbed, which I know a lot of you have, please do. I talk about a lot of stuff we talk about here. Just a lot of craziness is going on. I will stream at least on Thursdays and Saturdays. Saturdays I do the Brave and the Bold, where I have like a panel kind of like this. And on Thursdays I do a solo show, and then throughout the week I do a pop-up show. And of course, me and Matt are the Culture Crime Fighters, where we do an alternating show. First week was on his channel. Last week, or this past week, was on mine, and of course, this next week will be on his. So please check this out. It's Wednesday, 3 Pacific, 6 Eastern, and Eastern. Yeah, I almost forgot which time zone I was in. Even though that's more tiredness than drunk, because I'm kind of coming back up. Like I'm not as sobering up. You start to sober up a little bit. Like,
yeah. I don't know if I'm tired or drunk, but it's probably a little bit of both. Yeah, but it's great. It's really fun. I have a blast with that show. It's the two of us, and just talk about the stuff in the week. Same thing we're doing here. I think like the Wednesday show is a little more focused, a little more topical, where this is more of a hang. But yeah, no, I like that show. I think it's going really well. Everyone in the chat, God damn it, thank you so much. You guys are amazing. Fucking Sentient Dildo, you are the man. You are the shit. Good to see
Chris Wiz.
Hail to the panel. Hail to the chat.
Hail to the chat. Chris Wiz, good to see you. Grin, as always, you're the shit. Go to Grin and Kuma for all your drawing needs, any of your design needs. The Islington girl, lovely to have met you, madame. Thank you so much for coming and hanging out with us. I think you just found us today, so it's really great to have you here. This is really cool.
Cool.
I Mike DiCarlo, I see was here. Henry Sherman, what up, brother?
Hell, Henry Sherman. Yeah, he's becoming a new classic, so to speak, because I see him on a lot of streams now.
Yes, I try Geek Topology.
Hell, Geek Topology, vote for Pablo.
I try to include as much in the chat, as you guys see, but it's a lot going on.
Chris Wiz brings up a good point. I do think I need to, and we in general need to do time marks for like a lot of longer podcasts, because I know it's funny, because I know when I'm like looking on YouTube, I look for the damn time marks, but I need to start thinking, hey, motherfucker, you are a content creator yourself now. Yeah. You have to start thinking about the other motherfuckers who
I need to produce my own.
Want to watch. Yeah, I have to think to that. So thank you, Chris Wiz. I appreciate that advice.
Yeah, that's something. And everyone that was here, this is great. Sub to Vig, sub to me if you haven't, and check out all the content. We got stuff popping out all the time, because we love doing this and it's fun, and we love having you here. So thanks, guys. We'll see you all next week, and have a great night, morning, whatever time of day it is where you live. Later.